And the thing about it is that he came here with such high expectations, that he would really set the place alight, but it hasn't turned out that way so far for him.
Jaden Seals on his way again, this time out short, and Gill is just pulling it past the square leg position. It goes down to the boundary for 4. There was a dive coming in. It looked like Romario Shepherd was diving to his left. Couldn't stop it. It hit his hand and went into the ball. But another good ball from Jaden Seals. It was short. It stood up. And Gill, there are just 3 men on the onside. There's that fine leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. And he was just pulling it over square leg and down to the boundary. Shepherd couldn't get wrong in time. And it went into the boundary for 4. So he is off the mark with that 4 runs. And the total on to 15.
Yeah, we see Myers left the slip region, ran all the way down to have a word with Jaden Seals. Obviously, it must have been something that they might have discussed. It might be a message from the captain as well to make an adjustment in terms of his length and his line. But we see Myers now is going into a short extra cover position. So I think the plan is to probably pitch the ball up a little bit more as opposed to trying the short ball, because you don't have that kind of cover down behind square. Well, look at the change. He's gone on the onside now instead of on the offside.
Well, they've taken the man from mid-wicket and put him to a backward square leg. And so it's now a 5-4 field, which I suppose you're looking at a young fast bowler, as you rightly mentioned, now coming back into the game. I don't think he's got his line all that well so far, or his length. This one, Gill is on the front foot here. We're thinking of the single, as he was looking for an expansive drive and then suddenly held back the shot and just opened the face of the bat and guided it to the left of cover. And they were thinking of the single, but it was certainly not on.
It certainly was a much better delivery. Again, it's a slightly fuller length, and bringing him onto the front foot, it was lined with the off stump. So again, he couldn't just throw his hands at it willy-nilly. And so all the factors much better there for Jaden Seals. But you could see him working through. The problem here is consistency now. Can he repeat that, this time around, or something similar to it, even if it's not the identical delivery?
Well, here is Seals on his way again and bowls to Gill, and Gill is on the front foot, pushing it out. Couldn't do very much with it. A good delivery, just on line, and just may have just come in to Gill, and he was on the front foot, pushing it out towards mid-on. And there is no run. Score remains 15 for none. We are into over number 3. Not a very big crowd at the moment, but certainly building all the time. It's very hot. I was about to tell you, Ruskin, that talking about being a tongue man. I understand there's been a lot of rain in South over the last couple of days, flooding and things like that.
In Debe?
So, yeah, in Debe. Not Debe, Debe. Here is Seals into Gill, and he stands up to a delivery that had a little bit more bounce than he may have anticipated. Got right up on his toes and pushing it out in front of him on the offside towards cover, and there is no run. Yeah, so it's great to see this beautiful sunny day today, and when South, when South was flooding with rain over the last couple of days, there was all sunshine down in town in the northern part of Trinidad. So it was really devastating to see what was happening in South with the flooding and things like that. Here is Seals into Gill. That's a good delivery, but it's well played. Kishan was thinking of his single. It's not on. Went out to Moti, who is at mid-on, and there is no run. But a good delivery, Yorker-length delivery. And Gill was not only digging it out, but he was trying to get runs with it. He was playing it firmly. He got on top of it. Couldn't beat Moti at mid-on. It's the end of the over from Jaden Seals. A much better over. Just that one short delivery that Gill put away, be backward of square. And outside of that, it's been a pretty decent over from him. He's now completed his 2 overs, none for 13. And after 3 overs, India, who was put into bat by the West Indies, are 15 without loss.
Much better over from Jaden Seals. Like you said, after that first delivery, a short ball that was pulled over square leg, he certainly tidied up. The field also adjusted, and that might have played on the mind of Shubman Gill, and so he didn't get much to play with after that.
Here's Mayer starting his his second over, and it's played down to the deep backward square position, and Moti, who is at a more of a fine leg, had to run to his right to do the fielding, about 10 meters or so, and it gave Kishan enough time to come back for the second. So he goes to 13, total on to 17 without loss. Not well lined by Mayers.
He has the margin for error is very small here because he has only 2 men
Yep.
on the onside, so
Yep.
he really cannot afford to start anywhere close to the legs.
And this time it's good delivery, just maybe delivery pitching somewhere middle and off and just kind of leaving Kishan, and he stood up to it and pushed it out in front of him on the offside. You're right, Ruskin. They two slips, a third man, point, cover, more of a shortish extra cover, a mid-off. And the only 2 men on that onside, it's a mid-on, and he's pretty straight. He's not a wide mid-on, I would say. And then a man at that deep backward square. Here is a delivery that is driven straight back. It was in the air, but it was low down. I don't think Mayers got down in time to get his hands to it. But there was Kishan looking to... He always gives the bowler a chance because he was looking to drive, and it was hit straight back at Mayers. It was in the air, but it possibly dropped just in front of Mayers, and he couldn't get down in time to try to scoop it in. Difficult chance.
Colin, I feel it actually carried, and
You
it
think
might
so?
have just carried.
Here's a delivery that's being cut towards point, and it goes to Hetmeyer. There is no run. So you think it carried to him?
It
Well,
might have
that's
just carried to
interesting.
him.
I thought it might have
But
just dropped in front of him.
the problem with him, he was trying to settle himself to try to get under it in his follow-through, which is difficult to do.
That's a...
Just a bump ball.
Yeah, it dropped just in front of him. Here is Mayers into Kishan again. That's a good delivery and well played by Kishan. He was on the front foot, getting everything behind that delivery. And he's pushing it out towards cover, and there is no run. Yeah, Kishan tends to always give you a chance because he's always looking to score.
So he goes hard at the ball.
That's right.
He tends to always want to push at the ball as opposed to... I mean, he can play the ball with soft hands, maybe if he wants to run it down to third man.
Well, here he faces Mayers. That's a good delivery, and may have just been slightly on the leg stump. But the thing is, he's getting that ball to straighten and sometimes go away from the left-hander. So he's got to be careful if he tries to play across the line. And that one he was playing right back up the pitch to the bowler. It's the end of the over, the end of over number 4. At the end of it, Kishan is on 13. Gill is on 4. It's 17 without loss after 4 overs.
A much better over again from Kyle Myers, and again the keeping the run rate within check. We saw in the previous over from Jaden Seals, after conceding that boundary, he came back and really kept Shubman Gill quiet thereafter, and it was a similar thing from Myers.
Here is Seals starting his third over, and this is a good delivery that Gill is on the front foot and pushing it out towards mid-off. You look at the difference, Ruskin, with Gill and Kishan. You know, Gill is just so, he looks so, how should I put it, confident. He looks not flustered, waiting for that bad delivery.
Looks very correct.
Yeah, and whereas Kishan, on the other hand, he is trying to make things happen. He's looking to attack the bowler with deliveries that may not be necessarily there to be attacked. You know, and Gill...
And that's his role, I would imagine, in the team.
I suppose so.
You know, they're given that license to get on with
Get
things.
on with it. Yeah, here is Seals, goes past Gill, and this time a delivery angled into him, and he's pushing it out towards mid-on. He's got 4 men on the onside now, so it gives Seals the opportunity to really bowl at the stumps, and he's getting that ball sometimes to come back at the right-hander, but he's got the protection of a mid-on, a mid-wicket that's pretty square, and then he's got that backward square leg and a fine leg. So he's not so much going to be outside the line of the off stump. It's just one slip in place. A third man point cover that's pretty square and a mid-off.
Which is a much better feel for him because, remember, you also want to contain the batsman as well.
Here Seals into Gill, and this time he's playing it on the onside. He finds the gap, runs in it for him because the man at mid-on couldn't get around in time. He put the dive in, but it eluded him. It was well timed by Shubman Gill because he was on that front foot, and you could see him angling that bat to getting it to the right of mid-on, and because of that he was able to pick up 2 runs.
Moti was diving away over there.
Moti was the man, couldn't get to it. I think it just beat him for pace as he was diving to his right. And he is left-handed, of course, but still couldn't get it. I think that me personally, I just think that mid-wicket is a little too wide. But here is a little too square, I should say. And that's a lovely shot. It was short. Not a good delivery from Jaden Seals. It was short, and Shubman Gill just stood up there, and I sort of he just tucked it away towards the I would say forward square leg. I was about to say I thought that the mid-wicket was a little too square, but even with him being that square, he still couldn't have stopped that. It was short, and Gill, he just pulled it nicely. More of a little, yeah, he was just standing there, and it made some height on him, but he was not disturbed by that. He timed it sweetly, and it goes into the boundary for 4 runs.
Was more
23 for none.
A short-arm
jab,
yep.
yeah.
Just helped it.
He helped it on its way. Here's Seals. How will he respond? As Gill that's a good delivery. And Gill can't do very much with it. Pitched and may have just left him slightly. And you could see the adjustment coming from Gill as he was going on that front foot and then pushes it out towards mid-off. There is no run. He remains on 10. Kishan is at the non-striker's end. He is on 13. 23 for none. One delivery left in over number 5. West Indies, having won the toss, opting to field first, as they did in the second ODI. And this pair had put on 90 runs for the first wicket. And then India, suddenly, they collapsed. They lost the 10 wickets for 91 runs. Here is a delivery that is short. Outside, that's another cracking shot. That's going to run into the boundary board on the offside. So, again, we see Seals. This was short on the offside. And all Shubman Gill did was stand up, open the face of the bat, hit it sweetly between point and cover, down to the boundary for 4. So it's not been a good start. You see Jaden Shields walking away, shaking his head because he knows it's not been a good start for him. 3 overs he's bowled. He's conceded 23 runs. It's 27 for none after 5 overs. And he needs to settle down, Ruskin, because right now he's bowling all over the place.
And that's the challenge that he faces. Remember, too, he's up against a batsman who, for quote-unquote, can play all the shots. So any opportunity he gets to score, he's going to try to take advantage of it. So anytime you err, whether it's in length or in terms of line, chances are he is going to punish you. And Jaden Seals is finding that out the hard way here now from uninformed Shubman Gill.
Well, here is Ishan Kishan is about to face Mayers around the wicket. That's another lovely ball. I tell you, Mayers has bowled really well this morning. This delivery pitched and made some height just around the off stump. And because it made that height, it left him, went over the top of the stumps and went through to the keeper. What a lovely delivery
a very
from
good
Kyle
delivery.
Mayers.
Yeah, but this one didn't swing as much as some of the others, but it had more bounce in it. It just seemed a little bit on pitching. And that just went past the glove, not even the outside edge. It just seemed to climb over the bat.
Here is Mayers again. This delivery, he's on the front foot. More angled into him and pitching maybe middle and leg. And he was on that front foot, Kishan, and pushes it out towards mid-on. He remains on 13. Gill is 14. It's 27 for none.
They're averaging 5 runs and over, Colin, which is a pretty good rate to be going at this early in the innings. And, of course, remember, we're in the power play, so they're obviously trying to get on with things as much as possible. To his credit, Myers is keeping them in check.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's really bowled well this morning. He's moving the ball. His line has been good. And this time Kishan comes down the track and hits it back over the head of the bowler, down to the boundary for 4. And that's the thing with this man. He's going to look to attack at any time. And, he takes chances. But that's how he plays. And this time he came down the track and he lifted Mayers right back overhead. Down to the boundary for 4. 31 for none. He goes to 17.
Safe shot indeed, because he wasn't going across the line of the ball. He was just taking what the bowler was giving him, and he got to the pitch, and then he just deliberately lifted it over his head.
Here's Mayers again. This time, and he's slapping this one right back past the bowler on the onside this time. And mid-on never moved. And that was a brutal shot because it was pitched up to him, and he banged it past the bowler, down to the boundary for 4 more. So consecutive 4s for Kishan. He seemed to wants to change gears, Ruskin.
Well,
if he hasn't.
And again, he's using his feet to the medium pace. Now, Myers is not the quickest bowler in the West Indies setup. So he's taking advantage of that lack of pace, getting to the pitch, and then with a full swing at the bat. And again, Colin, although he's attacking, he's not going across the line of the ball or not trying to do too much. He's just trying to present the full face of the bat to the ball and hitting it straight. He's still hitting in the V. It's just that he's hitting it dead center, straight down the middle, and back past the bowler. That was a vicious shot.
Well, here he is again. And now what we're seeing, Shehope, he's come up to the stumps as this delivery is pitched on the leg stump. Not a good delivery, but he's turning it down to the man at the deep backward square. So they've strengthened that onside field. They've taken out the second slip and they've put him towards that deep backward square. And the ball trickles out to him and they pick up another single. So Kishan goes to 22 now and brings Gill, who is on 14, back in strike. It's 36 without loss.
Look how quickly Gill has gone to 14, and he didn't even seem like he's done much. He was just, all the attention was on Kishan, and Gill was just there on 1 and 2, just kind of feeling his way through. Then all of a sudden, he hit one forward and he hit another one, and he's quickly into double figures now. And again, they're threatening another big partnership at the top of the innings.
That's right. And as I said, they put on 90 in the second ODI, and you felt, well, 90 for none, that India would have been in for a big total, but they suddenly lost their 10 wickets for 91 runs. Here's a delivery from Mears, not well lined to Gill outside the line of the leg stump, turns it down to fine leg. Let's see if there'll be a signal for leg buys. And yes, there is. So the ball came off the pad and went down towards fine leg. The end of the over from Kyle Mears. He's completed 3 overs, none for 13. After 6 overs, it's 37 for none. And I would expect Jaden Seals may very well continue, Ruskin, or you look for a change?
I think Alzari Joseph more than likely is going to come into the attack now, because you don't want. You remember, Jaden Seals' fast bowling is a kind of a confidence thing. You know, if you're in rhythm and you have confidence, you tend to do better, even if you go for a run or two. Right now, I don't think his confidence is that high. So they probably need to take him out of the attack. Maybe, hopefully, get rid of one of these two, if not both of them, and then you could try to bring him back, maybe at a newer batsman, and see if his luck changes. Wherever it may be. But Colin, they took 10 runs off the last 2 overs.
Yeah. Well, I think you're right.
Each of the last 2 overs.
Shehope has listened to your Ruskin, because Alzari Joseph is now into the attack, and he's on his way to bowl to the right-handed Gill. And this time Gill is turning this delivery, but it goes straight to Brandon King, who is at that more of a squarish mid-wicket or a forward square leg, however you want to. He's not in the orthodox mid-wicket position, so I would say he's more of a forward square leg. And the ball goes straight to him, and there is no run. So Gill, who was out for 34 in the ODI games, the second one, went to the left-arm spin of Gudakesh Moti. Very good catch from Alzari Joseph as he bowls now to Gill, and Gill this time a delivery angled on the hip. He's turning it to leg, and Karti's the one, running to his left to do the fielding, and there's no run. So that was a shortish delivery, angled into the right-hander around the hip region, and there's no run. Score remains on 37 without loss.
Again, it's going to be incumbent upon him now to see if he could keep the scoring rate down just that little bit, and allow Myers to maybe just continue to plug away at the other end, although he went for 8 runs in that 10 runs in that last over.
Here's Joseph angled this one down the leg side. Gill was having a swing at it, didn't make contact, went through to the keeper, but in the meantime, umpire Reefer signals a wide, so one more, the first extra of the innings coming in this, the 7th over, and the total moves on to 38 without loss.
Again, badly lined delivery, not really going in there. And that is part of the problem here now for the West Indian bowlers. We've just seen how dangerous these two can be. So everybody now is on tender hooks.
Here's Joseph into Gill, and he's playing there, goes through for a quick signal. That's good running, excellent running, because he took the pace out of that delivery, Shubman Gill, and he just pushed it gently on the onside, and immediately he decided to call for the single. Kishan responded. Moti, in the meantime, was coming in at that mid-on position. Couldn't stop them from getting the single. Very good running indeed by these two. And Gill goes to 15, the total on to 39 without loss. The umpire, Michael Goff, just goes from the goes on from the leg side for the right-hander to the leg side for the left-hander. The presiding umpire, Leslie Reefer. The TV umpire is Mr. Erasmus from South Africa. And the reserve umpire, Gregory Brathwaite, as Joseph into the left-hander, and he just has a swing at that one. Now, it wasn't a pretty-looking shot. Seemed to be looking to hit it through the offside, and it came off the inner part of the bat and goes out towards mid-on. But that's the thing with Kishan. He's always looking to play shots, and sometimes the deliveries, Ruskin, when the ball is not there for that shot. And that one, he was sort of reaching towards it.
Well, the thing with batsmen like that is that they have very short memories. They don't dwell on it very on the next ball. He might play something even more outrageous.
Well, you could never tell with him. Here's Joseph into Kishan, and he's swinging at one outside the line of the off stump. Doesn't make contact. Goes through to be taken by Hope. Didn't make the height that he may have anticipated, and went through to be taken by the keeper.
This one was a bad shot because he was going right across
it, wasn't it?
the ball. Previously, he was going with the flow of the ball, getting in line and trying to play with the tide. Here, he was just trying to pull across the line of the ball.
Actually, had more bounce than I anticipated, and I thought initially.
Yep, he just went right across it,
But I mean, better serve maybe looking to cut that delivery or play it on the offside. Here he is facing up to Joseph, and this time it's outside the line of the leg stump, so he's able to turn it down to fine leg, where Carrier is doing the fielding, and they pick up a single. The end of the over, number 7. Joseph has completed his first over, just 3 runs coming from it. Kishan is 23, Gill is 15. After 7 overs, it's 40 for none.
Which is, and they're going at a pretty good rate throughout, so you want to believe this is kind of like what they would have been hoping for. If anything, they probably wish they were further along.
Yeah.
But the spell that Myers bowled earlier, prior to the over where Ishan was really chipping into him, he got 10 runs off of that over. The over before that, Jaden Seals went for 10 runs as well. But here we just saw a good over from Reefer, from Joseph, just going 3 runs to keep things in check there just a little bit. And now we're looking at Myers now because he's under some pressure here, because the last time he bolted this man, he was chipping into him. So let's see now with the wicketkeeper standing up if that same approach persists here.
Is he going to go wide of the off stump as well? Here is Myers. And he's pulling this one over mid-on. That's 4 runs. So Myers is coming under some pressure now, because Kishan, he has changed gears, and he's decided he's had enough of Kyle Myers. He's had enough of a look at him, and he's decided to attack Kyle Myers. This delivery was just short, and he was quickly got back and pulled it over to the left of Alzari Joseph, who is at mid-on. It went over his head. He had no chance, and there he was just leaning back, and he smashed it over that mid-on for 4 runs. 44 for none.
He was saying he went back. He didn't move a place. He just
adjusted.
Sort of,
Yeah.
He just transferred the weight.
Yeah, he just transferred the weight on that back foot and just smashed it. Now we see there's a change in the field. The man at mid-wicket is going all the way back to a deep mid-wicket. So just the 2 men outside would be that deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. Here's Myers into Kishan, and this one he's looking to cut. And they go through for a run. That's more runs here because Hetmeyer is not able to stop it. He put in the dive, and they're going to come back for the second. So that's 2 runs now to Kishan. So he is motoring along. He's on to 29, 46 without loss.
And this is the danger that Myers faces here now, because he has a batsman who's coming after him. He's not afraid to take him on. Even when he bowls a good ball, he's still trying to score off of him.
Well, here he is. It's a short, and he's pulling down to the deep mid-wicket, and Brandon King moves across to his left to do the fielding, but not before the batsman score a single. So total on to 47 without loss. And Kishan is quickly on to 30. He was just, when Gill had 15, he was on 14. He's now on to 30, and Gill is still on 15.
And it's not like he's dominating strike either. He's still just, it's just that he scores so quickly, and he finds ways to manufacture runs, and that just throws the bowlers off. And now the left-hand, right-hand combination could be another factor here.
Well, here is Myers into the right-handed Gill. I thought he was bowled there for a minute. he just stood there and he seemed to just want to open the face of the bat.
Very lazy.
Yeah, and it went through to be taken. Well, Hope didn't take it cleanly, but I thought it must have passed very close to that off stump. It actually came off the bottom part of the bat.
Yes, he was just trying to
guide it, wasn't it?
And kill it more than anything else, and it just seemed to hit the face of the bat and bounce down.
Over the stumps.
And then over the stump.
Yeah, been a bit lucky there. Here is Mears into him, and he's opening the field. That's a pleasant shot. That's going to run away. Oh, what a lovely shot. He stood on the front foot, and he just opened the face of the bat. Pure timing, pure class. Went to the right of the man at point, or the short third man, and went down to the boundary for 4. So the 50 is now up. Gill goes to 19. 30 is Kishan. What a lovely shot.
It certainly is. It's the kind of shot that the bowler could probably put out his hand to applaud the batsman.
Well played. Yeah, give me a little shake hand. Yes, give me a bounce.
You know, because it was just so, it's like it didn't take anything out of the batsman to make that shot.
He just caressed it, didn't he? Oh, my word. Here he is facing up to Mears, and this time he's driving. He goes through for a single, and that's good running because he hit it straight towards mid-off. Now, Brandon King is at cover, and he was moving to his right, but it was well timed by Gill, and he knew it was going past King, going down to mid-off, and he was able to pick up a single. So he goes to 20, and now Kishan is on 30. It's 52 without loss after 8 overs.
So the 50 coming up in the 8th over, and again, they just continue to build here and push down towards what could be the makings of a big total, but we say that with the backdrop of what transpires in the second one-day international, where they just lost the plot and lost all 10 wickets, so those 91 runs. So I think the West Indies might be thinking, or might be comfortable in their minds, that look, all we need is one of these two, and then things can really start to happen for us. But they just have to hold their nerve here just a little bit, and more importantly, hold on to any chances that would come their way at this point in time, because they need a breakthrough here, else the game could get away from them very quickly.
Well, Alzari Joseph is going to continue and bowling to the right-handed Gill, and this time it's short, and Gill is just pulling it over the mid-wicket position. King, the 4. I thought he was at the deep mid-wicket, but they brought him in towards the orthodox mid-wicket position, more square of a square mid-wicket, and it was hit over his head down to the boundary for 4. So that was short from Alzari Joseph. Didn't have any pace on it, and there was Gill just pulling it over mid-wicket down to the boundary for 4. So he goes to 24, 56 now without loss, and just going back to the 50 coming up in just 47 balls with Kishan on 30 and Gill on 19, but they're moved on now to 56 without loss. And Kyle Mears the vice captain?
Yeah, he is.
Because he's going up to have a little chat.
Because it'd be difficult for the wicketkeeper to run that whole distance to come
well,
and tell him.
he's obviously taking a message as well, because he was at slip. So he's talking to Shea Hope. And he's gone towards extra cover now, Mears. So they've strengthened this offside field. Well, they haven't strengthened it, but they've taken the slip out and they've put him towards that cover.
Yeah, the push the other want to cover point now.
Here is Joseph, and just as he was about to deliver, stood there and decided that he may have lost his run.
Yep, it's something he wasn't comfortable.
Yeah, he wasn't comfortable. And not a bad little crowd in Ruskin. You expected more here today?
Yes and no.
Time?
Yeah, yes and no.
Yes,
but I want to
no.
believe.
Yes and no?
I thought there was going to have more people. Yes.
Yes.
But then, given the state of West Indies cricket, I would say no to that regard, because it's just a mixed bag. But I think that win does a lot for this crowd.
Here is it. He's edging it right where a slip would have been. Gill looking to play this ball through the offside. Got a thick outside edge, and it would have flown straight towards a slip. There is none, because Mears came out of that position, and it goes down to the boundary for 4, because Carrier, who is at third man, is not, I would say he's not fine enough. He's more a little bit, well, he's not, he's the orthodox third man position, but couldn't get it wrong. It flew off the edge of the bat and went down to the boundary for 4. So 4 more to the total.
I think that's deliberately so as well. He deliberately opened the face and allowed it to just kiss the edge and fly down to third man.
Well, Here is Gill on 28. Faces up to Joseph. And that's a bad delivery. And Hope couldn't hold on to it. It goes down the leg side. Looking for extra pace. But he lost his line. And that ball was badly pitched outside the leg stump. Hope was diving to his left. But with the pace of Alzari Joseph, he couldn't get around in time. It touched the gloves, but he couldn't hold on to it. And it had enough pace to go down to the boundary for 4. So that's 5 wides here now from Alzari Joseph.
That was
he suddenly
very
lost
wide.
it, yeah.
It was very, very wide indeed.
Probably trying for a little bit of extra pace, Ruskin.
True, and he's probably trying to compensate a little bit as well. But he overcompensated there because that was so wide that the keeper, it just kept going away from him.
65 without loss. We are into over number 9. Here's Joseph into the right-hander, and he's pulling this one, but straight to Moti, who is at mid-on. And you could see him trying to get it a little bit squarer, and may have just come on to him quicker than he anticipated, because Alzari Joseph has some pace, and you know, he can really turn it on when he's ready. I don't think he's had a good series, though.
I don't think he's found his rhythm.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like I said, fast bowling is rhythm. When you have a good rhythm, I almost got to say.
I know, Ruskin. I know you're talking to the right man. Yeah, I know about these things. If my rhythm is not there, and I quite understand you. Here's Joseph into Gill, and this time he's opening. That's a lovely shot. Oh, this man is pure class. It was short. It was outside the line of the off stump, and all he did was open the face, allowed that ball to come onto him, and it was pure timing, getting it away from cover, and it runs down to the boundary for 4. So Alzari Joseph, I think he's in a little bit of trouble, Ruskin. He's not sure where now and how to bowl to Shubman Gill.
Colin, where is the Yorker in today's cricket? It's just, it's almost as if it's like an afterthought when they bowl now, which is something, because a Yorker could be a very good dot ball as well, especially when you're under pressure.
69 for none. Here's Joseph, brilliant sunshine, and this is short, and he pulls it, but this time straight to the backward square leg position. Who's that there? Is that Carty?
Carty.
Yeah, at that backward square leg. It was just a one bounce, and he was able to stop it from going past him. But it's been a good over so far for Shubman Gill. He's got to 32, and at one time he was lagging behind. He was on 19 when Kishan had 30. He's gone past Kishan now. He's on to 32. 1 delivery left for over number 9 to be completed.
3 4s and a 5 already in this over.
Yeah. So that's what, by my calculation, that's 17 runs so far as Joseph into the right-handed Indian opener. And he's forward. They go through for a quick single. He sends him back. And, Gill had to quickly turn and go back. And he's looking up at Kishan because he pushed it. He immediately, in fairness to Gill, immediately called for the run. He was about, I would think, halfway up. And Kishan sent him back. And luckily, Mayers couldn't get that ball in time to hit the stumps at the striker's end. And Gill was back home safely. The end of the over, the end of the 9th over, 69 for none. And, you talk about these guys. The current run rate is 7.67. You talk about these guys, and they're running between the wickets. They've been pretty good so far. But that was a little bit of a miscommunication. I don't think Kishan was really looking for that single.
I don't think he barely moved. And Gill was flying going down the way. Luckily for him, he didn't overcommit. And again, because Myers had to almost put in a dive to get to the ball, he couldn't really gather himself and release it with any real power and accuracy to hit the wicket at the striker's end. But Gill almost gave it away there, because on another day, when you're trying to turn, you could slip and fall, and any number of things could have happened. But luckily for him, he was able to get back. Unfortunately for Myers, he couldn't get a strong enough return and an accurate return at the stump. So Gudakesh Muti is coming into the attack now.
Very interesting move from Hope, bringing Moti into the attack, and this time good delivery. And Kishan just pushing it back up along the track. There is no run. Score remains on 69 without loss. We are into over number 10. So the left-arm orthodox spinner into the attack as Moti into him, and Kishan drives, but straight to Mayers, who is at that extra cover position. A yard either side of him. It would have run off to the boundary. He timed it sweetly, but straight to the man at extra cover. This is a delivery turning into the left-hander, and he's, with the turn, just works it down to the deep backward square leg position, and they amble through for an easy single. Score goes to 70 without loss. Gill is on 32. He's back in strike as Kishan goes to 31. See, the party stand is just there, Ruskin. Are you going to partake any time at all?
It says,
Go across
what is
into
this?
that party
What is this?
stand?
What air is it?
I'm not sure, Ruskin.
I'm seeing air.
Well, maybe it's cold air or hot air. I'm not
air
sure.
condition, I know what it is.
That is a good delivery
Is
that
it air
he's forward.
committee?
So are you
Air committee.
you've got you're with it, Ruskin.
Part of the air
yeah,
committee.
you're part of the air committee. That's very good. Here is Moti round the wicket to the right-handed Gill, and this is a quicker delivery outside the line of the leg stump, but it was short, and there was
Hetmeyer.
Hetmeyer couldn't stop it at extra cover, and they pick up 2 runs as goes all the way down to Shepherd, who is at long off.
You know that this is his 50th one-day international for the West Indies.
Interesting, eh? Because he's been around quite a while, but he's been in and out of the team.
Yep.
Here is Moti into Gill, and Gill is pushing this one nicely down to long off, and they go through for a very easy single. So 1 more to the total. So 35, it's the end of the over, and again Ruskin Mark has just vacated the seat. He's just left me, and you know, he tends to do that all the time. You know, it's the end of the 10th over. It's 73 for Nan. Gill is on 35. Kishan is on 31. Vidya Ramphal. Well, I'm happy to see somebody seated next to me, because all of a sudden if I turn away at any time, Ruskin just disappears.
Well, I think it has something, hello to everyone, with that air committee that Ruskin has mentioned.
Well, yeah, I think it's gone to his head.
Yeah, he's gonna partake a bit earlier than you expected. Thanks, Colin.
Well, Vinod is going to join you, Vinod Mamchan, of course, and for you all to carry on for the next 10 overs or so.
Thank you very much, Colin. And as Vinod makes his way in, well, Gill and Kishan have done brilliantly here for India. And they have, in the power play, 73 runs inside the first 10 overs. Vinod, it's been an exciting start from India.
Yeah, good morning, Vidya. Good morning to all our wonderful listeners across the world. I want to especially welcome our listeners on All India Radio. I hope they're enjoying the Hindi commentary from Ruskin and Colin.
Hindi, you say?
Yeah, Hindi. Well, at the moment, it's 73 without loss after 10. And it's going to be Alzari Joseph to continue in the front so far. And the crowd building up nicely here in the Southland. This is the Brandlar Cricket Academy. It's the pride of the Southland. Here is Joseph from the far end, goes past the umpire now, bowls, and this is a pulled away down to a long leg where there's 1 on offer. Shepherd returns. Score goes on now to 74 without loss, 36 to Gill, and 31 to Kishan.
Yeah, Gill on 36, and he's drawing on all of his experience at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Vinod. He's the only man to score double 100 at this ground. Did so back in that India A series back in 2019. Got 204 of 248 deliveries in a massive partnership in that game.
And he'll have fond memories of this venue, as so many people do. It's a batting paradise. Here he is now, a delivery outside the off stump, pushed away down to backward point, and there is no run. So Joseph, as the previous commentators were saying, hasn't been having a good series, and the Ruskin Mark spoke of a rhythm, and he hasn't picked a rhythm at all here in Vidya.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't had that in this series. And also he's bowling against batters who are very familiar with him. Has spent some time with Gujarat and Mumbai in the IPL. So they're fairly familiar with seeing Alzari Joseph. Yes, he has the pace to go with it, but they do have an idea what he is going to bring to the party when he has the ball in hand.
Here is Joseph running again. Up to the wicket now. Bowls. It's a short in the air and out of here. 6 runs. A short delivery, and Kishan just got underneath that. He was able to send it in the air, done by the air committee, and that's 6 runs.
Yeah, Ruskin Mark was somewhere around there. Well, that had gone high over the head. Is that Jaden Seals there? And Seals actually had a big jump to get to that, but he needed to be Victor Wembanyama to get to that one. The San Antonio Spurs 7'4" center, because that one flew over the head and into the advertising boards. Now, Hetmeyer is telling Seals that he should have gotten that, and he and Hetmeyer having an animated conversation over that right now, Vinod.
Yeah, I think Seals needed a step ladder. Here is Joseph. He bows forward and runs in, goes past the umpire, now bows down the leg side. That's 4 more! Clipped away. The Indians are really enjoying themselves here in the sun. It's now 84 without loss.
Yeah, that one's gone to the boundary. Leg buys, I believe, the call here. And just looking at the replay, just going down the leg side, clipping off the thigh pad and running away for a boundary. Kishan, though, has been brilliant in this series. He's had 3 consecutive international half-centuries, starting with that test match half-century, 2 in the first 2, and looking for a 4th in a row here. It's been in some good form.
Well, one criticism I have of wicketkeeper Shea Hope is the fact that he doesn't skip a wrong. He stands and just looks to dive. He's not in the classical mold of a Derek Murray, who normally would have skipped a wrong to get to the ball. This is clipped away, down behind square. Carrier is there. That's 1 more. So the score goes on now by 1 to 85 without loss. This is over number 11.
Yeah, that initial left movement of the right foot, the anchor foot to the left-handed batsman doesn't move quite readily. I think when it's the other way around to the right-hander, that left foot moves a lot faster. So he might have to do some work keeping to those left-handers from the Pacers.
Yeah, well, you know, you look spectacular by being the way he operates. But efficiency is something else. And this is what you would have seen a lot of Derek Murray. Jeffrey Dujon would have been more spectacular, but I think Derek Murray might have been more effective. This is short, outside the off stump, ballooning away into the gloves of Hope, and a frustrated Alzari Joseph ends his 3rd over. He has conceded 28, the latest score at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. India sent into bat after 11 overs. They're 85 without loss. More thoughts from Vidya Ramphal.
Yes, great start here from India, 85 off their 11 overs. We saw a similar start from them in the last game. However, they fell away after that. The loss of not having Sharma and Virat Kohli in the lineup, certainly they felt it in that last game. Get this, Vinod. Here's a stat for you. West Indies, their entire team, if you add up all of the ODIs, they go up to 436. The India squad is over 1,114 games with Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma in it. Now, when you take out those two, you are taking out 519 ODIs between those two in this match. That's the amount of experience they've lost by not having those two in.
Yeah, well, the Indians, of course, their bench strength is so good. And those coming through the mill really, really good. But one man coming through for the West Indies, and there's a lot of hope where he's concerned, is Gudakesh Moti, formerly Gudakesh Moti Kanhai. He has decided to drop Kanhai. I don't know why. This is a delivery that comes in with the arm and played away down to Hetmeyer at mid-on. There is no run. Moti has been really good so far in his short stint as a West Indian cricketer. Here he is, number 64 on his back. Goes and it's just short, pulled away. And it's running to the left of the big man, the Shepherd. He gets it. And that's just one. That's a good bit of work there by Shepherd. And the score goes on now to 86 without loss.
Takes great effort for the big man to get down. He did well to his weaker hand, the left hand there, Mario Shepherd. But Moti, just going back to him, he started against India last year, got injured in the second ODI, remember, and missed the rest of the series. But he had really started to get himself into this team. I think he's one of those that you really have to pencil in very early when you're a selector.
Is Kanhai Moti Kanhai again. This time it's a good delivery, nearly sneaks through, and it goes down to first slip. There is no run. Just want to say good morning to all our listeners at Starbrook Market, where normally the commentary is very, very loud. I think Colin Murray's a favorite at that Starbrook Market. Here is Moti again, played away to short mid wicket. There is no run.
Well, Colin may argue he's a favorite everywhere.
Tell me he's a favorite in Davy. He consumed 17 doubles once. Squeezed away down behind square. Possibly some batter on that. Let's wait and see. Yes. So that's one more to Gill. Gill has really looked a lot better this morning, and as you said before, he had a double century here. That might have just made him feel a little more welcoming. You know, these little things normally sparks good things for cricketers. Smash down the ground. Can I get his hands to that? That's 4. Well, Morty, did he get his hand to that? It must be burning. After 12, it's a 91 without loss. That was hammered there, Vidya.
Yeah, it certainly was. I think he may have gotten the left hand across to it and maybe took the sting out of it slightly, but not enough for that one not to go to the boundary. 91 without loss after 12. And Kishan, who has been slowing up just a little bit now, has returned to the party here. He's up to 43 of 38 deliveries. Moti, none for 10 of his 2 overs. Outside of that 4, those 11 deliveries, only giving away 6 runs there. That's how efficient and effective he's been so far.
Yeah, he has been really good, Moti. And there's going to be a change of bowling at the southern end. It seems as if Shepherd is going to come into the attack now. That was hammered by Kishan. And at the moment, the score is 91. Well, Vidya Rampal is shaking his head. He didn't get his hands at all to that. Shepherd had a good game the last game. 18 wickets in 25 matches at an average of 44. He will want to work on that average, but the equal rate in today's cricket is not that bad. Here he is, Romario Shepherd, up to the wicket now. Bowls, and this time beaten outside the off stump. Just pushing at that. There was Shubman Gill.
Yeah, the man from Linden, 3 for 37 in the second ODI into his 25th ODI now. His economy rate is 5.49 in List A matches. Now, at T20s, that's where he's really struggled. His economy rate well over 9 in that format. So that's been the problem for him. He's a lot better in this particular format. Let's hope he can, for the sake of the West Indies, offer some greater control here.
Here's Shepherd up to the wicket now. Bows to Gill. Gets a delivery coming into him, works it away down to a long one, and there is one, Kishan, who was fortunate to have been given a life early on, dropped by Casey Carty. It was an easy catch really to backward point. You would have taken that with both hands tied behind your back and blindfolded.
Well, I thank you for your optimism, at least with that comment. Yeah, you would have felt that somebody of the quality of Carty would have taken that. He's used to having the gloves, though. So sometimes outfielders in the outfield are missing that one, and that one going away. A really could be a very expensive miss.
It's proving to be. Here is Shepherd round the wicket, bowls, and this time it's hammered for 6. One security guard is on the ground. As that was hammered. That was still going after it hit the grass mound. 6 more. Takes the score to 98 without loss.
Whoa, that one was really hit that one hard into the deck, and Kishan, that would have gone over the top of leg stump, got inside it nicely, and wow, lifted that one, helped it on its way, and that one cleared the boundary by some distance, maybe about 20 meters or so. Vinod, that one flew away for 6 runs.
Yeah, it was flat and it was going still. That was struck with violence. 98 without loss. Kishan is giving the fans here a real exhibition. And of course, Gill at the other end has been languid and has been beautiful as ever. The score is 98 without loss. The run rate at the moment 7.8.
Well, you say violence. They might have to contact the nearby Monrepo police station and make a report of that.
Yeah,
we'll have to ask Anil Lakan to look into that for us.
He's normally at the Monrepo police station, but he's not a police. So I'll leave it there. 98 without loss. This is over number 13. You'll hear Anil Lakan a little later on today as Shepherd is going to continue around the wicket, just below the CG United sign. And here he is. He leans forward. He's a big man. Round the wicket. Bowls now to Kishan. This is played away down to backward point, a better line. There is no run. The West Indies could be steering a big, big total here.
Yeah, they certainly could at this Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and we've been here for most of the year watching cricket. Offers generous bounce, but it has been excellent for the batters here. Most of the teams that have played here have come up with some big scores.
This is a delivery that builds some height. Well played by Kishan. That's keeping it down. And he seemed a bit surprised by that. He's speaking to Gill.
Yeah, a bit more effort into that one there from Shepherd. Really pounded that one into the pitch, and maybe thought about pulling that one initially, and then the ball was onto him in a hurry. Luckily, just able to knock it out towards that extra cover region.
Shepherd again up to the wicket now, bowls, and that's a good delivery. Bat and pad close together. This time Kishan, he's on the 49, probably the 50 playing on his mind. So it's the end of the over. After being struck for a 6, he came back well there. Shepherd 7 runs coming in the over. At the end of 13, the latest score, the Brown Cricket Academy in their 98 without loss. More thoughts from Vidya Ramphal.
Kishan just one away from his 4th consecutive half century at the international level. Gill is also going very well here. The Indians are looking very ominous. Who's going to stem the tide here? Moti has, he did provide some control for the West Indies in the second ODI especially, and also looked good in the first one in that very short match. He has to put his hand up here for the West Indies, but at the other end, the Seamers have been leaking runs here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
So it's Moti to continue. Left arm orthodox. This delivery coming in with the arm, driven straight down to long off. Alzari Joseph is there. So that's one more to Gill. Gill makes everything look easy, doesn't he?
Yeah, he certainly does, and grown up playing on those concrete strips in Punjab, and that would explain some of those short-arm jabs you see. The ball comes onto you just that bit faster on those concrete strips.
Well, Shepherd was coming into the 30-yard circle. Moti sends him back at long off. Here is Moti. He's in and bowls. This is whipped away down wide of long on. Well fielded there by Alzari Joseph. That's one more. That's his half century. So Ishan Kishan gets his 4th half century at the international level. It is met with tremendous applause by the Indian fans.
Yeah,
it also brings up the 100.
Yeah, the 100 up there for India. It's also his 6th 50 at ODI level. He does have a double 100 to go with that. The 25-year-old out from Patna, and he has been in great form here. Great audition for him for the World Cup squad.
Just 43 deliveries. This time this is worked away to a straightish mid-on. No run. So that first slip still being maintained here. Moti has done well for the West Indies in this short spell here. 2.3, none for 12. Given what has transpired, here's Moti, he's in again, and Gill just comes forward, pushes it down the ground, and there is one more. So remember, the West Indies and India is squared at 1-all, and they'll be looking, whoever wins here takes the series. So the fans that have really built up here at the Brown Cricket Academy, it's getting to be very impressive, and they will be hoping that the West Indies could win a series against India. Here is Moti again. That's well bowled, turning into the left-handed. Kishan plays it away to square leg, and there is no run.
West Indies have won a series against India in 12 series since 2006. That was the last time.
This time he's initially coming down the track, going back, gets a single. One more to Kishan. The score is 102 without loss. And that's the end of over number 14. Kishan 51, and Gill is on 40.
Yeah, that record for the West Indies. West Indies having an excellent record against India. India actually won only their first series against the West Indies back in October 1994. That was in India, where the Test series, I'm sure you famously remember, drawn at 1-all there. India actually won that series 4-1. After that, India started to win a couple of series, but the West Indies were still very dominant. But that all came to a halt in 2006. I mean, how interesting that was. West Indies won that series 4-1, that 5-match series, and then he just, like, the form just fell off a cliff.
Yeah, it was since then. Well, even before then, there's been a gradual decline of West Indies cricket since the early 90s, and well, now it's more than gradual. They're at a situation where they can only go forward from here. Here is Shepherd with a new over around the wicket. Comes in now, bowls to Kishan. This is short, and he cuts it away down to the sweeper at the cover boundary. Gets one more, not really getting hold of it. And that takes the score along now to 103 without loss.
Yeah, this has been a pitch that has traditionally favored the spinners. Spinners in 190 spinners taking 195 wickets here, and with an economy rate of 6.3. For pace bowlers, 213 wickets, 8.05. So they've been a lot more expensive here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, Shepherd up to the wicket now bowls. This delivery comes into Gill. He allows it to come on to him, and he's able to maneuver it to the right of mid-wicket for 1. So that takes the score along further. It's now 104 without loss.
Yeah, so certainly it's shaping up to be a big total here for India. Michael Goff, the umpire, tall, former England under-19 captain, just maybe imparting some words of advice there to Ishan Kishan. Don't hit it so hard, he might be saying.
Yeah, Shepherd, he comes in, and this is cut away, down to backward point for 4. Given width, and Kishan just had to lean into it. Shepherd is looking at the sweeper on the cover boundary. There was no way he was going to get that, even with an Uber. And that's into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Casey Carthy he wasn't that far away from it, but it was hit so brilliantly that he had absolutely no chance. Maybe about 10 to 15 meters away. A backward point was beaten all ends up. That was Alec Athanaze, and he's one of the better fielders on this team. So neither fielder, I think it was just disappointment more than anything on the part of Shepherd.
Yeah, Shepherd. Round the wicket. Bowls now again. He loves that shot because he bowls a similar delivery, this time playing a little bit earlier. He gets only 1 down to Carty, who's sweeping on the cover boundary. The score now goes on to 109 without loss. 41 to Gill, 57 to Ishan Kishan.
Yeah, the crowd has come up, hopefully, to see a West Indies victory for the first time against India in the series since 2006. And even a victory against India, there was a remarkable one. West Indies haven't beaten India since 2019. A 5-wicket win back in December then.
Shepherd is in a slow delivery. They're looking for 2, down to the sweeper. Collects nicely and returns. Good work there by Jaden Seals. Cuts it down to 1. It's 110 without loss. The West Indies, they need that elusive breakthrough. Once they can get that, they will think that they can probably stem the flow of runs here.
Yeah, this one's shaping up to be a real run fest here, Vinod. India could get away to a very good total. The run rate would suggest something in the region of between 350 and 375. And that will certainly be great for the crowd here. I'm not sure for the coaches. They might be pulling out some hair at the moment already, Vinod.
He is now outside the off stump, and a lazy bit of a shot there from Ishan Kishan. Just pushing at it. Kept a bit low as well, through to the keeper. At the end of 15, it's 110 without loss. No respite here for the West Indies.
Certainly none. And a similar shot to the one that he played earlier in the last over from Shepherd. That delivery, just dropping on the hard length, just homing in on maybe about a 4th stump line, has troubled him a bit here. And I think Shepherd would have taken note of that. He might look to get a few in that area, because that's where you can't cut, he can't pull it because it's of the pace of Shepherd. So you might want to focus on that particular line and length.
So let's go through the field. There's a solitary slip, backward point, cover, sweeper also on the cover boundary, long on, long off. There's a mid-wicket and a backward square. This is cut uppishly, just a few meters to the right of a backward point, and they're going to come back for 2. Again, Gill not in total control there. It's 112 now without loss.
Yeah, it looked like Athanaze was wrong-footed. I think he was expecting that one to go to his left, then suddenly had to readjust to his right. But it didn't go as fast as he anticipated either. It just sort of floated past him, almost like a keeper going the wrong way at a penalty.
Oh, yes, boy.
Gill is forward, brought forward there by Moti.
Well, Hope liked it. You could have heard that on the effects mic. Enjoyed that one totally there from the Guyanese left-arm spinner.
Ball.
This is pushed away. Carty has had a lot of work today. They come back for 2, down to the cover sweeper position. Score goes on to 114 now.
Stay.
Well, he batted well in the last game, Carty, so he should have a lot of confidence in his game at the moment. He'll be hoping to do the same again today.
This time, this is aimed at his legs. Gets it away, down to long on. One more. Hasn't been bad at all here, Moti.
Yeah, there was a time when West Indies India would have been a mismatch. You would have penciled in the West Indies to win the series. but that change happened a long time ago. As you mentioned, this is going to be the 13th series if India go on to win, that they will beat West Indies in an ODI series on the trot. That is absolute carnage.
Simon's down the track and he's dropped. Morty thought he had him there.
I'm wondering if they hammered that into the ground. Let's see here. We're looking at the replay now, and Moti got the hands up. Michael Goff, the umpire, was jumping out of the way.
Yeah, it's Moti again. He bowls. This is played away. A lovely bit of work from Hetmeyer, but he can't get the ball to effect the run out. So that's one more. So you can't fault Hetmeyer. He did well at the end of 16. It's 116 without loss. Moti has bowled 4 overs, none for 20.
Yeah, he just flopped on that one there. Hetmeyer made the stop. Unfortunately, couldn't retrieve the ball in time to get the run out. But this has been an absolutely awesome start here from India, 116 without loss. When you consider, Vinod, on this particular venue, this is, of course, as we mentioned, the first ODI to be played here. In 23 previous List A matches here, the team batting first has gone past 250 only 7 times. It's not been a venue in 50 over matches where teams have gone by. Unfortunately, those teams have not had the likes of Gill and Kishan in their lineup. So that would be the explanation why. But it looks like India could be on their way to something in the region of 350 unless the West Indies can intervene at this point.
Yeah, I think the West Indian slow bowlers should be able to bring it down a tad. But that's the situation. The players break for drinks. We take a short break. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back. We are now refreshed and ready to go. With the Ramphal, of course, who normally walks with a tall mug filled with his special brew. I think it's coffee.
Not here today because well, the media center has been moved to the other side of the stadium. That's been the problem for me today.
I think we'll need to address that. With,
Either we move or they move, but somebody's going to have to move.
Somebody has to move. But it's not Kishan. He has been there all day. Here is a delivery down the leg side, whipped away. It beats backward square leg into the boundary for 4. A desperate dive by Moti. All he could have done is to parry it into the boundary for 4. It's a badly lined delivery by Shepard and Kishan prospers.
Yeah, that's the angle. He's trying to get it into the body of Kishan. Just got it too much on the leg side there, and Kishan just helped it on his way. Moti is left-handed. That went to his right hand, and I think he's done some damage to his right hand again here because he's there flipping it. Remember, the second ODI last year, it was the thumb on his right hand that got hit when he was attempting a catch.
Shepard again, he bowls. This time it comes off the inside edge. As Kishan plays forward, that's one more down to Moti behind square. Score is now 121 without loss. And Shepard in his third over, none for 20. And you know, Colin Murray goes about the place. After his spell, he normally gets up and walks. He's not at the Queen's Park Oval to go into the President's box. So he has been collecting stuff around the ground and he comes in with something.
Yeah. I think just his name alone, people just want to hand him stuff.
It's 121 without loss. Here is Shepard, pushed away by Gill. There is no run.
Yeah, just going back to the previous delivery that Kishan got the single. Similar line to the two previous deliveries where Kishan, that hard length coming into, maybe on that fourth stump line, coming into the body of Kishan. That one tried to play a different shot. Instead of trying to pull it, maybe trying to play it off the back foot, forcing shot, almost played it on the onside. So I think Shepard's onto something here against Kishan.
Here he is, up to the wicket, bowls a slow delivery. Played away by Gill, as easy as that. So Gill now moves on to 47. It's 148. Sorry, it's 122 without loss. Gill has faced 47 deliveries, has looked unfussed, untroubled.
Yeah, Gill, as we mentioned earlier, his batting here, that 204 that he scored, 19 fours and 2 sixes. It was one of the great innings you'd have ever seen here at this venue. Put on 315 for the 5th wicket with Hanuma Vihari.
Played away down to mid-wicket. There is no run. So the score remains 122 without loss.
And such is the embarrassment of riches in this India team. Vihari, who after scoring that 118 here, went on to play for India and has absolutely just disappeared off the scene. Another player who was on that team from 2019 in the India A team, Mayank Agarwal, has also disappeared off the India setup.
A number of them coming through with impressive first-class records. This is whipped away, full toss, down to mid-on. There is no run. End of the over. And at the end of over number 17, it's 122 without loss. India sent into bat.
Yeah, India certainly looking for a score in the region of 350 and beyond here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Special occasion for the ground itself, which was opened back in 2017. The ground here hosting its first ODI, hosted its first T20 international last year when India came to the Caribbean in July. Will also host the first T20 international in 2 days' time. And now we're seeing Yannick Karaya playing for, I believe, the first time in front of his home crowd as a West Indian player.
Yes, he has been pretty good in West Indies colours. 11 wickets in 11 matches at an average of 36.91, an equal rate of 5.97, and a best of 2 for 26. We want to better that today. Carrier has a very fancy hairstyle. He probably got that at Queen's Park.
Yeah, I think he's been visiting Colin Murray's barber. Doesn't Colin have one of those?
He has one, but it doesn't take very long. Every time he visits the barber, it doesn't take long. 122 without loss, and here is the local boy, Yannick Carrier. He's in on bowls. Nice loop on that one. Pushing forward is Gill. Gill is on 48. Kishan is on 63. I tell you something, if the local boy can get a breakthrough here, you will hear the noise from this crowd that is building up very impressively indeed. Here is Carrier. He loves to be called Carrier and not Carrier. Here he is, up to the wicket now, bowls. Again, forward is Gill, straight to Hetmeyer. There is no run.
Yeah, he hasn't seen a lot of Carrier Gills, just still trying to work out there. You can see on that characteristic cricketer fashion, just pushing the hands as to where he wanted the ball to go. Was trying to get that through the cover region.
Yeah, it's Carrier again. That's a good delivery. There was some bite on that, but forward was Gill on that occasion. There is no run. So in the main, the crowd has been very quiet here today, Vidya, just taking in the action and just hoping for something.
And will it be the local boy to do it? The man with 59 on his back here. Certainly not the biggest of crowds we've ever seen here.
It's Carrier, short, pulled away, and that's his half century. 4 runs there to Gill. He brings it up of 51 deliveries. It has been a good knock by Shubman Gill.
5th half century at international level in the ODIs for Shubman Gill. He does have a couple of centuries to go with it. In fact, it is also going to be his 2nd half century here in Trinidad. In the 3rd ODI last year, he got to 98. The rains came down and he was robbed of the opportunity to get his 100. Boy, he would love to get another one here.
Well, there's no threat of rain at the moment. Lovely sunshine. This is well bowled. There's a chance for a run out at Maya, and the throw was too high. Hope is upset. That should have been a chance.
Yeah, that should have been run out there. There was a lot of uncertainty about that single, especially from Gill. Kishan actually took off faster, and he's just diving in. Had that been a lower throw, trajectory throw there from Hetmeyer, he would have been certainly run out.
Yeah, so Hetmeyer initially running in, falling over. That might have put him off. So Gill is on to 53. Kishan is on 63, 127 without loss. And as is customary, I'd like to say good morning to my dear friend in Barbados, David DeCourcy Fitzgerald Patrick Harris. Hope that he's enjoying the cricket. Here is Carrier down the track and down to mid-wicket on the boundary. Only one. Not really getting hold of that. Hasn't been a bad over at all from a Carrier. 6 runs coming though. At the end of 18, the latest score at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, India 128 without loss. More thoughts from Vidya Ramphal.
Well, he was hitting with the turn there, Carrier turning it across the left-hander, and Kishan is having some problems with the bat here. I think he wants, is it the bat rubber? He's asking first of all for a glove, so he's changing that, but I think the problem is with the bat rubber, so that's what they've brought on for him now. Yuzvendra Chahal is the man who's come on, and what a shame that Chahal, who has taken 121 ODI wickets in 72 matches. He's not playing here today, the man from Haryana. And India progressively have not shown the tendency to play both him and the other spinner in the lineup. That's Kuldeep Yadav together. They're playing them less and less now since the last World Cup.
Yeah, and both had a big hand in that T20 victory that India had here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. The last time around, Kuldeep Yadav was unplayable on that occasion. And, you know, we speak of the riches of the Indian team, and you'll think that this is a team that will dominate cricket for quite a long time to come.
Well, they have selected their team to Ireland, and guess who's back? Jasprit Bumrah is back and is captain.
It's a short, pulled away, 6 into the CG United stand. It was short. He didn't really get a hold of it as he would have liked, but it had enough on it that took it over the boundary line, and that's 6 more. It's now.
Yeah, Shepard trying to find that line outside the off stump, which has troubled Kishan so far. That one just a bit shorter. He still didn't get all of it, and that one coming off possibly maybe the bottom part of the bat, and it went very, very flat and maybe about 10 meters away from Seals, who wasn't far away from that.
Well, Seals has been brought around square. This time, this takes the edge for ugly but effective Down to third man. It's 138 without loss. Kishan is on 74.
Yeah, he's going through a difficult period here. Yes, he's gotten a 6 and a 4. That 6 could have easily gone to Seals. This one, edge that would have flown straight between first and second slip. Well, that may have flown actually over the slip, to be honest. That one's gone away for 4 runs. But Kishan still managing to get the runs here for India. Valuable stuff here from him. He's up to 74.
Yes, Shepherd round the wicket. He comes in and bowls, driving straight to cover. There is no run. Well, on tracks like this, in weather like this, you wonder sometimes if these bowlers would have rather been a makeup artist.
Yes, certainly. It's weather where bowlers chase leather. Let's just put it that way. And the way Kishan is approaching this innings here, well, the West Indies, once he continues to play strokes like this, the West Indies will have a chance. And how they are regretting that missed chance from earlier in the innings.
Well, it's now going to change to over the wicket, looking to push those deliveries across the left-handed Kishan. Here he is, up to the wicket now, bowls to Kishan, edged, down to third man. There is protection there in the form of Joseph, so that's one more. This is where he should have been bowling, I thought, to him all the while, looking to push the ball across the left-hander. He was going round the wicket and feeding him it into the body, and he struck him for 3 sixes down behind square.
Yeah, once he's put it short, he has been absolutely hammered here. Hasn't bowled an awful lot here to Shubman Gill. Let's see how he approaches this one. India 139 without loss. That edge going towards a third slip. More protection for that.
This time this is played away down through mid-wicket. 1 for Gill. Gill makes batting look so easy. Sometimes he makes you want to pick up the game.
Yeah, he certainly does. And one of the accusations against Gill has been that he doesn't try enough. He just looks so languid. And that's something that you find a lot, Vinod, with those players who make the game look easy. Think about, let's say, a Roger Federer in tennis, or Pernell Whitaker in boxing, or even Zinedine Zidane in football. They make the game look ridiculously easy, and they're always accused of not trying hard enough.
Well, here's Shepherd. He comes in on balls. Kishan drives, not getting hold of it. A chance there. Moti fires at the stumps and the non-strikers in and misses. Well, he reminds me so much of VVS Latchman as well. 141 without loss after 19.
Yeah, that's right. Certainly very aesthetically pleasing, these type of players like Gill. And you wonder about that time paradox, Vinod, that it seems to have. All of the players, even the man at the other end, seems to be playing frenetically, and he's just making it look like the easiest thing in the world. It has something to do with advanced information, really knowing exactly what the bowler is going to do. So you're really there in position already to play your shots.
Yeah, I like that. Advanced information. It's going to be Carrier to continue to carry the attack here for the West Indies. And at the moment, the crowd is building up. And you always almost want to see the West Indies team do well, just to encourage these people. The West Indies team not doing great at the moment, yet they're out here supporting their nation. And this is what you want to see. But I'm sure the players out there will want to give them something. 141 without loss. Here is Carrier bowls, and this is struck down the ground. He did get his hands to it, and it goes down to Moti at long off. One hopes that his hand is in order. That was struck powerfully, so that's one more.
Yeah, that seemed to hit the fleshy part of the right hand of Carrier. Now the balls are looking at the replay here. The left-hander hits that down. Woo! I think it might be a drop catch, but I think Michael Goff is saying thank you very much, Yannick Carrier, because you just saved me from copping one to the jaw.
Well, if you look at Goff, he might have copped that around the belly button. He's so tall. I think he's about 7 feet, which is about 5 feet taller than Colin Murray. Here is Carrier. He's in and bowls, and Gill just clips this away just behind square for 1. Colin Murray is in conversation with the young man in the back. I think he's Glenora's coach, Ian Wason.
Yeah, one of the clubs in Port of Spain, Trinidad here.
I think Glenora played in the North Zone.
North Zone T20 Cup.
Yeah, all 14 matches they lost.
No, they actually got to the finals. Correction there. We can't be so unkind to them. They got to the finals, losing out to a very good police team.
That's after they changed their coach. Here is Carrier. He's into Kishan, who's back, cutting down the point. There is no run. The score remains 143 without loss. And up next will be Colin Murray, and a real former cricketer, Ruskin Mark.
A real former cricketer, you say. Ruskin would have had his time in the field, played against Pakistan. Intikhab Alam's Pakistan,
He
all
did
the way
remove
back then.
Majid Khan, and asked what was all the fuss about. Down the track here, this time he's gone! Carrier strikes, he's out stump! And the man from Queen's Park Cricket Club, Yannick Carrier, brings the crowd to their feet. It's 143 for 1. It's the end of Kishan, and the Carrier seems to be telling Kishan, what's all the fuss about? You should have been back long time. Look at that. It kept low, it gripped, and Hope had enough time to go to C3, order a coffee, then come back and complete the stumping. He's on his way, Kishan. A beautiful knock of 77. Chancy, I dare say, though. 3 sixes and 8 fours. He's stumped by Hope of the bowling of Carrier.
Yeah, he was looking that he was going to give the West Indies chances there. Coming down the track, trying to open up space to hit that one through the offside. Carrier getting one to turn very sharply, pitched maybe about middle and off, and turned enough to beat the leg stump and beat the bat more importantly. And the easiest of stumpings there for Shea Hope, who was there to take the bails off. He had an eon of time, really, Shea Hope, to effect the stumping.
Well, that turned even more than Jack Warner going back to the UNC. It's now 143 for 1, and Gill remains on 55. Gaikwad is the new batsman coming in. I tell you something here, Vidya Shankar, they're enjoying themselves out there, the crowd now.
Yeah, finally, the smiles are as broad as Port of Spain itself here at the moment, because the wicket has fallen, and not just for the West Indies, to one of the local boys, and Carrier certainly did help that. He's taken an average of 1 wicket per match, so let's hope he can push on here, get a couple more for his team.
Best of 2 for 26, and how he would like to better that in front of his home crowd here. 143 for 1. Carrier has given the West Indies a slight opening here. Let's see what will happen. Here he is into Gaikwad, and he has him pushing forward. He took his hands away from him there. He had him pushing way forward, and down to backward point. Athanaze is there, and replacing Vidya Shankar will be Colin Murray very soon, of course, and Ruskin Mark will come a-calling. Vidya did take a wicket before his departure. I'm depending on Ruskin Mark. Here is Carrier. He's in now on bowls, and this is played away just behind square for 1. It's the end of the over, at the end of 20 after more thoughts from Vidya Shankar. There'll be Colin Murray and his cousin Ruskin Mark.
Thanks very much, Vinod. Raturaj Gaikwad, the 26-year-old from Pune, playing only his second ODI for India. Hasn't had a lot of experience, but came into this India squad on the back of an excellent IPL back in 2021, one of the top scorers in the competition, but now a chance here to stake a claim for an ODI place for India. As I say, welcome back to Ruskin Mark. How are you, Ruskin?
I'm very well, thank you, Vidya. And of course, Gaikwad with getting an opportunity here now, and I'm sure he'll be hoping to take full advantage of this. And really, when you get into the Indian team, it represents a chance that you try to take with both hands, because you just don't know what tomorrow will bring. As Alzari Joseph is back into the attack right now for the Windies, 144 for 1 at the moment. Shubman Gill is on 55, and this is the new man, Gaikwad, who's on 1, and he's right in behind it, pushes it up on the offside, and it can't get a run. It goes down to mid-off, and no run there. As I welcome back Colin Murray, and certainly Colin, from one Queen's Park man to another, brilliant with a ball in there from Yannick.
Yeah, excellent delivery, wasn't it? And Kishan was on the attack. He was in all attack mode, but that was not... he could have also been bowled. It missed the leg stump, but it spun in. I thought at one time it might have been the googly going away from Gaikwad, but it turned and went between bat and pad, and a smart bit of work from Shea Hope.
Well, here is Joseph pitching up right there, attacking the pads there. You could see him putting that left pad there, and then having to play across it slightly. Plays it to mid-on. Can't get a run as it goes down there. So all of a sudden there's a buzz around the ground now. The hope is that the West Indies will continue to take wickets, And just to pull things back here a little bit, India after a flying start.
Well, remember, Ruskin, and we made mention of it, these two, Kishan and Gill, put on 90 in the Barbados, in the second ODI, and they were all out for 181.
Joseph will try to effect that again, bowls another good ball, trying to turn it on the onside, hit more of a leading edge, went down to mid-off once more. Not where he intended it to go, but certainly yet to settle here. Gaikwad, as Shubman Gill at the other end is strolling around quite nicely. And you look at him, he just seems so elegant and so deliberate in everything that he does. He just seems to have all the time in the world.
The thing about him, and we'll talk after this delivery from Joseph.
He's with him now. This is Gaikwad. Wants a quick single. It's not there. That's good work from Joseph. Just sprinting across to the right-hand side. Gill saw the danger and sent him back immediately.
You look at Gill, and he's got 55 from 54 deliveries. And really and truly, it's just been pure shots, pure class. He hasn't really, he hasn't done anything out of the ordinary. You look at Kishan, and Kishan was at times coming down the track trying to hit the ball over the top. Gill has just been fluent. He's just been stroking the ball. You give him a bad ball, he puts it away. You bring it up to him, he drives. And you really look at it, 55 and 54, you would think that he's gone after the bowling.
That's another good delivery. There's a stifled appeal. Not out, says the umpire. They're going for one. They might actually come for a second. No. Hetmeyer comes screaming in, and I say screaming guardedly, as he comes in from fine leg.
I think Hope has gone upstairs to review it, has he? And let's
He's thinking about it, but I don't think they will go upstairs.
Yeah, he went down to Alzari Joseph, and he asked Alzari Joseph, and I think the discussion was that it may have just been going down the leg side.
Mm-hmm. And
it was sliding down, and maybe height as well.
It could have been. And Alzari Joseph, though, really thought he was in the money there, as you could see Gaikwad just trying to play slightly across the line. And again, he thrust that left pad, and then he has to bring the bat across the pad. It's just those little things that bowlers pick up with batsmen so often. But this is the danger man here now, Shubman Gill, waiting as Alzari Joseph has him waiting a little bit. His field is well spread as he's on his way once more from the southern end, and this time again just turning it as the ball comes into him, plays it on the onside to end the over. 145 for 1 at the end of the over. Gaikwad is 2, Gill is 55.
Well, that hasn't been a bad over. You look at Alzari Joseph, just a one run coming in that over, but not only that, the scoring, the run rate, has now gone down. The current run rate, just about 6.9. They were motoring at one stage of nearly 7.8, 7.9. But you always find that with the loss of a wicket, things slow down a little bit. The new batsman coming in has to get acclimatized with the bounce, the pace of the pitch. So he's going to find his way, maybe just trying to settle in, Gaikwad. The thing with Gaikwad is that he is a no-nonsense player. He tends to go after the ball. His favorite position really is opener, but he's come in at number 3, and I would expect after a while, once he gets to get the base and bounce of this pitch, he's going to be going after the bowling.
A pitch that has played true so far. It has a good delivery, just beating the outside edge. Almost a similar delivery that got Kishan, but this time to the right hand, they just spun past the outer edge, also missing the off stump.
An excellent delivery, pitched, and he's getting some turn. And Gaikwad was playing down the line of the ball, and it pitched and turned, beat the outside edge. There's a slip in place, so they're looking for wickets here, West Indies, against this new batsman, Gaikwad.
He's with him now, Correa, and this one he's on the back foot, punches it into the offside, easy single square of the wicket on the offside. And even if they're not scoring boundaries, this is what the Indian batsmen are noted for. They can still rotate strike quite frequently and keep the scoreboard ticking over. There's a little inside edge.
With the previous delivery from Alzari Joseph. Yeah, they got a little bit of an inside edge. That also was another reason why they probably didn't go for the review.
Certainly it is. Here's Correa once more. Again, another good delivery, and this time Gill has to treat it with respect. Just groping onto that front foot, playing it out into the offside.
The previous delivery, Ruskin, was a little too short to Gaikwad, and he was easily onto that back foot. And you know that's the thing with a leg spinner. I mean, Carrier has some control, but he really needs to keep that ball, give it a little bit of air. Now they've put a slip in, and which is a brave move for a man who is on 55 not out.
Well, they probably think that if he's getting turned, he might also turn it past Gill. He's going with him. This time he's driven nicely into the cover region. There is cover out in the deep. I think Carty's out there. He does well and sends the return. And the ball does hit the bat at the non-striker, but he's able to, it doesn't deflect too much. In fact, it bounces easily to Myers, who is backing up.
Yeah, that was a good bit of fielding from Carty. He had to move swiftly. It was a good drive, firm drive from Gill, but there was Carty coming around quickly because Gill was looking for two, but Carty got to that ball much quicker.
Correa again, and he's cutting. This one kept a bit low, and it was a little wider too as well, and he had to fetch it outside the off-stump Gaikwad. Another single to him, so he's just rotating strike here now. He's on to 4. 56 to Gill, who's back on strike. And the crowd continues to grow here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And spectators, a lot of youngsters, a lot of families as well. And I've seen a few umbrellas going up. It's hot. And you see here's Correa again. This time he's just nudging and running. Good cricket again from Gill. Just allowing the ball to spin and is able to just push it into the offside to end the over. 149 for 1. As the over comes to an end, 22 in the books. Gill is 57 for to Gaikwad.
Not a bad over from Carrier when you think just 4 runs coming from it, but 2 of his deliveries I thought were far too short. He's got to look. He's got to take that. He tries to push it through, and when he tries to push it through, that's when he gets the balls come short. And you know you just give it a little bit there. He's getting some turn, which is important. You know, he's getting a little bit of turn. So let us, hope that he continues, but, giving that ball here.
Yeah, here he is again now, Alzari Joseph, picking up the attack now from that southern end. On his way once more, nice straight approach and bang on target this time. And Gill could only defend as he plays it out in front of him. And you're right, Gill, this is kind of, I don't want to say it's not a typical Gill innings because we've seen the class, but he hasn't gone crazy. I think he only has 4 fours.
That's right. It's been a controlled innings, for want of a better word. He's played everything on its merit. But the thing is, when he's finding the gaps in the field, he's capitalizing on the bad deliveries, whether they're short or too full. But he's playing good cricket in shots all the time.
He's on his way once more. Joseph pitching up to him, turns on the onside and turns it much squarer than Joseph probably anticipated. He felt it might have been going to that fairly straight mid-wicket, but he had to run across to his right in order to intercept that ball. That's Brandon King, who is coming into the slip corner now that Gaikwad is back on strike. 150 on the board.
Well, they're putting a slip for Gaikwad, which is a good move. He's just come into bat. And, he hasn't looked all that comfortable against Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph working up a pace here. And Gaikwad hasn't looked all that comfortable.
He's with him again. And you could just see him do again, like I was saying, this is typical how sort of like the subcontinent batters. They tend to just turn the face of the bat every so often, looking to score as much as possible. But there's a big gap there as well. That is an inviting gap for him. So Joseph has to be careful. If he starts too straight, maybe too much towards middle stump, he can easily be turned into that vacant mid-wicket position. There is cover though at the deep square leg position, but there's a big acreage out there on the onside.
Well, he's just looking to work that ball onto the onside to pick up an easy single.
Let's see how Joseph does. He's on his way once more. The slip goes down. Short ball pulled away. And it's into the gap. Not much Romario Shepherd could do about that one as the ball races past his left hand down behind square for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a poor delivery from Alzari Joseph. It had no pace on it. It was short and Gaikwad got into position nicely. It was a lifting delivery, maybe just about head height, but it was so short that from the time Gaikwad saw it, he was onto that back foot and he just swiveled and hit it nicely to the left of the man down at fine leg. Shepherd, he couldn't get around in time, but it was timed so perfectly by Gaikwad. It came off the middle of the bat, but far too short from Alzari Joseph.
Let's see what he does now as the sun is coming back with us. It just went out for a little bit, but it's back with us now. The ground here looks a picture as he comes striding across the turf, bowls, and again he's challenging that front pad. As you can see, Gaikwad coming onto the front foot and then playing at a slightly awkward angle to play it on the onside. And, but he does well. He plays it with the full face of the bat, but he can't get a run. Correa is standing there at mid-on. And certainly Alzari Joseph has had his moments. He's not in the pink of form, as we would say, at the moment. He just seems a little bit off colour.
Yeah, he's going at nearly 7 runs and over, just short of 7 runs and over, and that's not good for Alzari Joseph. He's a better bowler than that.
Well, he's on his way. He puts his head down and he comes racing in now. Bowls, edged, and he's caught. Brilliantly done indeed, and that is the end of Gaikwad. It's 154 for 2 now. Gaikwad goes for 8, and the catch taken there at slip brilliantly by Brandon King. And the West Indies pick another pepper. 154 now for 2.
And that's good captaincy by Hope, and that's good bowling. We were talking about Alzari Joseph not bowling all that well. He's been too short. This one, he took it up outside the line of the off stump to Gaikwad. Gaikwad was looking for that drive, peeled off the outside edge, and King took a low catch at first slip. Now remember, King was fielding at the mid-wicket position, and Hope took him out of there, brought him into the slip position for Gaikwad, who went for that drive, and he just got that outside edge. It was dying on King, so a really good catch because he had to lean forward and he took the catch nicely. So 154 for 2. Gaikwad, who had come into the team, hasn't really done all that well, or hasn't done well at all, because he's just got 8 runs, and the West Indies now, the tails must be up, because they've picked up the second wicket. And again, we can go back to Barbados in that second ODI, and when India lost that first wicket, it was a collapse. And you know, they will be hoping for the same thing. Get the new batsman in, attack the new batsman. If they can get Gill, you know, in the next maybe 5-10 runs, I think West Indies would be feeling, hey, they can really get back in this game and limit the Indians to something less than 250. But Gill is a very, very important player now for the Indians. He's got to go on. He's got to get 100 for India to really have a good total.
He's certainly playing away from his body there. So Sampson is the new batsman, but we have Shubman Gill is on strike as Correa continues here on the middle and leg stumps, turned nicely down to long on for a comfortable single. And that will bring Sampson on strike now. 59 it is to Gill. But what a good delivery. A little bit of bounce as well, a little bit of extra bounce and away movement, hit the outside edge, and a good low catch taken by King at first slip.
And I like the captaincy from Hope. He, you know, it was so easy for him to leave the field as is, but he took the opportunity to put Brandon King. He moved him from that mid-wicket position, put him in the slip, and it has worked. So, you know, when that happens, a captain feels really justified in doing certain things. But an excellent bit of bowling from Joseph, who hasn't really bowled all that well, as I was saying, but a good ball and certainly a good catch.
Correa again to Sampson, short ball, pulled away into the mid-wicket region. He didn't really hit it as well as he wanted to. It kind of hit the bottom of the bat, and he kind of chugged it, as they say, and almost like a Colin Murray golf shot when he put some backspin on it. The ball just dies, and it doesn't roll to the boundary, so he picks up 2 more quite comfortably in the end. Now, I know when I say golf, you get confused.
I thought you were talking about the Gulf
Yeah.
of Paris swimming.
The
I didn't realize it's golf you're speaking about, Ruskin.
golf,
I
the
thought
sport of golf.
the sport of golf. Okay.
Yeah, the backspin on the ball. Correa again, this time he goes. This one is in the air. Gone. 6 runs. Just over the head of the man at long on. All he could do, Muti, is just look up and watch it go over his head, and it goes for 6, and the crowd's jumping at the moment. Sampson off and running.
Well, off and running. I mean, 2 balls he's faced. Both have gone aerial. He tried to hit the first one over deep mid wicket. Didn't time it all that well. He got 2. And this one, boy oh boy. Now, is this a ploy to put Carrier off? You know, it must be. They've decided, look, Sampson's come out there and they're trying to put Yannick Carrier off his line, off his length.
163 for 2 it is now. Correa will try again as he runs in. Again, he's on the short side, chopped away, down behind square. They've gone for 1, and I think they'll be happy with that. Good fielding out in the deep again by Carty, limiting them to just the 1 run.
The thing is, Shubman Gill, who's back in strike on 59, he's looking ominous. He gives me the impression that he wants 100. And not just 100, he wants a big 100. The way he's batting, very cool, very calculated. And to me, he's a big worry. Sampson is going to take the chances, and he could very well give an opportunity.
Here is another delivery, turned nicely on the onside, just coming forward and just using that wrist again to cover the ball and flicks it down to long on. Good connection and another comfortable single. He goes to 60 now. And Sampson, who's kind of come here with full of intent, is on 9, is back on strike.
Well, it's going to be interesting because we've just got 1 delivery. How he's going to handle this delivery from Carrier? Is he going to go after him again? He's just come in 3 balls and he's on 9, whereas Gill is just pushing the ball around nicely.
Well, let's see, the slip is back in for Sampson. Correa is pitching up to him. He's hit this one down to long off, and that too is going to go for 6 more. Straight as a die over the bowler's head and going with the tide and hitting it for 6. 6 good looking runs, and he quickly goes on to 15 to end the over. It's 171 now for 2.
Well, an over that costs 17 runs from Yannick Carrier. So it is obvious that Sampson has come in here with the ploy. He's going to go after Carrier. Carrier has been bowling really well. You know, you look at Carrier's figures before that over. He went for 17 runs, but so his 3 overs previously cost him 13 runs. So they've obviously decided they're going to try and put him off his line, put him off his length, and so far it's working. Now the question is, will Hope continue with Carrier? I hope he does.
Let's see what Joseph does now. Bo is driven nicely down to mid-off, and a nice scrambling save down there.
You see, when a guy's batting like that, Ruskin, he's played some good shots. The 1 over long on was excellent, the 1 over long off. But he can so easily mistime it as well. You know, so give Carrier another over. Let Sampson come at him again. And if he mistimes one, it, can get his demise.
Could be. Let's see. Joseph, though, is the one who is going to try his luck now to see if he could prize out another wicket here for the Windies. He's on his way once more. Short ball pulled away, and Gill just seemed to cramp him a little bit. Wasn't in full control of it, but not in danger of giving a catch. He was trying to hit it down and hit it through square leg for a comfortable single. So that brings Sampson back on strike now. 172 for 2. We're in over number 25. Joseph 1 for 35 so far from 5 overs and 2 deliveries. The projected score for the Indians, if they go at 8 and over, from here, Colin, would be 377. If they go at 9 and over, it would be 403. And if they go for 10 and over, it would be 429. So a lot of projections there. Joseph, I'm sure, would have other ideas. Maybe something more reasonable in the region of 250, 260, I would think. Shea Hope has the slip back in place now. Right now, Sampson is on 15 in double quick time. Joseph is with him, and again, he's just opening the face. And look at how quickly he runs that first run. He's ready, intent. He's coming back for the second run, and he's going to get it too. Well, a little bit of a fumble down there from Muti. Very casual indeed. And you could see, I was just making the point how quickly Sampson ran the first run. Shubman Gill was actually trotting the first run, but then the ball just seemed to ride up on Muti. It eluded him slightly. He had to turn back to retrieve it. And Alzari Joseph is not a happy man.
You don't think so? You're looking at his face, Ruskin, and
I don't think he would want to he didn't want to be in the air committee at that point.
Tell you what. But great running from Sampson because he pushed hard for that first. He was looking for the second. Once it bobbled, that was it.
He's on his way once more. Joseph Sampson again, turning it on the onside. Ball coming into him quickly. And he just looks to be in good form right now, Sampson. He just hasn't had the scores to support it. Only has, 2 half centuries in ODIs. No hundreds to his name, which is surprising. But again, we've seen these guys so often, but we see them mostly in T20 cricket. So they spend a lot of time on the screens playing T20 cricket. And this longer format, they tend to be in and out quite often. But he's such an amazing talent. He's 17 from 6 deliveries. He waits on Joseph, who is with him. Nice sunshine here. Pitch up right in the block hole. That could be out. It's a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. And Reefer is not a favorite son of the soil at the moment. Joseph is trying to convince his captain.
Well,
5 seconds.
I think Hope thinks. Well, he's reviewed it. I was about to say I think Hope
going
myself
down leg.
felt it was going down the leg side. Now, the good thing about this situation, Ruskin, you tend to always go to your keeper. The captain tends to go to this here. The captain is the keeper, so he would have a really great idea of where this ball was going. Now, just the naked eye, it looked as if Sampson was playing across the line, but whether it was going down the leg side, oh, that's tight. That could very well be umpire's call.
You
think it's going down the leg?
It might just be going down the leg. Yep.
I want to suggest it might be clipping. It might be clipping the leg stump. But if it's clipping the leg stump and it's umpire call and the umpire said not out, then it stays not out. But I think that may very well be clipping that leg stump. I don't think it's going on the leg side.
Well, we still
But
wait.
and the shot too from Sampson, again he was looking to more or less just turn it to leg. Let's have a look.
The angle is going to take it down
Yes,
to the
yes,
leg.
it's going down the leg. Well, umpire's call. So I was right again as usual, Ruskin. It was clipping the leg as usual. I was right. It was just clipping the leg stump, and umpire's call, and it's not out.
I don't know.
What's wrong? What's wrong with Ruskin? What's happened to your face?
I have to check and see if you're running a temperature or something. But it was close enough that the captain was convinced.
You know, that's one of my pet peeves as well, this umpire's call thing. The ball is hitting the stumps. Whether it's clipping, I don't care. It's hitting the stumps. But I think you educated me on this, Ruskin. You said it's the human element.
Yep.
The human element. Human element?
Yep.
The ball hitting the stumps, give the man out.
Yep.
Anyway, I would say nothing more on that.
To support you on that, you don't hit you hit a thick edge or a thin edge. It's still the edge. Here's Joseph. Will try once more. Short ball, just helped away. Not really hitting it with the full swing of the bat, just helped it, almost blocking it into the gap. That deep mid wicket fielder has to come into play here. But Sampson survives. He goes to 18 now. And 61 it is. It's 175 for 2 at the end of 25 overs.
Yeah, unlucky for Alzari Joseph because again, had Leslie Reefer given him out, he would have picked up another wicket. And Sampson, it didn't seem to me to be a good shot. And because he looked to be just kind of trying to work the ball to leg rather than playing it straight towards mid-on. And it's always when a batsman plays that type of shot, you tend to think, well, he's playing across the line. But it's going to be interesting because, he's taken off Carrier and is bring on. Now, if Sampson is going to play the same way, he's going to go after Moti, I would expect. So this is going to be an interesting little duel here between Moti and Sampson.
He does have the slip in place, and there's that backward point. There's a deep man at cover, short extra cover, and a long off. Short ball pulled away, and again, not making full contact with it. And he just kind of tugged it down to deep square leg, and it's going to get a comfortable single once more. So he goes quickly on to 19 off 9 deliveries. And Shubman Gill, who's on 61 from 64 balls, is back on strike. now. So Gudakesh Muti, not for 21 so far from 4 overs on 1 delivery. He's going to try once more from around the wicket, left arm around the wicket, and bang on target on that occasion. Gill treating it with respect as the crowd really continues to grow here at the Brian Lara Academy. Pitching up, turned away nicely down to long on for a comfortable single, and Jaden Seals is down there for just a 1 run, couldn't prevent the 1 run. So Sampson, who is on 19, is back on strike now. He waits on Muti, and again a quicker delivery right there on that leg stump. And you could see Sampson just he probably learnt his lesson, and instead of turning the face this time to the spinner, he just kept the full face of the bat and allowed the ball to hit the bat onto the onside. Here he is again, right in behind it, and putting it down in front of him for no run. So Gudakesh Muti is bowling a little bit quicker than we saw him in his first spell, and the wicket though does have a little bit of spin in it, and I'm sure he'll be hoping to bite one. This time he's short and cut away nicely down to a deep point for another easy single. So he goes into the 20s now, 20 from 12, and Gill, who's on 62, is actually it's the end of the over, and that means it's 178 for 2, 26 overs completed.
I like Sampson in terms of his styling. He's he's obviously come out there now, whether with instructions or he himself has decided he's going to take the attack to the West Indies bowlers, and he is. He's playing his shots. He's not allowing them to settle, and that is what is so good so far. But I can't help but keep admiring Gill. He is so composed, Ruskin. You look at him since Kishan has got out and Gaikwad now, he's gone even more into a concentration mode and is just playing everything on merit and pushing the ball around. And it's really, I tell you, it reminds me of the century Kohli made in the Test match where Kohli came out, and you could have seen from his intent. His intent was to get 100. This guy, his intent here is to get 100, and he's looking very good. There's a change in bowling because Jaden Seals is back into the attack.
Yes, he is, and not for 23 from just 3 overs, so he's been leaking runs, and partly because he's been all over the place. His length was a little bit off. His line was also bad. He bowled one down on the offside, one on the leg side, and so I'm sure he'll be hoping now, maybe with a better grip on the ball, that he could probably line them up a little better. The crowd roars as he comes in to bowl his first delivery, and it's hurt away. Brilliantly, they're gone for 6. Over mid-wicket. Well. Almost without any thought at all, and he just lifted it off his legs, over mid-wicket for 6 runs.
Yeah, it was too full on the badly lined, and all Sampson did was to help it on its way. It was a brilliant shot, but really and truly, you have to say it was not a good ball from Jaden Seals. It was angled into the right-hander on the pad, and there's nobody in deep mid-wicket, so he just helped himself and hit it high over deep mid-wicket. That's a really good shot, but not a good ball. Jaden Seals is really struggling. His first 3 overs cost him 23. And now with that first delivery of his 4th over, he's gone for 6. He's got to decide where he's going to bowl. He's bowling now with a 5-4 feel, but he's got to decide. He's got to go outside that off stump.
He's on his way once more. Probably a confused man, and he's on target this time.
Much better.
And just pitching it just back of a good length.
Yeah. That's what he's got to do. Either you pitch it back of a length, or you got to go outside the line of the off stump. Let him reach for it. Have a few deliveries where you settle and you go wide of the off stump. But right now, Jaden Seals, he's attacking the stumps, and if he's just slightly offline, getting that ball into the pad, there's a deep backward square. So
and the long on, those are the men out. The fine leg is up, and that's the danger of attacking the legs.
That's correct.
But he's on his way once more, comes running in smoothly in, and bowls, and again he's on target, right on that middle and leg stump this time. If anything, probably still a little too close to the leg stump. But this time, Sampson treats it with respect. 26 from 15 is Sanju Sampson. So he's really racing along here. Really changed everything. From the fall of Gaikwad's wicket, the West Indies probably felt, well, this is our chance here now. But Sampson has kind of shut the door in their faces. He's off and running here. Those two big pull shots early kind of set the tone. Here is Gill. Here is another delivery from Jaden Seals. Right in behind it is Sampson. Plays it on the offside. The bowler in his follow through does the fielding. There is no run. 26 overs and 4 balls in there. Put into bat by the Windies. 184 for 2.
What do you reckon, Ruskin?
I was giving you some.
You said
some
350.
If they went to 10 and over from here, it's 4.
You're Ruskin. 400? Come on. I don't. I can't.
You can't see it.
I can't see it. I can't see them getting 400.
Well, maybe we'll change the glasses. We'll see what
Yeah,
happens.
okay.
Here's a ball. And he's nudging at one. He's really just nibbling outside the off stump there. And he almost got a little touch. And that all it would have taken there. And unfortunately for Seals, he didn't get that touch. And it goes through to be taken by the keeper. But that could so easily have been a gift wicket, really.
Yeah, poor shot. He just stood there and he was sort of reaching for that ball outside the off stump. Had a little bit it made a little bit of height because it bounced as well over the top of the bat as he was looking to just dab it down. It was a poor shot because he's only going to get a single for that, and he could so easily get out. 6
off the first ball, nothing since then, nothing until now. He's going to get another single down to deep cover. Nice drive, nice fluent drive, but just the 1 run. So in the end, a pretty decent over from Jaden Seals, but his figures now north for 30 from 4 with 7 runs coming from that over. 27 to Sampson, 62 to Gill. It's 185 for 2.
Yeah, he came back well actually, Jaden Seals. Again, he's a young man coming off of injury. He's still learning his trade. And you looked at that over after getting the 6. It could so easily have been rattled. What I liked about him after that, he came back, bowled a decent line, decent length, just had it back of a length to the right-handed Sampson, who couldn't very much score. The only scoring shot was off that last delivery, which was pitched up outside the off-stump, where he was reaching for it and driving. But it turned out to be a good over in the end from Seals after that first delivery that went for 6.
But is that the kind of the par for the course with the West Indies bowling, is that you have to produce a 4 ball or a 6 ball before you pull things back and you try to tighten up.
Well, don't forget, he was out of the attack for a while, just coming back into the attack.
Muti will try once more, and again the heads go up in the air. So you could see Sampson on the back foot there. The delivery that he probably would have been better advised
on the front foot
to come onto the front foot.
But just going back to Seals, he's coming back into the attack after a long rest. So, the first delivery, he just didn't get it right.
Let's see what Muti does now. Again, quicker back to almost pushing that one back to the bowler. It left the bat at an awkward angle again and dropped a couple meters in front of the bowler. Muti is bowling very quickly. He's not giving the ball much flight.
He's pushing it through his knee.
He's trying to just hit the pitch quickly. Yeah, he's short this time, and it goes out into the offside. But again, because of the pace, the batsman could only get a single from it. So Sampson goes on by 1 now to 28.
Yeah, he's not giving the ball air, Ruskin, that so that it could pitch and turn. So he's pushing it through, and which is surprising. I suppose because of the approach of Sampson, they've decided, you know what, let's push it through and let him come at them rather than giving it some air.
Because he was using his feet nicely. Yeah. He waits now. Here's Gill. This one is pitched up to him.
You see the difference?
Yep, you give it a little bit of flight here, but it's nibbled down to fine leg. Seals is after it. And what do you think of that one? He seemed to have it, then he didn't, and then it just rolled over the line for 4 runs. It should never have reached the boundary. Jaden Seals had it. He put the left hand, he put the right hand, and he put the left hand again. And neither time did he stop the ball. And the ball just kept rolling, and it just rolled away from here. It is now. He put down the hand, the left hand, the right hand, and then it just eluded him.
But it came off the boot. He put the right hand down, and the left boot went too close to the right hand. It came off that left boot.
That's a great cut shot there, and he hit that one so late. You have to say it was absent. because that ball just ran off the bat, past the hand of the man at that short backward point or short third man down to the boundary for 4 runs.
No.
That looked roll-like.
No, the thing is, Ruskin, the delivery before, he gave it some air. Here he went a little flatter. Why, I don't know. Because the delivery before, even though he gave it some air, it was badly lined. It was lined at the leg stump. And all Gill did was turn it nicely. Here, give it some air. Let Gill decide to use his feet or whatever. But that second shot, it was a little shorter. And he just calmly put it away.
40 from 29 balls between these two, make that 41. And again, Gudakesh Muti, just a little bit a mixed bag from this over. It's the end of the over. 195 for 2 now, 28 completed, 71 to Gill, 28 to Sampson.
You look at Moti, he was bowling pretty well. He had impressive figures. He was going at just about 4 and over. But this over, he gave away 10 runs. So he's now completed 6 overs for 33 runs, which means he's just above 5 runs and over. But it was not a good over. He started well. He gave the ball some air to Gill, badly lined because it was pitched just on the pads. He worked it away. Then he went short outside the off stump. So I think you hit it and you hit the nail on the head. You said it was a mixed bag from him. He never really settled and decided, hey, I'm going to attack the off stump, or anything like that.
Let's see if Jaden Sears could make up for that misfield there. He's on his way now. Ball driven nicely through the covers for 4 runs. Well, the man at that short extra cover, just looked at it as it just sped past him, and it went down to that extra cover boundary for 4. Brilliant indeed from Gill. He's on to 75 now.
We're seeing the best of Gill, aren't we? We talked about him not having a good series. Maybe we should not have said that, because, he is pure class. We know the class of the guy. We know how, he's an excellent batsman in terms of his timing, his placement, his shot selection. There's very little you can say about Gill that he's not such a class player, and he's showing it here today.
He's once more under a little bit of cloud cover as he waits. This is another good delivery. They're going to get another easy single. Good running again as he took the pace off of that one, just turned it on the onside and got an easy single to mid-wicket. Not much they could do about it there. Karaya. So the West Indies really need just a 200 on the board, 200 for 2 now. And Gill is on 76, Sampson is 28. We're in over number 29. So Colin, they have 20 overs after this one. And you still don't think they could get to
20
400?
overs, I would think 350.
350.
Yeah, I'm going to say 350.
Okay, it's Seals. That's a good ball, and it's just chopped down there. But that's a good stop by Atanaz, as he was just on all fours there and stopped it. Didn't stop it cleanly, but kept it in front of him. Denied them the chance of a single at that short backward point position. Fans on the mound, they're everywhere. Waving the Trinidad flags, wearing their India jerseys, and having a fun time out there. It's a holiday in Trinidad and Tobago. And Colin, as I was looking at Muti, we were talking, Sham Rafiq Jumadeen came to mind.
Yeah.
The late Rafiq Jumadeen as well. Here is Seals balls. This one is in the air. He was trying to pull it, and he got it through mid-wicket. They're going for the second run. They're going to get it too. And 2 runs, but he didn't control that one very well there. It seemed to rush onto him, and he just kind of gloved it, fisted it over mid-wicket, got 2 runs for it.
I thought it was a little quicker from Jaden Seals, so you're right. It cramped him for space, so he was just trying to, it came onto him much quicker than he anticipated, and he was didn't have the full swing of the bat. By the time he was playing the shot, the ball was onto him, and he was able to pick up 2 runs. Yeah, after this delivery from Seals again, Ruskin.
He's on his way once more, and goes wide of the off stump. Cut away, that's 4 runs. The man at that deep point position never had a chance, neither did Atanaz at that short backward point position. It just flew past him, went down to the boundary for 4, so he's leaking runs. That continues. He has none for 41 now, and he hasn't even completed his 5 overs.
So he's going at 8 runs and over, basically. But that was a poor delivery. It was short, it was wide of the off stump, and really and truly, you can't bowl that to class players. And Sampson, all he did is say thank you very much. He reached for it, cut it, and there's a third man, and there's a square man at cover, and this was it more backward towards where maybe a deep backward point would be. The man at square cover couldn't get around in time. So that's 4 good-looking runs for Sampson, but not a good delivery.
Well,
a poor delivery.
We saw the captain, Shea Hope, run all the way down and put his hands around Jaden Seals as if to tell him, look, don't worry about it. Just try to tighten up your line. You bowled a decent over the last time. Let's see if we can repeat that here with this last ball of this over. Bowls under the legs again, turned away nicely, but just a single to end the over. And 29 completed now. It's 207 for 2.
I better revise my total, maybe 375, because it's they're going now at 7.1 runs and over. But West Indies, they've got to tighten up. They've got to find that one bowler. You look at the economy rate, and Moti is probably going at 5.5, but everybody else is 6, 7. Shepherd is 8. Seals is 8. They've got to find somebody to tighten up things and do not leak runs at one end. But they've just got to tighten things, Ruskin, because runs are coming too easily now for the Indian batsmen.
It puts pressure on the captain because he can't set a field for bad bowling.
That's right.
So he's setting a field hoping that the bowlers will bowl to it. You see, this is another good delivery from Muti. And once more pitching up to Sampson. Sampson just plays it. He's 35 from 26.
As you mentioned, as we're looking at Moti, and you mentioned Rafiq Jumadeen, and we'll chat after this delivery.
He is again pitching up, and this time he's trying to swing it, but it's much too close to him for the sweep shot. Maybe he almost missed the ball as he was trying. The ball ran past him as he was trying to sweep it, and it just went way past him there, and well, not taken by the wicketkeeper. And so these two have put on 52 already. Here's Muti once more from the northern end. And a little bit of turn there this time, but he was a little bit slower this time. He wasn't as quick as he was previously, allowing the ball to hit the surface and to grip a little bit now. We're in over number 30. It's 307 for 2. And pushing it up on the offside. And this time it's nicely fielded there by Hetmeyer. So a much tighter over this time from Muti, not giving too much away so far. He's on his way once more from around the wicket, and he's going to run this one down himself as they complete another comfortable single as he played it into that mid-wicket region, and the fielder on the boundary is the nearest one to the ball.
No, but another, listen, it's just 1 run so far conceded from 5 deliveries. So Moti continues to do well. And, it was a pity in the last over he gave away 10 runs, which was easily the most expensive over he's bowled. But other than that, I think he's been tight, he's bowled a good line, he's bowled a good length.
So here he is, not for 34. Doesn't get to figure that one. A little bit of bounce there because, again, he was flat and quick. He remains not for 34 from 7. 208 for 2. 30 overs completed. 76 to Gill and 36 to Sampson. We're going to have a change here. Vidya Ramphal is going to join me. And, of course, we also have Vinod Mamchan is coming back in.
Yeah, well, it's 208 now for 2. And 30 overs have been gone, so we've got 20 overs left. And, the way things are going, the West Indies will do well to limit India for under 350. And but just going back to the left-arm spinner Moti, and we talked about the late Rafiq Jumadeen, just want to express deepest sympathy to his wife Rosalind on his passing. It was a shock. He celebrated his 75th birthday just a few weeks ago, and, he was full of life, full of energy. I saw him at the Oval just a couple of weeks ago, and it's really shocking to hear about him, and certainly again all sympathy to his family. As Vinod Mamchan, who is next to me here, let me move quickly because I know you need space, you need room, so I will leave you alone with Vidya Ramphal.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Colin and Ruskin taking charge over the last 10 overs or so. So it's going to be Carrier from the far end, the C3 end. I want to thank Anna Lakan for bringing my Tim Duncan's coffee. Played away to after mid-wicket,
Yeah, let me
and
see a
there
fridge.
is no run. So Carrier switching sides, and let me say a very good afternoon to, is it afternoon yet? A good morning still. Very good morning to Vidya Shankar Ramphal.
Good morning to you,
sir.
Vinod, and thanks very much to Colin and Ruskin. Carrier from the southern end, the leg spinner out of Queen's Park, is in now, past the umpires into ball. Coming down the track is Sampson, and hits that straight as an arrow away for 6 runs. That one clatters into the darkened side screens at the southern end of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and that is another massive hit from Sampson. He races on to 42 and India 214 for 2.
Yeah, magnificent use of the feet there from Sampson, just dancing down. And what I've noticed from Sampson, he has a very high back lift. And as Ruskin said, he comes through with that golf swing. And due to that high back lift, he imparts tremendous power onto the ball. Look how far that is. I think that was still going. That was probably heading towards Davy.
Yeah, it certainly was, but it wasn't a double, by the way. That was 6 runs. That one hitting the side screen, which has... seeing a hole down there in the side screen. Perhaps that is what has caused it. Here is Karaya just settling himself at the top of his mark, and the leg spinner in once again. This one is coming back into him. That almost would have clattered into the stumps. Sampson drawing away, just chops it into the pitch, and there is no run. 42 off 33 deliveries he is, and that one certainly got a lot of purchase off the pitch there, Vinod.
Yeah, again, great purchase. Well, good thinking here from Carrier, because Sampson was looking to back away, hoping to go through the offside, and he just followed him.
Carrier back at the top of his mark, reflects Machiavellian thoughts on his mind as he comes in to bowl to Sampson, who's going for a big hit, gets this one behind square. There's a chase on, nobody's going to get that. That's behind square, hits the ropes down at the backward square leg position for 4. There was the 45 in place, but no one could get that. Another boundary here for Sampson, and he's just 4 away from a 50 now.
Well, if I'm not convinced, I'm convinced now that God is an Indian. Everything has gone their way today, Vidya.
It certainly has. From the drop catch earlier today, only Gaikwad and Kishan. Kishan going for 77, Gaikwad for 8. Those are the 2 men to go so far after India losing the toss and West Indies deciding to bowl. And in fact, the captain, the stand-in captain of the Indian team, said that they would have batted anyway if they had won the toss. Here is Karaya back at the top of his mark. Sampson just gathering himself. The right-hander, stocky, looking down the track as he sees Karaya tossing the ball from hand to hand. He's past the umpire now, and that one's hit down towards the deep. There's another chase on. It drops and slows up, and that's only going to be a couple of runs for Sampson, who moves to within 2 of his 50. India are now 220 for 2. The current run rate has stayed steady for over 7 all the way through this innings.
Yeah, again, not in total control there, Sampson, but he will never die wandering. And you feel it for young Casey Carty. He has really made some miles this morning.
Well, if he can cash in on those on his favorite carrier, who knows what will happen. There's a different type of carrier, the man from Coal Mine in northeast Trinidad. He's in now, and this one's turning into Sampson. Steps away, cuts this one behind square, gets one. Joseph is after it, and that is a good bit of fielding by Joseph. Had a lot of room to make up. Gets rid of the ball quickly and keeps it down to 1. Just a single to end off the 31st over. Gill 76, Sampson 49, India 221 for 2.
Yeah, I think the way Sampson has played, he has allowed Gill to just stay in the moment and play his cricket. The Gill just playing at a runner ball. He has been a runner ball so far since the inception of the innings. But the way Sampson has played, he has really taken the game completely away from the West Indies. I think they're staring down the barrel of around 375 at this point in time, Vidya. All they can hope to do is to take wickets, but take wickets regularly. Where they're going to come from, I just don't know.
Yeah, it's more like a Sampson in the pre-Delilah phase. That's where he is right now. He's on 49. Gill is 76. India 221 for 3. 31 overs gone. There's a water break on, and Vinod has his coffee. I'm still waiting on mine, and we will have a break ourselves. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes for continuation of coverage of the 3rd and decisive one-day international between West Indies and India here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Third one-day international action, West Indies versus India. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Vinod Mamchan, and the West Indies won the toss. They decided to put in India, and it's a decision that largely has not gone well. India 221 for 2 after 31 overs, and a 50 so far for Ishan Kishan. He was the first man to go stumped of Yannick Carrier for 77. Gaikwad caught King, bowled at Joseph for 8. He's also gone. Shubman Gill 76, and Sanju Samson is on to 49. He is staring down the barrel of his third 50. He's up, facing up to Romario Shepherd. He's on driving straight to Hetmeyer, who leans down to his left and makes the stop, and there is no run. And so he's on the back of a 50 here, Vinod, and he's one of those players for this India team. He would walk into most sides around the world, but he's only had his 13th ODI for India.
Yeah, we spoke early on of the riches that the Indians have been blessed with. Reminds us of what the West Indies had in the 80s and early 90s.
Shepherd in now, past umpire Goff, bowling to Sampson, who was driving this one away. That's a nice diving stop there in the extra cover region. It's the muscled figure of Gudakesh. That's Brandon King, correction, who makes the stop, and there is no run.
Well, it was Ruskin Mark early on who spoke of the riches of the Indians. And just recently I saw the passing of Ralston Otto. Ralston Otto was so good. It reminded us of the strength and the riches of the West Indies on the past. Ralston passed away recently, but he was so good he could have never seen the West Indies team.
Yeah, that's right. Here's Shepherd, and the next delivery is played down to third man. That is the 50 up, and that is an excellent save on the boundary. The man down there diving away and making the stop. That's a couple for Sampson. He's up to 51, and the Indians are up to 223 for 2. Third ODI half century for Sanju Samson, and he celebrates. He has done nothing wrong here, the man from Kerala.
Yeah, he has done really, really well, and he played that very late. I think had he played that later, he might not have played it at all. And just to get it fine, but lovely bit of work done on the third man boundary there by Carrier, and he was able to cut it down to 2. This guy has really continued whatever glimpse the West Indies had at containing the Indians with the fall of the first wicket. He has actually just taken that totally away from them.
Yeah, Shepherd to Sampson, who's playing this one square of the wicket, and that's fielded. A difficult take for the man there, Athenaeus, but gets his body behind it and makes the stop. And what Sampson has done with the fall of those 2 quick wickets, Gaikwad and Kishan going very quickly for India, that certainly has brought it certainly has put the 8 ball once in front of the West Indies here. And if there were any thoughts that this Indian team without Rohit Sharma and without Virat Kohli would be a pushover here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, that will certainly not happen. Here is Shepherd. He's driving this one away and caught. That is caught by Hetmeyer. Drove that one uppishly, and Hetmeyer backing away to his left, gets his hands behind it, and that is the 3rd wicket down for India. And Sampson is gone for 51.
And you can hear the crowd. You can hear the cheer from the crowd. People still love West Indies, and they want this team to do well. As this delivery was over-pitched. It was slow delivery though, and that is what caught him. He just ran the fingers across that one, and Hetmeyer, just on the edge of the 30-yard, was able to complete the catch. So good thinking there by Romario Shepherd. At times he's very expensive, but he's a thinking bowler. He mixes it up well, and I think that the removal of Samson for 51 with 4 sixes and 2 fours and a strike rate of 124 is really that could slow the momentum a little bit towards the back end of the innings should the West Indies be able to come back. But in now is Hardik Pandya.
One of the outstanding players for India. Stand-in captain for India is out there right now. Hardik Pandya, the vice-captain of the India ODI team, elevated to captain as a result of Rohit Sharma being rested. And the 29-year-old from Gujarat comes in with India in a good situation here. 223 for 3, an excellent platform for him to exploit.
Yeah, wonderful position the Indians have found themselves in. This is just the sort of situation and environment you want to put Hardik Pandya in. And this is when he can be very, very dangerous.
He certainly can be very dangerous, and the tall, slim right-hander faces up to Romario Shepherd. Forward to it, sets off immediately and gets the single out to the cover position. And a very astute running between those two. And two batsmen, very tall and slim. They wouldn't look out of place next to a Tour de France cyclist, certainly, as the over comes to an end. 32 overs gone, and a single to end off that. India, 224 for 3 at the end of 32 overs.
Yes, the Indians continue here to take charge. The amazing thing about the Indians here, they have stuck to that 7 and over, just slightly above for the entire innings. It has been very, very consistent. So every incoming batsman has found a going easy. And it's the West Indies to look to try to push them back. The wicket of Pandya here could do that. Gill is still there, the ever-present Gill, and he's a danger. He's on 76 of 72. But those coming in are allowing Gill to play his game by not putting him under pressure as being the one in there all the time. I see Alzari Joseph is coming back, 6 overs, 1 for 38.
Yes, he had one very expensive over. He's back in from the southern end. The tall right-arm bowler. This one is an on-drive straight to the fielder, and it's, well, somehow Hetmeyer, who took that excellent catch a couple of moments ago, allows that one to squirm through his considerable frame and away for 2.
The elementary mistakes, mistakes as you would expect at the primary school level. This is international cricket, and they need to keep that pressure. You look at Joseph, and he's not happy. He's still shaking his head. And tell you something, I don't think Hetmeyer will be sitting close to him during lunch.
Yeah, he shouldn't be anywhere close to him at all. Hetmeyer is braving the elements by walking close to Joseph and offering advice. He might return with some advice on his own.
What advice he could be giving? I think he's probably
certainly
just,
not fielding.
Definitely. I think he's just apologizing.
Yeah, I think that's very much on his mind. Here's the tall Antigua in from the southern end, and Pandya's dabbing it in front of him, thought about a single and is sent back. And that is the big figure of Mayers in to make the stop. West Indies' uniform has changed over the years. It's now maroon and yellow. Where did the yellow come from? Vinod, I wonder. I've seen more and more of the yellow coming into it.
Yeah, I think that started in 1996 during the World Cup in India. When I first saw the yellow, normally it used to be burgundy, grey and green.
That's right. Yeah, bit of a change, and it's back here once again. Yellow numbers, nice for us commentators. Here is Alzari Joseph, and that's a bouncer which Pandya ducks under his bat, lobbing up like a periscope. Unfortunately, just going past the edge and through to Shea Hope. There's no run. Are you superstitious in any way about the color change?
Not really, but I think it hasn't really brought the success that one would want.
We might see
might
another
go back
change
to
coming.
grey. They might well go back to grey or green.
Or burgundy, who knows?
Yep.
Well, the maroon of the West Indies, very much prominent around the ground here. Certainly not a capacity crowd by any means, and the crowd really confined to the shaded areas around this Brian Lara Cricket Academy, including to our right, one of the largest stands here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Here's Joseph in. That's a good delivery outside the off stump. Pandya reaching for it, can't touch it, and the slip and the keeper jumping up with the excitement of that delivery.
Yeah, beautiful delivery. Just touching down, moving away from the right-handed Pandya. So you've seen a good over here from Alzari Joseph. He bowled a bouncer just previous to this one. Had him on the back foot, now pitching it up, taking it away from him. And good captaincy, I hope, by having that attacking field. Well, at least the first slip is in position. They know what Alzari Joseph could do. This has been a good over from Alzari to Hardik Pandya.
And here he is in, past umpire Riefler. Another short delivery which jumps over the head of Pandya, and that has been signalled a wide. Just an indication of the tennis ball bounce here. That actually came down, and Hope was able to collect it over his head. Had that been Perth, that may have gone for 6 runs, 6 byes.
Yeah, that was so high. Umpire Goff was looking up, and that should tell you it's high. Because he's, I think, all of 7 feet 2 inches.
Well, he should be in the NBA, not umpiring. That's where he should be. Umpire Goff, the former England under-19 captain, also played for England A, for a former Durham player in English county cricket. That he is Arms folded, looking on at square leg. Here is the next delivery from, oh, that is an excellent delivery from Joseph outside the off stump. Feeling for it was Pandya, and true to hope. That's why they brought the slip in.
He has been absolutely brilliant in this over, Joseph. One delivery pushing him back and the other doing that. Just pitching up, moving away. In the midst of the carnage, you get an over like this.
Certainly it has been a very good over here from Alzari Joseph. A carrier ball the last over, hit for 6 in that one, withdrawn from the attack. Now we're back with Alzari Joseph at the other end. He turns. Almost about the height of a Curtly Ambrose, his fellow Antiguan. Different run-up, though. He's in now to bowl to Pandya. That's an elegant-looking off-drive that has gone away for 4 runs. Got it, that one pitched up by Joseph and presented the maker's name and stroked that away down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Well, that's the problem with this West Indies attack, and which has been the problem with the attack for over the years. You add pressure, you create pressure, but there's always that one delivery in the over that it will release that pressure valve, and that was it. It was over pitch. He needed to come just a few inches back and keep Pandya in that frame of mind. Now he releases that pressure, and the score 231 now for 33 overs gone.
I think Pandya has not played a lot of cricket since the IPL, but back here for India. He had 2 months off since the IPL. Vinod, he said he took 1 month to switch off. I don't know how cricketers could switch off, but he did switch off. And the other month, he spent 3 weeks doing physical conditioning at the National Cricket Academy in India. So far, he's only bowled 9.4 overs in the West Indies. That very short game in the first ODI. West Indies rolled out for 114. In the second match, not a lot there as the West Indies chasing down the total. In terms of his preparation for the 2023 World Cup, he says he is still a turtle and not a rabbit.
Well, switching off is so important, Vidya. I know these days with so much cricket being played.
Yeah, Shepherd, and this one is driven away by Gill, straight to Hetmeyer, who collects it on the second bounce down at that mid-off position. Yeah, you really need to take your mind off it at some point because there's so much going on.
Yeah, it's so much cricket. I mean, as cricket reporters and journalists, commentators, we can't keep up. So much cricket being played around the world, and now with the franchise cricket taking place as well. And, it's just too much. So imagine the player having to pack and fly and just be in that zone. You need time away from it.
Shepherd in his 6th over. This one's on the line of the leg stump. Turned away by Gill. And there's a nice sliding stop there by the fielder. Is that Mayers there to make the stop? And that is just 1 more to the total. And Gill, 77 off 74. He's gone through the gears, hasn't he? Started off well, went through a period of acceleration and just sort of slowed down, almost like a middle-aged man, just trying to build up his finances for later life.
Yeah, but he's there.
He's not a middle-aged man by any means, is he? Gill, 23-year-old from Punjab. And the next delivery, Pandya is playing this one square up the wicket. There is no run. Alec Athanaze is there to make the stop. And so Pandya in. All of these Indian players trying to impress coach Rahul Dravid to get a place in that World Cup squad, 2023 World Cup. And as you know already, the West Indies will not be there. The first time in 48 years since that first World Cup was staged back in 1975. The West Indies will not be there. Here is Joseph now. He's into bowl to Pandya, and a nice-looking straight drive. Just going to get 1 as Moti comes off the boundary to field. And it's been a few weeks since we have that has happened, and that came true. Certainly the disappointment of the West Indies is evidenced here.
Yeah, not only here, but across the world. Recently at an ICC meeting in South Africa, some of the heads of the other nations were saying, how would you believe this video? They were saying, is there a way to get the West Indies in the World Cup? Still.
Shepherd, full delivery, which is turned away by Gill, will get 1 to wide long on position. Moti again fields. And the West Indies champions in the first 2 tournaments and made it to the final of the 1983 tournament, losing, of course, famously to India. And since then, no finals for the West Indies.
Well, in 1996, they did reach the semi-finals, should have gotten into the finals, They were 169 for 2, chasing 210, and lost the match.
Here is Shepherd. This one is an excellent delivery, beating Pandya outside the off stump. Played at that late and taken by Hope. End of the over. That 34 was in the books. Pandya is 8 and Gill is on 78. And of course, you referenced that 1996 game. At the wicket at that time, when the West Indies went down to defeat, was Sir Richie Richardson, who is the match referee today.
Yeah, and it all started when Shiv Chanderpaul, who was the mainstay of the batting on that day, when he played a rash shot. It was dismissed, I think, for 60-something odd. And actually, the Australians had recovered from 17 for 4 to reach that target, to give the West Indies a target of 200 plus. And in the end, the West Indies lost. I remember having a conversation with Stuart Law, who then became West Indies coach later on, and he was the one who actually helped with the recovery at 17 for 4. And he was telling me at that point, Curtly Ambrose was unplayable, and all the Australians were saying, let's get over 100.
Yeah.
Imagine that. And with all due respect to the Netherlands, you would rather see a West Indies versus India at the World Cup than the Netherlands versus India.
Of course. And here is Gill, 78 years, facing up to Moti, who's back on. He's bowling round the wicket. And this one is playing from the off stump out towards that cover position. It is fielded by Mayers, and there is no run. Very quick delivery from Moti. His speed has increased all the way through this match. Back at the top of his mark, bowling round the wicket. Leslie Reefer is on that side, the umpire. This one's turned onto the leg side by Gill behind square. It's fielded. There is just one run. And Moti, since he's come in last year to this West Indies team, has made a big difference in all formats.
Yeah, he has been, and I saw just now on the social media, Reds Pereira, the veteran commentator, the legend in the business, calling for Guyanese not to boycott the T20 game in Guyana. There are plans afoot to boycott the game because of the exclusion of Moti, and that has not gone down well with the Guyanese public. The last time we had a boycott here was in 1991 at Kensington Oval, when the Barbadians did not come out.
Next delivery to Pandya, turned on the leg side. Thought about the single, is sent back, and there's no run. Yeah, that happened in 91. That was over the omission of Anderson Cummings. Yeah,
taken 16 wickets at the World Cup and was not chosen for the test. The lone test against South Africa, the Bajans missed a good test. West Indies won.
That's right. And the next delivery is drawing Pandya forward. He plays a defensive shot. There is no run. Yeah, that was a sensational match.
Yeah, West Indies came from nothing.
South Africa in their return match to international cricket, playing against the West Indies, a match of huge symbolic significance also. The next delivery, let's forward to it, and there's no run. That one straight to the fielder out in that cover position.
The Guyanese are also calling for the inclusion of, or they're upset that Kevin Sinclair is not in as well, and they're targeting Roston Chase and his record.
So it's cut away. That was wide outside the off stump. Missed out on what could have been a boundary there. Chopped it straight to Mayers in that extra cover position. There's no run. The over comes to an end. 35 overs gone. Gill 79, Hardik Pandya 8, and Vinod Mamchan is going to depart. And Anil Lakan is going to come in for the first time. And Anil is not bearing gifts, but let's hope he has some coffee that like he would have brought for Vinod for me also. And let's run through the figures. None for 42 for Seals, none for 25 for Mayers, 1 for 45 for Joseph, none for 35 Moti, Shepherd 1 for 40 in his 6 overs, and Carrier 1 for 43 in his 5. And none of the West Indies bowlers outside of Moti have conceded less than 6 runs and over. Here's Shepherd in now. He's bowling to Gill, who is driving this one. And Hetmeyer's there like a wicket keeper there with his hands between down on the turf between his legs, and makes the stop. And there is no run. 79 for Gill. Welcome to Anil Lakan. How are you?
I'm good, thanks, over there. Pleasant good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers wherever you may be at this time. With the West Indies winning the toss here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy and inserting India.
Yeah, and India have progressed to 235 for 3. Here's Shepherd in to bowl to Gill, turning this on the onside, gets one just to the left of Mayers, who has to reach down with his left hand and make the stop. He's a fine fielder is Kyle Mayers, a very good all-round cricketer. Got the ball to swing earlier today. Didn't take a wicket though. But India, 51 for Samson, 8 for Gaikwad, 77 for Ishan Kishan, 2 half-centuries. And there is Gill not out on a half-century so far for India. And here is Shepherd in now, past umpire Goff. And this is a drive once again, straight out towards Hetmeyer, who moves in swiftly and makes a stop, and there is no run. And Anil, certainly the West Indies winning the toss earlier today. Would you have batted first on this track?
Well, given the recent history of West Indies cricket, I'm sure that they would have given that decision a lot of thought, indeed, Vidya. But they felt that this track is going to be an excellent batting track, indeed. And it has proven thus far the Indians have really motored their way to the score of 236 to 3.
Here is Shepherd to Pandya, an on-drive that gets him 1. Just a gentle push more than a full-blooded on-drive. Hetmeyer has time to run across and make the stop inside of the circle. So you would have agreed with the decision.
Yeah, indeed. The West Indies have not helped themselves at all, Vidya. Dropping Ishan Kishan when he was on 6, he went on to get a polished 77. And to me, that was so destructive in nature that changed the whole complexion of this innings.
Certainly has. Yes, Shepherd in now again, and Gill is playing an elegant on-drive, just going to get 1. Moti is on the long-on boundary, comes across the field. That's all he's going to get. Opening partnership of 143 between Gill and Kishan. And Kishan just seemed to be a little bit unsettled, just tried to go a bit too hard and lost his wicket early.
Well, it's possibly that the think tank of this Team India, has given him a rule, and that rule is to really go there and, really exercise himself, express himself, in that manner.
Muscular figure of Shepherd in again. This one's played just behind square by Pandya, and there's no run. Athanase is there to make the stop. End of another over. The 7 from Shepherd. He has 3 remaining at the end of 36 overs. India 238 for 3. Gill is on 81, and Pandya 9 of 17 deliveries. He is yet to get going here. Now, after they saw the dismissal of Kishan stumped off Carrier for 77, Gaikwad came in, only his second ODI, a man who we were talking about off the air, would have pretty much walked into most teams around the world. He didn't last too long. He was out caught by King of Joseph for 8.
Well, Gaikwad just seems to be a little bit out of sorts in terms of not having played a lot of cricket on this tour of Vidya. And one can understand with the lack of cricket, he possibly just, suffered a bit from a lack of rhythm.
And then the nerves of coming in. It's only his second ODI. He was here for the ODI tour last year, and he's lost out. And then Samson just turning it on, 51 in a very quick time, and before he was caught by Hetmeyer of Shepherd.
Yeah, so excellent innings as well.
Well, Moti is back at the top of his mark. The clouds are just streaming overhead as Moti round the wicket, and there's a sweep shot by Gill. Hits the 45. Would have been hoping to get that past the man there, Shepherd, but he is fielding it well. Ball is already back in the hands of Gudakesh Moti, the man out of Ghana. 64 on his back. And here he is in now. Lifts the left leg as he starts off his run up, and the next one is clipped away to that mid-wicket position. There is no run. And he did extract a lot of turn in Barbados, maybe not quite as much here today.
Well, this track is a lot harder, so it's obvious that he's not going to extract that amount of turn. But what we are seeing is that the track is spinning here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We see Yannick Correa getting that ball to go quite a bit.
Well, that next one was driven away. A nice diving stop there by Mayers. Next delivery is beaten. Gill outside the off stump. That one going through with the arm and taken by Hope. He was playing for a bit more turn there, Shubman Gill. Let's see where that one. Yeah, just a bit of turn and just past the edge. Looked to be playing that on the onside rather than on the offside there, Shubman Gill. Here's Moti to him again.
Yeah,
Quickish
boy,
delivery,
boy.
which he's playing out on the onside. Moti himself does the fielding. So he's mixing up his speeds here very well, Moti.
Yeah, Gudakesh Moti is not really spinning the ball much. What he's doing is really undercutting the ball.
There he is in now again, round the wicket, and Gill is driving this out to extra cover. Simpler stop here this time from Mayers, and that's the end of a very good over. A maiden over here for Moti. His figures, 9 overs, none for 35. India, 238 for 3. Gill stays on 81 and Pandya on 9.
Well, Gudakesh Moti continues to do excellent work for the team West Indies here. Unfortunately for Moti, he had a couple chances, was grasped as well. 2 return catches earlier in the piece here video. He could have, his figures doesn't really reflect how well he's bowled during the carnage that has taken place thus far in this innings.
Yeah, just as we've seen with the figures, the stats for this particular field, this particular playing surface would represent. The seamers have gone for a lot of runs. The spinners are the ones who have done, well, I can't call it damage, but they have made an impression on the game. Moti in particular, with his 9 overs, he's been fairly good. Carrier, 1 for 43 off his 5 overs, an economy rate of 8.6. He would not be happy with that, but he suffered a real attack from Sampson early in his earlier spell.
Yes, Andrew Sampson really took to him, hitting him high and handsome over long off and over long on with consecutive deliveries. And his reintroduction from the southern end, he was deposited close to the side screen. But having looked at the composition of this West Indies team, I might just have been tempted to go with a third spinner.
Carrier here. This next delivery is played square of the wicket. There's a chance at a run out at the bowler's end. That hits, well, it misses the stumps. Well backed up there by Mayers. And Pandya, I think, would have been fairly comfortably in.
Yeah, it possibly would have been touch and go.
Well, the replay, it's played square of the wicket. And the throw by, well, I think he may have just gotten in. It was very close indeed. Actually, yep, well, it was pretty close. The third umpire would have had to bring out the magnifying glass to decide that one, because that was pretty close. 81 for Gill. He's facing up now to Carrier. And he's turning the leg spinner on the leg side. Has to be sent back as Alshari Joseph swoops in like a huge tall eagle and picks up the ball, and there is no run. And outside of that attack, Carrier has been fairly good. He's he had the dismissal of Kishan, stumped off his bowling for 77. Here comes the leg spinner again. Coming down the track, takes the edge and runs down to third man. Past the slip. Now is a big chase on here. The fielder pulls it back and the man behind is there to do the cleanup job. And in the meantime, the Indians have picked up a couple of runs here. Gill moves on by 2 to 83. An escape there for Shubman Gill.
Yeah, beaten in the flight there by Yannick Carrier, looking to come down the track to possibly go inside out, just taking the outside edge and going past the slip. So a moral victory indeed there for Yannick Carrier.
Yeah, Carrier at the back top of his mark here. And here is Gill staying in the crease this time and plays this one off the back foot on the onside down to the long on position. Will get 1. And after a wild-looking swipe there, not usually you see a shot like that from the elegant Gill, but came down the track and just seemed to an ugly-looking smear that luckily for him went down to third man.
Yeah, Yannick Carrier bowling brilliantly in this over here, defeating the set Shubman Gill.
4 runs of the 5 deliveries so far. He's in now to bowl. That's an excellent delivery. That has beaten Pandya all ends up. Just pitching outside the off stump, turning away and taken by Shea Hope. That's a good-looking delivery again.
Yeah, it's a classical leg spinner's delivery, just pitching on and spinning away past the outside edge. And I'm sure Yadav and Ravindra Jadeja from the Indian team, they would be having a very good look at what's taking place out there.
Big smile on their face. Here is the last delivery of the over from Carrier. This one is played square of the wicket. There is no run, and that has brought an end to the over. 4 runs off the over from Yannick Carrier. Gill stays on 84. Pandya on 10, India 242 for 3. The current run rate has dropped from under 7. It is now 6.37, a measure of how the spinners have pulled things back here for the West Indies.
Yeah, both Gudakesh Moti and Yannick Carrier really bowling in tandem here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, doing a wonderful job for their team. But still, 12 overs to complete this innings. And if India were to go at 10 and over, that means to say we're going to get anywhere in the vicinity of approximately 360.
Moti is going to bowl out here. His last over, and this one is flicked through the mid-wicket position. That's the 84th run for Shubman Gill, as India move up to 243 for 3. 85th run correction for Gill. 15 away from 100. He got 98 last year, and you could have seen his disappointment at the Queen's Park Oval, shaking his head. I think it was in the third ODI, shaking his head as he had to go off for the rain break, and never got a chance to come back on because the West Indies came on to bat after that.
Well, Shubman Gill has been in total control from the word go.
Here's Gill, and Pandya is driving this one past the sprawling figure of Mayers, and this goes away for one out to that wide, long off position. So Moti has been called upon here. This, I believe, is his third spell, if not his fourth spell, and he's just 4 balls away from ending his spell. None for 37. He's been good here today again. This one's played out towards the extra cover region, and there's no run. What do you make of him not being in the T20 side?
Well, that's a tough one, Video, in terms of Akil Hussain.
Next one's turned straight to the field, and he's gone. Gill is out for 85. He tried to get that one away, turning it against the spin straight to Karaya, and he took it well. That is the end of Gill. Gill is out for 85, and the end of a really good innings here from Shubman Gill, but just trying to turn one that was moving away from him and straight into the arms of mid-wicket.
A big wicket indeed here from Gudakesh Moti. That ball just seemed to stop a bit here. He had all the time in the world to execute it wherever he wanted to. Unfortunately for him, it was a bit casual in terms of executing, and he finds the mid-wicket fielder, and he goes for a well-played 85. But an important breakthrough at the back end of the India innings here.
Yeah, very important to get rid of Gill, who was very much the backbone of the innings. He had sort of played around the stroke makers, Kishan, to a lesser extent Gaikwad, and then Samson. And with Pandya still really finding his feet here on his return to international cricket, that's a very good blow here. Now, the other thing is, Surya Kumar Yadav is in now for India. He has not had a really good go in this series. And in addition to that, he has not been able to negotiate the pace of these ODI matches. He's been very good, phenomenal in T20s, but not so in ODIs.
Well, Surya Kumar Yadav, he will have a point to prove here, not only for his fans back in India, but for cricket lovers around the globe as well, Video.
Well, here's the problem now. He has been dismissed 5 times in 7 completed innings by left arm spinners from the West Indies, but he only has 2 balls to negotiate from Moti. So he'd be pretty happy that Moti is going to be out of the attack. First delivery is driven away, and he's going to get one. Another diving attempt there by that man, Mayers, and there is 1 run, so he's off the mark on 1. And Gill, rather lazy shot from him. And certainly playing against the spin, trying to turn it from outside the off stump. It was a ball pitched on off stump straight to Carrier, and he was dismissed.
I just felt that delivery just stopped a bit, Video.
As here's Moti, and this one is driven away. They're going to get, well, they're not going to get a run here as Mayers is across to make the stop. There was an appeal from Shea Hope. Nothing doing after that. There's not going to be a review. And Moti's spell has come to an end. 1 for 38, taking a wicket with the third to last ball of his spell. And he took the wicket of Shubman Gill.
Now, what a wonderful breakthrough indeed from the likes of Gudakesh Moti, making an impact in his 10th over. And what a big fish it is, Shubman Gill. The set of Shubman Gill, playing a bit lethargic at that ball, trying to tuck that ball from outside the off stump and only finding the mid-wicket. But a very good breakthrough indeed for West Indies.
And Moti's strike rate, is actually his economy rate, correction, 3.80 and 34 dot balls in that spell. So that's excellent stuff from him. So more than half of his deliveries were dot balls. And he has been the sole controller, man to take control of this India innings here for the West Indies. Carrier is back at the top of his mark. He wants the first slip to go a few paces to his left, just opening up the angle a little bit. Here he is in, the leg spinner. And that is the first ball to Yadav, who's forward to it. There's no run.
What I'm very impressed with Gulakesh Moti on a surface of this nature video, he changed his pace really well in terms of at some stage he was a bit quicker, he was using the angles, and he was able to try put the skids on the Indian batters.
Surya Kumar Yadav has really struggled against left-arm bowlers. This one is turned on the onside, getting onto the back foot and playing it down to wide, long on to get one, and he almost looks bow-legged in the way he runs down to the other end, and he is on 2. He really does struggle against the left-armers. In addition to 5 dismissals out of 8 against left-armers from the West Indies in his career, out of the 38 times he's been dismissed, 11 of them have come against left-arm spinners.
Yes, he does have a bit of a challenge when facing the left-arm orthodox stuff.
So it might be the next delivery played forward is Pandya. There is no run. And with Karaya turning the ball just as a left-arm orthodox bowler would, away from him, certainly not a bad shout to have Yannick Carrier bowling to him.
No, with Yannick Carrier, the leg spinner taking the ball away from the outside edge is always an advantage to have a bowler of this quality operating at this stage of the innings as well.
Here's Carrier. He's bowling to Pandya, who is elegantly driving out towards that long-off position. He gets a 1, and he is quietly building up his innings here. 12 of 24, and so you have him taking over the role of Gill to just push the ball along the carpet and pick up the singles. He can also turn it on later on, and we know of the explosive power of Surya Kumar Yadav.
Yeah, Surya Kumar Yadav does have the reputation of being a very destructive ball striker in the T20 format.
This one's driven away. 2 extra cover. There's a sliding stop in once again, and there is no run. And Yannick Carrier, just 2 runs off the over so far. This is his 7th over, just 1 ball remaining in it. 1 for 49. He got the ball rolling for the West Indies when he had Kishan stumped for 77. India were 143 for 1 at that point. They're now 247 for 4. And Yadav, the Mumbai Indians man, waiting. Now he's trying to play outside the off stump and drives at that, misses, taken by Hope. And he's beaten there. Excellent end to the over. That is the end of the 40th over. Yadav is on 2. Hardik Pandya is on 12. After some more comments from you, Anil, it's going to be Colin and Ruskin coming in.
Yeah, so a really good platform has been set by the batters who've come before. And with the likes of Surya Kumar and Hardik Pandya, this India team could really propel themselves to a score in excess of 350. But at this time, I would like to say a pleasant good afternoon to no other than Colin Murray.
And a pleasant afternoon to you, Anil. So you're predicting over 350.
Yeah, both batters here, they have a platform where they could really go out there and put the foot on the accelerator at this stage.
The thing is, Yadav, he's just faced 2 deliveries. Hardik has faced 24 deliveries. So I think they're still kind of getting acclimatized to the whole situation. But you're leaving me? You're gone? Just like that? Why do everybody run off from me when I'm on commentary? People just take off and go. But that's all right. I think Ruskin Mark is going to come in, but I'll ask Ruskin Mark the question I asked you. I don't know if he's adaptive. I don't know if he can. I don't know if he can answer as good as you. But we're looking at Jaden Seals on his way to bowl to the right-handed Pandya, and he's looking to whip this one through the onside. Sorry, Hardik Pandya, and he was flicking at Hardik and. Came off the leading edge and went down towards the point position, and the man is out on the boundary, so they easily go through for a single. Total goes up by 1, 248 now, as Jaden Seals back into the attack. As we talk about back into the attack, Ruskin Mark is back into the seat, and well, everybody's predicting over 350. Ruskin, I'm still staying with my 350.
You're still
I'm sticking to 350. Yeah, I'm not. I'm going
10
to.
overs, well, 9 overs plus
Yeah.
you know.
To get 100 runs,
Yep.
and that could be done. Here is a delivery that outside the line of the leg, some signal are wide, and Jaden Seals didn't looking for a little bit of extra pace, I thought, and lost his line, and it went through to be taken by the keeper. Yeah, so 249 for 4. I mean, as a matter of fact, if the West Indies bowl well in these next 10 overs, and when I talk bowling well, Ruskin, I'm talking if they can
Restrict the
limit,
scoring,
6, 7 runs and over. You're talking 310, 315.
Yep.
Here is Seals on his way to bowl to Yadav. And this one he's pushing it out on the offside. Kumar Yadav. So Kumar Yadav, and he's in defense. He's been struggling a little bit as well, Ruskin. And he's almost on trial because they're talking about the World Cup coming up later this year that is going to be held in India. And he's been on a little bit of a lean spell.
But the potential is there.
Oh, yeah, there's no
The
doubt.
obvious potential is there.
Well, I suppose you can say that with a lot of Indian players. And there's such a rich vein of talent in India. Here's Seals into this a good run. He was just playing that ball very gently into the offside and looked up, called for the run. Hardik, he responded, and they went through for the signal. So he goes to 3 Yadav, and the total on, no, the 250 is up with that signal, 250 for 4. The current run rate is 6.17, and we know at one stage they were going at 7.7, 7.8. So West Indies, they've pulled it back because not only have the run rate has gone down, but they've been able to pick up wickets.
And not only that, too, the fielding has been pretty good throughout, although we've had a few lapses, but they've really tried their best to back up their bowlers.
Okay, Seals into, that's a Yorker length delivery, really a good delivery.
The
and
hands
Hardik,
go up.
yeah, the hands went up. They're giving the impression that may have hit the pad first,
Yep.
but the bat came down quickly. It's gone out to long on. That's to tell you the pace of that delivery. Are they going to review? I don't think Hope is going to review. No, he's going back to his position there.
He
He's
was
walking
he
up.
was the one who
Yeah,
had his hand
actually,
up.
yeah. He was the one before Seals. Let's see. Well, I thought it hit the pad first.
But it was wide
Yeah.
outside
Yeah.
the leg stump. So
Wow.
even if it hit the pad first, I don't think it would have been striking the wicket.
Well, umpire's call.
Not that far off the wicket, Colin.
Well, I'm not sure, Ruskin.
Is it leg breaks he's bowling?
You don't. Anyway, here's Seals into Yadav, and this one he's on driving. He's going to pick up a single. So one more to the total. And that goes to what? 252 now for 4. He goes to 4. And brings Hardik Pandya into strike. Of course,
Hardik Pandya has been taking his time. He hasn't really been flowing. Similar to how we saw Samson come and, just kind of took the bowling to task. He has been a rather circumspect. 14 of 26 deliveries.
of course, here is Seals again with his final delivery of the 6th over. And that's sure. That's going to be a call wide. It is. Umpire Goff, hands outstretched at square leg.
Both umpires.
Yeah, well, they both compares. It wasn't no doubt. It was too short from Jaden Seals, and it sort of lobbed high over the head
That's
of the
when
batsman.
you know you have no argument.
No,
That's why
he didn't even have to duck. He stood in his stance and sort of just, he didn't.
up at
He looked up at that ball, as if to say, "Where's the?"
But Colin, when the two umpires call it wide.
Is that too wide? Let's get. So 253 for 4 as Seals again. So he hasn't bowled his final delivery yet of over number 6. Here it is now, and this one is short, and it's pulled by Hardik. That's going to go into the boundary. That's a good shot. It was short. He pulled it, and the man running around. Let's see, who is that? It looked to be, was it Hetmeyer? No, it is not.
Hetmeyer's
Hetmeyer.
inside. That might
Yeah.
actually. It's not Muti out there.
Yeah, it is
It is
actually. It is
Gudakesh
Muti,
Muti, yeah.
Gudakesh Muti. He was running across to his left and dived full length, but still couldn't prevent it from going into the boundary. So Jaden Seals, he's now competed his 6th over, none for 52, and he's really struggled here today.
Yes, he's had a tough time of it. 257 for 4, so 41 overs now. And it's a question here, can they keep the they free slowing down a little bit here to keep it under maybe 7 and over the rest of the way, and try to keep the score under that 350, 360 total that we anticipate that they may actually get to when it's all said and done. But this is where it's going to be a challenge now, because you still have a few bowlers who still have overs to bowl, and they have been going at 7 and 8, 6 and 7 and over on average. So that could be the difference at the end of it all.
Well, Yannick Carrier is going to be back into the attack. 7 overs, 1 for 49. And the first delivery.
Good fielding.
Yeah, good fielding, because there was Yadav on that front foot, pushing it, trying to get it past Carrier, and he was diving to his left, stopped it, and so there is no run. So Surya Kumar Yadav back in strike. Looks at, waits on Carrier, who is with him now, giving it a little bit of air, and he's driving. And more of a push down to Hetmeyer, who is at long off, and they amble through for the single.
Yeah, so again, good bowling on the part of Correa, giving it a little bit of flight and just asking the batsman to come down the wicket a little bit. We've seen him, he had one with Gill that just peeled off the outside edge, almost went past him as well.
258 for 4 as he gives this one some air, and Pandey is gone after him. Hardik Pandya, he hit it beautifully. It was given a little bit of air by Carrier, and he just stood there and he followed through, hit it nicely, hit it sweetly. It came off the middle of the bat and has gone high over long off, but it was given some air, and he really didn't have to use his feet. He just sort of made room for himself, and he hit it high over long off for 6. So that's 264 now for 4.
He was pitching up to him there, and he just went straight through the line of the ball.
Hardik is on 24 now. At this time, Hardik is playing it out on the onside. They go through for an easy single. No need to look to hustle for a second, because you've already got 6 runs in the over. So 1 more to the total. Goes on to 265 now for 4. Brings Yadav back into strike. And Carrier, 7.4 overs, 1 for 57. Picked up that wicket of Ishan Kishan with a really good delivery. Spun between bat and pad. Here is Carrier into Yadav, and he drives, but finds that it goes straight to the man at cover. It looks like Kyle Mayers there, yet it is at the extra cover position. There is no run.
I'm calling the crowd has grown.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it has.
continuously.
Still not a sellout,
Yeah.
but you know, I think it would be. I think we would have a very good crowd on Thursday, even though it's a working day. I think it should be a good crowd here. This one, he's whipping it down to the deep mid-wicket position. Moti is there, and they amble through for a single. The end of the over from Yannick Carrier. He's now that over, 9 runs in the over. He's now completed 8 overs, 1 for 58. The current run rate is 6.33. Yadav is on 6. Hardik is on 25. And after 42 overs, it's 266 for 4 India.
Well, it's certainly a pretty good asking rate by them, 6.33 as you said. So it means if they can just up it, maybe with so many wickets still in hand.
7.5
you know,
or thereabouts.
Yeah, if you could get it up to 7, 7.5, even if you get it to 8 the rest of the way, then you're pretty much, that 350 will
they're
fly
looking at
past
that.
that.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, let's see. Jaden Seals is going to continue. No, it's Alzari Joseph has been brought back into the attack. He's completed 7 overs, 1 for 45. So this is going to be interesting. How will Surya Kumar Yadav handle Alzari Joseph?
Look at the leg side, everybody on the boundary.
Yep, everybody on the leg side. We'll talk about that after this delivery from Joseph. Slower one, that's a good delivery. And Yadav was just, he waited on it actually, and then opened the face and guided it out to point, but he can't get any run. Yeah, on the leg side, there's a fine leg that he's right out on the boundary. There's a deep backward square leg. There's a deep mid-wicket, and there's a long on. So that's the 4 men on the onside. On the offside, outside of the man at the deep square cover, everybody else is saving a single. There's a short third man, a backward point, an extra cover, and a mid-off, and then that man square out on the boundary. Here's Joseph into bowl to Yadav. This is a bad delivery. That's going to run away for 4. It was a quick delivery. It was outside the line of the leg stump, and Yadav just flicked at it. Got a little bit of an edge, and it had enough on it, really, to beat Hope. Hope was diving to his left, and he couldn't stop it. So he goes into double figures. He would sort of flicked it there, Ruskin, and came off
He just
helped
enough of
it
a
out. Yeah,
deflection
it
to
wasn't
kick it away from the wicketkeeper.
wasn't an edge. He just got as you rightly said, a little bit of a deflection, and that was enough to get it to the left of Hope, down to the boundary for 4. 270 for 4.
25th 4 of the innings to go with 8 sixes.
Yep, and Yadav back on. Well, he's still on strike. 4 runs so far from the 2 deliveries, and this time he's whipping it out towards the deep mid wicket. Brandon King is out there, and they get a single, an easy single.
That's 100 runs in boundaries in Oakland.
Yep, that's right.
25 fours.
Yep.
And 8 sixes. That's another 48 runs.
Yep. A century and a half
Yep.
in boundaries. 271 for 4. Hardik, the skipper of the Indian team, the skipper of the white ball team, is back in strike.
This is so good for cricket. This is a good advert for cricket, especially when you get a crowd to come in to watch. And they're cheering every boundary that they're seeing here.
Joseph into Hardik, and this one just coming off the toe end of the bat and trickles out on the offside, and Hope from behind the stumps runs towards it, trying to stop them from getting that single, and they got through easily in the end.
Look at where,
good bit of running.
Yeah, look at where Pandey.
Yeah.
Look at where Pandey ended up. But I don't think he was running that fast.
Well, he
couldn't
was
stop.
he was a little bit late to respond to the call, and he realized that Hope was approaching the ball, so he really took off.
He ran
Not as
2
fast,
runs.
not as fast as Bolt, but he took off to get home, and in the end he made it
For
comfortably.
a moment there, I thought you were going to say not as fast as you.
Well, I was, but Bolt was just a little bit quicker than me, Ruskin.
Slightly. Yep.
Yeah. So it's 272 for 4. Joseph into Yadav, and he's playing this one down to
could
the.
get 2
Yeah,
here.
they're going to come back for the second, because the man at that long on position, Hetmeyer, had a long way to run to his right, so he was running from that long on position towards I would say a wideish long on, but it was about 10 meters or 12 meters to his right, so it gave the batsman enough time to get 2 runs. So Kumar Yadav goes on to 13. 274 for 4 as the final delivery of over number 43. The 8th from Alzari Joseph, his 8th, 1 for 53. So he runs away to bowl to the right-hander as this one, a full toss. It's hit in the air. Who's getting under it? It's gone for 6. Well, I thought he didn't get enough on it, but it was a full toss, and he just helped it on its way. He hit it over fine leg. Now, Yannick Carrier was running to his right, but just couldn't get his hands to it. It went over the boundary, and that's 6 good-looking runs for Kumar Yadav. He's on to 19. Hardik is on 26. At the end of 43 overs, it's 280 for 4.
And that almost became a chance to Carrier there. He was running away to his right. There was a bad delivery, a full toss on the pads. He just kind of flicked it, and it went up in the air. But again, the breeze just kind of took it over the boundary just in front of Carrier. And Joseph is fuming right now. He's not happy at all.
14 runs, though, coming from that over. And but I don't think he can blame anybody, because Carrier couldn't get there. He was running for all he was worth to the right, but just couldn't get it, and sort of stuck out his hand. I'm not sure if Ruskin, he may have got his fingertips it. I don't think he got anything to it. Well, that would have been a
That is an almost impossible catch to
of
take,
course,
because his body was already leaning over the rope. He was just reaching out to it, and I don't think Joseph could really be blaming the fieldsman on that occasion there. The bottom line, though, 43 overs gone, it's quickly up to 280 now for 4. So just quietly, they're changing gears.
Oh, they are.
You know.
They are. So it's going to be Romario Shepherd. He's going to coming for his 8th over, 1 for 43. Hasn't bowled badly, has he, Romario Shepherd? maybe
yeah.
a little bit on the short side.
If anything, and he doesn't have the pace sometimes, you know, because he tries to take the pace off the balls, but he bowls at such a short length, or that hard, short of a length area, that the batsmen just kind of sit there and wait for him.
Well, here is Shepherd into, he's thinking of the single, was Pandey, Hardik Pandey.
I don't know why they don't speak English. I can't
Yeah.
understand what they're saying.
Well, that's
Sorry.
that's the idea, Oscar.
But I
They
want
don't, they don't want the opposition to know. You know,
But I want to
so-
believe he's telling him maybe it was going too quickly.
Hey, it probably
or maybe
was.
play it a little bit further from the fieldsman.
Yeah, he was on the front foot, was Hardik, and he pushed it, and he was thinking of the single, but Yadav never responded, and good sense prevailed. Here is Shepherd, a Yorker length delivery, and they're waiting. That's good fielding. Oh, but they give it away. Well. Was good fielding by Kyle Mayers, because he had to run a long way to his right. He went from a cover to extra cover, and you could see Hardik was waiting for that ball to go past him. It never did, but he still picked it up in one hand and had a shy at the non-striker's end. And I think we've been saying all along, on the leg side, on the onside, everybody is on the boundary except the short fine leg. So once he had a shot at the wicket, it missed. It meant it was going down to the man at the backward square, and they went through for the single.
That was
That's,
the only person to back it up.
yeah, that's a giveaway of a run as far as I'm concerned, as he's on his way to bowl to Yadav, Shepherd, and this is a slower delivery. He cuts, they're thinking of the run, but it does not go past Carrier there at the point position. No run, score remains there on the 281 now.
Yep. And again, you could see the pace off from Mario Shepherd. He's not really at full throttle here. In fact, I don't think he's bowled any delivery at full throttle. He's just trying to take pace over each delivery now, forcing the batsman to have to apply power on it.
Here is Shepherd. This delivery is slower delivery again. And all Yadav did was come down on it, sort of made it into a Yorker length. But in so doing, when he played it, he just angled the bat to take it out very slowly on the offside, and they went through for a very comfortable single. 282 for 4.
This is good bowling from
Yeah.
Mario Shepherd.
He's just taking the pace off, isn't he,
He's
Ruskin?
not giving the batsman much to work
Yeah.
with. You know, and he's keeping a good line too. He's keeping it off stump, just outside the off stump, and that's where he has protection.
Well, here he is again. This one, a quicker delivery outside the line of the off. That's good fielding by Mayers. This could be a problem here, but they get home comfortably because he was on the back foot, Pandey, and he smashed it towards extra cover. It didn't go far enough away from Mayers to beat him, and he dived to his right, stopped it. They hesitated a little bit with the run, but they were both were probably mid-pitch at that point in time, and they had to go through for the single. Mayers had a shy at the non-striker's end, missed, and they got home comfortably in the end. 283 for 4.
It was good fielding.
Oh, excellent.
Out of Mayers. It just went a little behind him, and that gave them the time to take the single.
Shepherd, this is another slower delivery, and it's smashed high over extra cover. That was a poor delivery. The idea was good. It was a slower delivery, but it was a juicy full toss. And all Kumar Yadav did was help it over the extra cover position down to the boundary for 4. 287 now for 4. And the over from Shepherd comes to an end. 8 overs, 1 for 50. And it's now 287 for 4. And this partnership already worth 43 between this pair.
Talk about a delivery that spoiled an entire over. That's exactly what happened there, because prior to that, they'd only gotten 3 singles off of that over. So he was doing well, so he needed to produce maybe another single ball off the over. Instead, he gifted them a 4 full toss off an off-pace delivery that was just lifted deliberately over the head of the cover. So now it's 44 overs completed, Colin. 287 for 4.
36 balls left, and
50 runs.
36 balls. No, I think they're going to get more than that. I think they're going to get at least
60.
Yeah. I'm still looking at that 350 mark. And the pitch is playing well, isn't it? I mean, it's really playing well. And it should give the West Indies batsmen some encouragement and say, you know what? This pitch has no terrors. Let us go out there, play our shots, and see what happens. But it's going to be Alzari Joseph. He's going to continue coming up to his 9th over.
And the West Indies chased well in the last game, so I think they should be
But
buoyed by
Ruskin, I don't know if you noticed. They chased 181. Here is Joseph, and this is short outside the line of the leg stump, signaled a wide by the umpire. So that's 288 for 4 now. Yeah. I'm just getting back to you.
You say think 288 is beyond the chase?
I didn't say that. I just said to you that they chased 181. That's all I said, Ruskin. I just made up a small point.
They like to chase, so they will chase.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
Because I think that probably the only reason why they put the opposition into bat first is because
so they want to chase.
chase.
But I tell you, many years ago, when ODI cricket had started and the white ball game.
There was a big total.
Yeah, but not only that, teams always preferred to chase because they wanted to see what the opposition would have made. Here's Joseph. Oh, that's too short. And signal a wide. Again, both umpires, hands outstretched. And that's too short. Joseph, you know, sometimes I get the impression with Alzari Joseph, as the score goes to 289 for 4, he gets frustrated. And when he gets frustrated, he tends to lose his line, he tends to lose his length, he tries to bowl fast, and he's all over the shop. Because he's such a good bowler, but I just think at times when he gets frustrated, he sort of almost loses his cool. Well, he's on his way again to bowl, and this time at the Yorker length delivery, that's a good delivery. As Hardik Pandya is sort of digging it out, and the ball coming off the inner part of the bat goes down to the man at that fine leg position, and they pick up 290 now for 4.
Now that's a delivery that we haven't seen too many of, because
that's right.
You know, the ball right up in the block hole. Because
you were asking for that earlier.
Yeah,
you
because
talked about Yorkers.
if you bowl the ball up in the block hole, hit that for 6.
Yeah.
Unless you're Viv Richards or somebody like that,
or Colin
manufacture something.
Oh.
Well, no,
yeah, but
if
you know,
Colin Murray, I'd be looking for some kind of iron shoe or something.
The stump would have been rocking back. I know that's what you want to say, but it's all right. 290 for 4, and you know the thing is, I suppose when you try to bowl, you got to perfect these Yorkers, Ruskin, and of course if you miss the mark, that's the problem. Here is Joseph, and this is short, and he's looking to be pulled by Kumar Yadav. He's looking to pull it high over the backward square leg position, and they're having another little bit of a chat whether they should go upstairs. No, they're not.
I think he struck outside the off stump.
Yeah, he seemed to go out, seemed to go way outside the off stump and looking to pull it.
Which is unusual because he could so easily, when it was going down the leg anyway, as the pitch then was cutting across him.
Hit him high up as well.
Yeah, and you know, so he was trying to utilize that gap, because look at it again, everybody on the onside is on the boundary. So there are acres of space out there that he can work with.
So the partnership's 46 so far from 34 deliveries. As 5 men on the offside, 4 on the on, and as you said, the 4 on the on, everybody is back on the boundary, starting from a fine leg to a long on as Joseph bowls another Yorker leg delivery, and Kumar Yadav has to dig it out.
Where was that all the time?
Yeah, he's suddenly, and you know, I've seen him do this before. I've seen him consistently bowl good Yorkers. You know, but sometimes he just gets, he gets flustered.
Maybe Vijay could tell me, when he had those miraculous figures for Mumbai Indians, would he have like 4 wickets?
Yes, something like 4 for 10 or 5 for 10 or something like that. He hasn't come. Yeah, he hasn't. Since then, he has not really produced the kind of. He's got such potential, and I keep saying potential because I don't think Alzari Joseph has fulfilled his entire. This one a short delivery. Well, not short, but a slower delivery. I was about to say, and Yadav is just pushing it out to Brandon King, who is at deep mid wicket, and they go through for a single. 291 now for 4. Yeah, I still think we have not seen the best of Alzari Joseph.
And well, we have seen the best. We haven't seen it consistently in the sense that he hasn't really taken over the mantle of the front line, the leading the attack then on a consistent basis. You know, when you could see
Yeah.
Andy Roberts was the leader
Yeah.
of the attack, or maybe Malcolm Marshall became the leader
Yeah.
of the attack. Two things they did. They took wickets
Yeah.
regularly, and they didn't concede many runs. You know, they basically
And I suppose
led.
their consistency was,
Yep.
was always thing. Here's Joseph. And the Indian. Oh, that's a wonderful shot. I was looking for someone deep at point, but there's none. And all Pandey did, Hardik Pandya, Pandya just opened the face of the bat beautifully, got it to the right of the man at point, and it raced across this ground for 4. That is a lovely shot. I didn't think he had that in him. I look at Hardik Pandya more of a brutal kind of player, meaning that he tends to attack the ball rather than the touch, and that was really a touch shot. He timed it to perfection, used the pace of Joseph, found the gap, and it went through the offside like a bullet. The 50 partnership is now up between these two, and it's now 295 for 4. Here's Joseph. And this one is short outside the off stump, and he's looking to pull it. Didn't seem to get up all that much, and it goes through to the keeper. The end of the over from Joseph. He's completed what? His 9 overs now, 1 for 67. The current run rate is 6.56. 45 overs have been completed, and India, they are 295 now for 4.
Well, if they score 10 and over here, they'll only get to 345, Colin. So
And 5 wides.
Well, we could get that too.
Okay, just checking.
We just throw that in there.
Yeah, just checking.
You know,
Just
to appease Colin Murray. You know, but
it's even if they get if they may go just above 6, maybe let's say 8, and
335
so that's
maybe?
335.
if you throw in your 5 wides,
That's 340.
Yeah, 340.
Yeah, but it's going to be a tall order. Whatever they get now, Ruskin, 300
but
plus.
I
It's
just
going
want
to be
to
a
go
tall
back to
order.
that over that he bowled. That was a good over from him. Other than again that one ball, that boundary ball, that and how often we've seen that.
Yeah.
An over is spoiled with just that one delivery. Either the first ball of the over or the last ball of the over. And but they were bowling with the sweeper all the time. Where did the sweeper go to?
Well, Jaden Seals has been brought back into the attack. He's had 6 overs, none for 52, as he's about to run it to bowl to Kumar Yadav, and he's driving. A delivery wide of the off stump, doesn't make contact.
This is his first spell from the top end.
Well, I was about to say that. This is, I call it the commentary end here, Ruskin. And, you know, it's...
Or the northern end of
northern
the
end, but the commentary end, and this is the first time we're seeing him here, and which is interesting. And that ball was pitched up to Yadav. It left him slightly, and he was looking to play it through the offside. That's a good delivery, but we need, in terms of consistency, that's what we're looking for from Jaden Seals. Here he's on his way again, goes past some Paragoff, and this is outside the line of the leg stump, taken by Hope, but signaled a wide. So the first ball, just outside the off stump, moving away. The second ball is down the leg side. And that's the problem, is the consistency of a proper line and length.
And we see it so often in all formats of the game by the West Indian bowlers. It's almost as if, I don't know if they're trained or their whole mindset is that they have to alter something.
Here's Seals again. This time it's short, outside the line of the off stump. They go through for a single, and well, Brandon King just held the ball. I thought he should have had a shy.
They could have, yeah.
And but he just held on to the ball. I suppose they all saying 1 is 1. And he didn't want, because there's no one, as we keep saying.
But he had Romario Shepherd on the boundary here,
Yeah.
so the speed at which the batsman was going, I don't think they could
They
have
might
turned
turn and get
to
back
go
for a
back
second.
run.
Yeah. Well, they've got the single, so 297 now for 4. And Seals at the top of his mark.
And maybe this was a change that probably needed to be done earlier in
Well,
terms of him switching ends.
He's into Hardik, and Hardik is just playing it out on the offside, and Seals on his follow through does the fielding himself. It's amazing with fast bowlers and their follow through, Ruskin. You look at some fast bowlers have a real good follow through, and you could see it in them. Some don't. You know, they tend to bowl. Andy Roberts was telling me that when he first started, he went to the Alfgova school, and what he worked on there was his follow through.
Yep.
And he said that helped him immensely. Here is Seals. This is short and it's pulled, but there's protection in the deep. As that's a single. Who's that out there? Let's see. Is that Sinclair on the field?
It might be, yes,
Yeah.
okay, because
Somebody's
I'm not sure
come
who
off.
he came on for.
Yeah. And that's a single, however, because it was far too short from Jaden Seals and it was pulled aggressively down to the deep mid-wicket position and they pick up a single. So 298 for 4 brings Kumar Yadav back into strike as Seals runs away from us here to bowl a full delivery and it's spanked high in the air over the man
6
at
runs.
point, and that's 6 runs. Now I thought he was going to go more over extra cover, but he seemed to just open the face of the bat and he hit it high over the point position. That's 6 runs. He goes into the 30s now.
300 on the board.
He is on 32 and it's 300. 304 for 4. But again, a full toss outside the line of the off stump. You're asking for trouble, aren't you?
You're gifting the runs away there. And do you remember the ball before was a short ball that was pulled down to the deep, into the deep on the onside. Here he was trying to go outside the off stump. But again, you have to line up the deliveries, allow the pitch to help you.
Here's Jaden Seals, goes past the umpire and bowls to this is Yadav, and he drives down to long off, and
Hetmeyer.
that's gone in.
No,
let's
Hetmeyer
see.
with a save.
Oh yeah,
with a
Hetmeyer.
brilliant
Yeah,
save.
brilliant, because I thought it had beaten him, and the little post is blocking me, and I thought that went past him, but that's a really good stop from Hetmeyer. So 1 more to the total. It's the end of the over from Jaden Seals. He's really struggled. None for 62 from his 7 overs, so it's almost a situation where he's going at 9 runs and over. So he would want to forget today. He's a much better bowler. He's a tremendous talent, Jaden Seals. But as we keep saying, he's been off cricket for a while. 46 overs have been bowled. It's 305 for 4. Hardik Pandya is on 34. Surya Kumar Yadav is on 33.
And this is a pretty good response by the Indians coming out of that defeat in Barbados. So they obviously needed to come here and make a statement, try to get things back on track, if you know what I mean.
Boy, what a statement they've made.
Yeah, and they remember, and again, they've gone with the team without their 2 main guns. you
Well,
know.
Shepherd is going to continue, and he's going to operate from the southern end.
And he has been
Or the-
shifted around.
Yeah,
Remember,
and he's going up. Yeah, from the. I would like to
started
call
at
that.
that end, the southern end. He
Yeah,
started
this-
at the
the-
northern end, and he bowled at the northern end. He's back at the southern
Yeah,
end now.
the southern end or the hospitality boxes end, because there's so many hospitality boxes up there. Here is a delivery from Shepherd that is being hit square on the offside. They're just going to get through a single. 306 now for 4. As Shepherd in his let's see, his 9th over, 1 for 51 so far. Who's been the pick outside of Moti? Who's been the pick of the other bowlers? So it's been
So why did you take out
I want to
Moti?
take out Moti
Oh,
because that would have been too much
But
of an
why
easy
didn't-
question
why
for
didn't
you.
just ask me who was the pick of the bowlers?
No, that would have been too
Yeah.
easy for you. Here is Shepherd. This is short and he's hit in the air, but it's out down to King, dropping in well in front of him. He didn't get hold of it, and the Indian skipper, and they pick up a single. 300
But
and
Kyle Mayers certainly bowled
yeah,
well.
he bowled well.
When
He
he
started,
started.
yeah, he
But
did.
you realize he hasn't bowled since.
yeah.
So they've kind of kept him out of harm's way, and it's the other bowlers who have been carrying the load.
This is Shepherd on his way again. 307 for 4. As this one, a slower delivery outside the line of the off stump, and it's cut down to the deep point position. The Seals is down there, and they go through for an easy single. So 1 more to the total. It's 308 for 4. Brings the Indian captain back into strike, Hardik. He's on both batsmen now on 35. 308 for 4. And if you're now joining us, the batsmen already dismissed. Gill went caught Karaya off of Moti for 85.
Seems like Shepherd is struggling there with something like a calf strain or something.
Yeah. Well, they're not missing any cricket because there's a change of bat as well for Kumar Yadav. Yeah, and Kishan, he went stump hope off the bowling of Carrier for 77. Tremendous opening partnership of 143. Gaikwad, he failed. He went caught King Bowl Joseph for 8. Then Sampson with a squash buckling half century. He went caught Hetmeyer off Shepherd for 51 off of just 41 deliveries. He really sort of took the momentum of the Indian team.
Repeat that. Repeat that. Something about Thomas Sampson.
What's that? Swashbuckling?
Oh, swashbuckling.
Oh, yeah. Ruskin, come on. Here is a delivery that is
I
played
thought you
out
said
on the offside.
swashbuckling. I wanted to know what type of innings was that.
No, sir, no. Oh, Ruskin. You're not hearing me so well this morning.
That's my fault.
You didn't sleep well last night,
That's
obviously.
my fault,
yeah, but don't worry. It happens to the best of us. Well, it happens to you, Ruskin. I was going to say the best of us, but it happens to you every now and again. So I'm not, I could understand that, and I forgive you for it.
Yep.
Yeah. So what?
See,
let me get back to the score. 309 for 4.
But look at, he's really struggling. He's just bending over before every delivery.
Well, he's in, and again a slower delivery. It's in there! Oh, what a catch! What a catch! Is that Athanase? Oh, no, that is Carrier, the local boy. The Queen's Park boy has dived to his left, and he's held an astonishing catch. Well, I thought he was not going to get there. It was almost behind him, Ruskin, and he was diving, and the Indian captain has to make his way back, because what a catch. That is a stunning effort from him. And what a good catch. Goalkeeper style.
Yadav is the one who goes.
Yadav is the man, not the Indian skipper.
Yep.
So it's Yadav making his way back. Caught Carrier, bowled Shepherd for 35. But that is a stunning catch. And those are the kind of catches, Ruskin, that lifts a fielding team.
Yes, it does. And it really was very well executed there. He was, as you say, he flung himself to his left, took it goalkeeper style in both hands, and came up with the catch there. Everybody surrounded him there because they recognized how brilliant a catch it was in the end. So credit to the West Indies team. They've kept their heads up. They haven't really wilted, despite the fact that they've been able to push on. The Indians have been able to score fairly frequently. And now it's Ravindra Jadeja. So it's Ravindra Jadeja who has come to the crease. Another dangerous customer, and with just a few overs left, he probably has license to go and go hard.
Yeah, he will. There's no doubt he's going to look to take the attack now to the West Indies bowlers. They've only got a few overs left. Want to say hello to Dr. Mehta, of course, my good friend.
Yep.
We had many a lunches, Ruskin. You couldn't join us. I know you couldn't walk that far. Here is Shepherd round the wicket to Jadeja, and he's pushing it out on the onside towards that deep mid wicket, and they go through for an easy single. They end have a very good over from Mario Shepherd. 5 runs coming from it, picking up the wicket as well. 310 for 5. Jadeja, who has now come out there, he's on 1. And Hardik Pandya is on 36 not out. What a good over, though. 5 runs plus a wicket.
Yeah, it is, and it's what was required.
In the 47th over.
Yeah, in the 47th over, because you put pressure on the team because you know they're trying to get after you.
That's right.
And to be able to produce an over like that, it just says a lot for him. And like I said, he's struggling a little bit with something like a cramp. It seems like he has a cramp in his calf muscle area, but he's battling through it. And no matter what. So look at the score, 77, 85 at the top, 8, 51, 36, 35. So a lot of players got starts.
No one was able to carry on to 100. But here we have a delivery that is outside the line of the off stump.
Might have been
somebody
just
He
somebody
stopped,
walked
didn't
in
he?
front of the side screen. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought. Yeah.
Somebody went in front of the side screen there. One of
Yeah,
the security personnel.
I was disturbed at the moment, Ruskin, and I thought he had actually delivered, but he didn't. Jaden Sales. So, yes, Dr. Mehta is on his lunch break. He tells me he's going across to Florida for the T20 games, or to Fort Lauderdale. Here's a delivery that Jadeja is pushing at it. Going to pick up a couple runs because it goes all the way down to the position at the deep point, and they're able to pick up 2 runs. It was a So he goes quickly on to 3, the total on to 312 for 5. So we've just got 2 overs and 5 deliveries left, 17 balls left, 312 for 5. I think the 350 could be on, Ruskin. Go for it, go for it.
Go for it, yeah, you could. And but I would think more like 340 probably.
Here is Seals in, and this is driven down towards long off, and they're going to pick up an easy single. As
Even 340 might be a stretch here right now because I don't think the West Indian bowlers are bowling that badly, especially given what we saw from the last over from Romario Shepherd, where just 6 or 7 runs came off the over.
so that ball was played down to
Long off.
to
yes, and
long
easy,
off,
yeah.
where Kyle Mayers is doing the fielding, and they just get a single. I think Jadeja he's going to try and get the runs, but I think he's going to try and rotate the strike for the moment. Let the skipper Hardik Pandya try to do, and that's what he's doing. Pandya's hit this high over long off, just as I suggested. Jadeja is going to give a lot of the strike to Hardik Pandya, and that one from Jaden Seals, he hit it sweetly high over long off, and that's gone for 6. He's taken it up a little bit too much, you have to think, to the batsman. Yannick Carrier has come across to have a word with Jaden Seals. It's been a real torrid time for him today. He's
71 runs already conceded.
He's just not got his line and his length right, and that's the problem. You know, Jaden Seals, such a young, talented player, and he's on his way again. Runs away from us here to bowl to the Indian captain, and this one he's hitting it through the offside and waited on it, and this seemed to be a little bit slower delivery, but he hit it square on the offside down to the man at deep point, and they pick up a single. So one more to the total, 320 for 5, and Pandya is on to 43, brings the left-handed Jadeja into strike. But what a good shot that the lofted shot, Ruskin, over long off was. He timed it sweetly, didn't he?
Went through the line. Wasn't a half volley.
No,
Just
it
went
wasn't.
through the line of the ball.
Beauty. Well, the left-hander is in strike as Seals is into him, and he's pulling a short delivery down
Looking
to
for
the
2 here.
Yeah, they're gone for 1. They're going to come back. They're going to get it easily because he didn't time it all that well. He was pulling the delivery, didn't time it, and it really went out towards the deep mid-wicket position. Didn't hustle out to him, and so he had to come in to do the fielding, and they were able to pick up. Who's that out there? Is that Hetmeyer? No, that's not Hetmeyer. But they were able to pick up the second run, and Hetmeyer is at extra cover.
That might be Casey
Carty. I was
operated
just thinking that as Katie
himself and King are right in the boundaries out in the
on the leg side.
Yep.
And this time Jadeja is just sort of a push drive more than anything else out to Mears, who is at long off, and they pick up a single. So the end of the over from Jaden Seals. He's now conceded 75 runs from his 8 overs. The current run rate 6.73. At the end of over number 48, it's 323 for 5. So just 12 deliveries left. I would expect 6 of them may very well come from Romario Shepherd, and the next 6 may come from, we'll have to wait and see.
Because
Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, only one bowler is bowled out. That's Muti.
Yeah.
So he has options.
Well, he's going to bring Joseph back into the into contention. Joseph has completed his 9 overs, 1 for 67. So his economy rate at the moment is 7.44, and you look at that, and Moti has only, his economy rate is 3.80 from his 10 overs. He's been really the class act here. Well, it's going to be Alzari Joseph, and he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Jadeja, as West Indies trying to ensure that the last 2 overs, the Indians don't get away too much from them. As this one, again, very sensible cricket on the part of Jadeja. A delivery just back of a length, and he just opened the face of the bat and pushes it out on the offside, and they amble through for a single. 324 for 5. Jadeja is on to 8.
And that's good batting, because he knows that Hardik Pandya is the one who's been there for a long time, and he's on to 43 now. So he's given him every opportunity probably to get to the half-century mark.
Well, Pandya settles again, looks up, sees that Alzari Joseph is at the top of his mark, and he starts to run in to bowl to the right-hander. And this one, he's swinging this one. That's gone over the deep backward square leg position. That's 6 runs. Badly lined from Alzari Joseph. It was up to him outside the line of that leg stump, and all he did was swing it high over the deep backward square leg. He goes on to 49, the Indian captain. It's now 330 for 5.
Well, we were thinking that they could get to 340, but if you're giving them deliveries like that, then they might very well get to 350 without much of a fuss the rest of the way.
Alzari Joseph on his way to bowl to Pandya, and this is a much better delivery. Yorker leg delivery. We've been asking for that, Ruskin, a long time now. He's produced some in an over or two
Yeah,
previously.
it's not consistent. Yeah.
But this one was good. It was outside the off stump, and Pandya had to try and come down on it, and it beat him. It went through to the keeper.
And you know, Colin, if you're going to bowl, you're telling yourself you have 6 deliveries. You know, how are you going to mix up these 6 deliveries? And the Yorker has to be one of those 6 in almost every over.
Well, he's on his way again in brilliant sunshine here at the Brian Lara Academy. And this one, it's a strange looking shot because he was looking to me, pull it through mid-wicket. And all of a sudden, the ball was going past Alzari Joseph, back past him. And that was a strange shot from Pandya, but he doesn't care because that's his 50. 51 now from 45 deliveries. It's 332 for 5. 45 deliveries, 3 4s and 3 6s, a strike rate of 113. It's been a good knock from the Indian captain.
I remember he started very slowly.
Yeah.
He didn't really go into full gear early. He waited on Gill. He allowed Gill to play on, and he just supported him. Now that Gill has departed, he has kind of blossomed a little bit.
What a gorgeous day we're having. It's brilliant sunshine here. Pandya is striking this one out down to long on, and they're going to pick up an easy single. He goes to 52. 333 now for 5. It's been a super day, hasn't it? The sun is out, brilliant. The crowd has come in. You notice, Ruskin, from the crowd, very few are seated in the sun.
Shade.
Yeah,
smart
they're all in the shade.
Yep.
And that's the thing. That's the thing when you have these open grounds.
You realize the only people not in the shade are the cricketers.
That's right. Well, the left-handed Jadeja is going to take strike again from Alzari Joseph, who is with him now, and he's looking to work this delivery out on the leg side. The ball hits him and comes straight back, hits him somewhere on the pad, and comes straight back to Joseph. It's the end of the over, an over in which 6, 8, 10 runs were conceded. Alzari Joseph has completed his 10 overs, 1 for 77, and after 49 overs, it's 333 for 5.
Well, this is, again, 10 runs off that over once more, and it was really spoiled by that 6, that gift on the pads that he just picked him up and deposited him over square leg. And, you know, we can look back, how many times have we seen that in the innings where the bowlers produce a good over, but then they spoil it with one delivery in the over that just gifted either a boundary, a 4 or a 6. And we just saw that even in the Alzari Joseph last over. He produced that one delivery that was just clipped away for 6 runs over square leg. So now it's going to be
Romario Shepherd.
Yep.
Is going to bowl the final over, and is going to be bowling to the Indian skipper. And this one is hit high over extra cover. That's 6 runs. If you pitch up to this man, you can really say goodbye because he smashes it high over extra cover. It was pitched up to him, and boy oh boy, did he hit that beautifully. So he goes to 58, and it's now 339 for 5.
A beautiful shot indeed. A real gift of a delivery, a half volley outside the off stump, and he just went through the line of it, hit it nicely, hit it powerfully, and hit it for 6.
Well, here is Shepherd again on his way. Nope. The umpire says
They bring in the fine leg up. So
So they're bringing the fine leg up, but not too sure when you bring the fine leg up because there's still nobody at that deep extra cover position. Here's Shepherd, and Pandya having a swing. Pandya having a swing at it. Hardik Pandya doesn't make contact, and it goes through to be taken by Hope.
change the pace again.
Yep,
you know.
slower one.
Yep. It kind of beat him. He was probably trying to hit it, and he just tried to flick that out the back of the hand there, and no pace at all to work with. Got his timing all wrong there, Pandya. He was swinging long before the ball got there.
Well, Pandya waits on Shepherd. This is short, and it's hit in the air, but away from both the man at long on and deep mid-wicket. It went between the two of them, down to the boundary for 4. He goes to 62. All of a sudden, this man has changed gears. It's 343 for 5.
Well, that 350 now looks very much on here, and because we were looking at that 350 total some time ago. For a moment, it didn't look like we were going to get there, but all of a sudden, Pandya has decided he is going to take matters into his own hands, and he's willing his team now to the 350 mark. They're 7 away.
Well, Shepherd
You have 3 balls.
goes past umpire Goff into bowl, and oh, that's huge. It's in the air, and it goes way over the man at long on. Whoa, that's huge. 6 runs for the Indian skipper. He has really changed gears. He's in a Rolls Royce now. That's a beauty. It's 349 for 5.
What a shot. Again, we're talking about gifting batsmen, runs, because he bowled a half volley, first ball outside the off stump. That was sent over extra cover, and here he is pitching up just on about the middle and off stump, and he just helped it over long on for 6 more. So 2 6s in the over so far.
So Shepherd, his figures a little bit being hurt now. 2 for 71.
Yep.
And,
He's joined Jaden Seals in the 70 run tally.
Yep, and Alzari Joseph. Yep. Alzari Joseph finished for 1 for 77. Here's Shepherd, wide of the off stump. Is it going to be signaled a wide? No. Umpire Goff says, listen, it wasn't wide enough to be signaled a wide. 349 for 5.
6 not 4 6 not in this over so far.
You
How do we end it?
You do know, Ruskin, if they get 1 more run. I told you
350.
that it was 350. I told you
You
so.
didn't get your 5 wides.
Shepherd into Pandey. He smashes this one, and it stopped there. I think he done well, Jaden Seals. We'll have to wait and see if, in fact, I think he may have well
Stopped it. He went
well,
over.
yeah, but I think he stopped it before it went over.
They will
And,
check it, I'm
yeah,
sure.
Yeah, for sure. Let's have a look. So he stops it, and the ball comes out of his hand. It's on the ground, and I think did he kick it? And let's see, he's touching he's over the boundary.
Did he get back on? Yes, he
Let's
did.
see, he got back in time and stopped it from going in the thing. So
And
that's
then he
good.
released it. Yep.
So just 2 runs in the final delivery, which means that India, they have ended on 351 for 5. It's a tall order, because it means the West Indies team, they've got to score 7 runs and over. And we'll give you the final scorecard. A very good display, you have to admit, from the Indian batsmen. After their 181 in the second ODI, they've come back well.
And they're playing on a much better wicket as well, a better surface to bat on. Jadeja was 8 not out, 17 not out to Hardik Pandya. So a very good score again from him. And when you consider, Colin, he only got past his half century in the previous over.
That's right.
And he ended up on 17 not out in the end. So India, they have a lot to be thankful for and to be happy about. It's now up to their bowlers to see if they could come now and complete the job. So 351 for 7,
Yep.
17 extras inside of that, with 70 to Hardik, 35 to Surya Kumar. But again, that 51 from Sampson, that just kind of pushed things along.
Yeah, it sped up the momentum, didn't it, of the innings?
Yep, because they got a good start again, and then they lost.
Yeah.
They lost the wicket, and he came and he just kind of changed the whole tempo of the innings. And I think they consolidated a bit, and then they just carried on. They lost wickets along. They were 5 in all, but it didn't matter. At the end, Seals naught for 75, naught for 25 Mayers, 1 for 77 Joseph, 1 for 38 Muti, 2 for 73 Shepherd, and 1 for 58 Correa.
Yep. So that is the here at we at the break here of innings, and the Indian team ended up on 351 for 5. And let's quickly just run through the scorecard. Kishan 7. He went stump hope off of carrier for 77. Gill caught carrier bowl Moti 85. Gaikwad caught king bowl Joseph 8. Samson caught headmire bowl Shepherd 51. Pandya, he was not out on 70. Kumar went caught carrier bowl Shepherd for 35. Jadeja was not out 8. There were 17 extras made up of 5 leg byes and 12 wides. And the bowling figures for the West Indies, Jaden Seals, he had 8 overs, no maidens, none for 75. Kyle Mayers, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 25. Alzari Joseph, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 77. Gutkesh Moti, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38. Romario Shepherd, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 73. And Yannick Carrier, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 58. You look at the economy rates of those bowlers. Seals went for 9.3, Mayers 6.2, Alzari Joseph 7.7, Godakesh Moti 3.8, and Shepherd 7.3, and Carrier 7.2. So that's the situation from us here at the Brian Lara Academy. We're at the break. It's means that the West Indies, they will have to chase 352 for victory. It's a tall order. It's a huge target. The pitch, however, it's in good condition. The ball is coming on nicely to the bat. There's no turn. There's no inconsistent bounce. So you'll have to think that if the West Indies batsmen can somehow put their heads down and bat with this intention to get those runs, who knows? We can be in for a treat here this afternoon. So we'll take a break. And then when we come back, it will be the West Indies' turn to get 352 for victory. Until then, it's goodbye from us here at the Brian Lara Stadium and for a short while.
all stations, stand by. We will be with you in 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, good afternoon and thanks for staying with us. We're here for the West Indies reply. Remember, they are in pursuit of 352. Brandon King is already out there at the moment. So they'll be looking to get a good start. King and, of course, Kyle Myers. Myers, his average of 26.24. He'll have to do a lot better today with that. And also get the West Indies off to a flyer. That's 7 runs and over, as I say. A very good afternoon to Vidya Ramphal. Good afternoon.
Yes, hello, good afternoon to you, Vinod. Good afternoon to everyone here. Quite an awesome task here for the West Indies to chase down 352 runs to win this third ODI and clinch their first series win over India since 2006. That is a long, long time to break this curse and end 12 straight series losses against India. As you mentioned, Mayers there, the 30-year-old Barbadian, 26 point, just over 26 he averages, but that comes with 200s and 250s, and you would feel that his ultra-aggressive approach at the top tends to be a bit hit and miss at times. Today, he needs to really perhaps rein in some of those attacking instincts and play an innings of long substance here for his team.
Yeah, but it's going to be Mukesh to take up the attack from the media center end, and it's bowling to Brandon King. Here's Mukesh. He's running from the edge of the 30-yard circle up to the umpire now. He bowls the first delivery outside the off stump, and King allows it to go by. Remember, the target is 352.
Yeah, Mukesh playing in only his third ODI, the man from Bihar, and campaigned for the Delhi Capitals in the IPL. We talked about him during the test match, Vinod, a man who at one time it was felt that he didn't have the goods to become a fast bowler. Waqar Younis had his doubts about him, and he would have played under Waqar. So if you're seeing, for those of you all who are watching or have seen him before, there are several similarities to his game, to that of his former coach Waqar.
Here's Mukesh, he's in and bowls. That's a wide outside the off stump, signal wide by umpire Goff. And the West Indies are off and running.
Yeah, this bit of a swing away, but that started well wide of the crease and swung even further away. Sampson had to move across to in front of the, should we say, second slip and collect that delivery in that region.
So let's have a look at the field. There's one slip in operation. Point, backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, third man and long leg on the boundary. Here is Mukesh running away from us. Up to the wicket now, he bowls, and this is beaten outside the off stump. A tentative push there by King and through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, that's a good delivery there. This young man bowling for India, Mukesh Kumar, really models his game a lot. Outside of the resemblance to Waqar Younis, really models his game a lot on Josh Hazlewood, the Australian, one of the top ODI bowlers in the world. He's a real workhorse, and one who has, by sheer dint of hard work, has worked his way up rapidly through the Indian domestic scene to make it onto this national team.
Yeah, he is now. Oh, that's a good delivery again. Closer to King. King pushing forward. And that one just going past the outside edge. So West Indies are one without loss.
Yeah, Brandon King certainly has gotten runs here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Last time he would have batted here in a first-class game, he got 100, and previously got 100 here at this venue. So he has some good memories of batting here. Plus in the CPL during that, was it the 2021 season where he was on fire? He certainly did get runs here also.
Needs to be on fire today. Here's Mukesh again. Up to the wicket now, bowls, and this time he's driving off the inner half of the bat down to mid-on, and there is no run. So at the moment, the score is one without loss. This is the first over. The crowd has built up nicely, still nowhere near to being packed as you would normally see. for like T20 cricket. I think we should have a bigger crowd here on Thursday when the T20 series begins.
Yeah, certainly. I agree with you. The ODI, it seems that the fans have voted with their feet when it comes to the popularity of this format.
There's Mukesh again. Sammy's driving and he's gone! Caught behind! Umpire Goff just wants to confirm whether the catch was taken. Driving outside the off stump, it took the edge, and I think King is in trouble here. They're going to the third umpire.
Well, the Indians have claimed the catch. Just to look at the replay and the scoreboard, in fact, even the person scoring believes that's out. They've already put up 1 for 1. And let's take a look at the review to see how it happened. King is looking very nervous at the moment. Played at a couple of deliveries outside the off stump and missed it, true to the keeper. Kumar getting the ball to move away. Was there an edge first of all? And Snicko has confirmed there was an edge. Now, was that edge taken? That is the real question here. Sampson's coming across to it. His nice blue gloves get under it, and that is the end of King. He's going to be gone. He's out without scoring.
King has to go, and Mukesh has struck. So the Indians have struck very early here, 1 for 1, just what the West Indies did not require, losing King early. And the Indian flags are being waved all around the ground here, wherever there is an Indian flag, and he has to leave. So he was beaten twice outside the off stump, and again, the third time, not so lucky for him. It took the edge. Kishan taking a nice low catch, and it's 1 for 1. Alec Atenes comes in at number 3.
Disappointing end here for King, but decided to go on the offensive early here against a bowler who was getting the ball to shape away from him. The first one really moved a lot, went for a wide, but then he got his line right. The next 2 deliveries troubling King, going for the big drive outside the off stump, and a catch easily taken by Sampson. A great carry here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and Brandon King gone for a disappointing duck of those 5 deliveries here. Athenes, fastest 50 on debut for the West Indies, joint fastest in history, that is. Let's see if he can reproduce some of those goods here today.
Well, the West Indies selector Roland Butcher on debut way back then for England against Australia had the fastest half century, 37 balls in hours. This is the first delivery by Atenes, played away down to just far of square, and there is no run. They never got over there for Mukesh. It's 1 for 1. Roland Butcher, I was having a discussion with him just recently in St. Vincent, and we were speaking about that when Butcher made his test debut, his ODI debut against Australia for England. He scored the fastest 50 on debut, which is 37 balls. And I was asking Roland, it must have been a difficult pitch. You were pedestrian.
Yeah. And wasn't that the point that he threw you out? Yeah. So I did have the pleasure of seeing Roland play a couple of times.
And the Indian captain Hardik Pandya, average of 37.89, 73 wickets in 77 matches, a best of 4 for 24. And you were seeing video that he hasn't bowled that much. He's opening the bowling from the southern end, and he's going to bowl to the southpaw Kyle Myers. Here is Pandya up to the wicket now, bowls to Myers, and he plays it away to mid-wicket, can't get the run.
Yeah, he's just bowled 9.4 overs in the Caribbean, so let's call that 9.5 now. And I like that line. I'm still a turtle, not a rabbit, in terms of his preparation for the 2023 World Cup.
Yeah, and going back straight, he has made a change immediately. And there is a fielder being sent back 3/4 of the way to the boundary. And third man comes up into the circle. It's Pandya. Long run up. It's up to the wicket now, bowls, and this is a delivery pushed away to cover. There is no run. Just getting into line. And there is no run. Myers. If the West Indies are to challenge this total, you'll think that Myers will have a big hand to play.
Yeah, the West Indies are reworking their top order structure. Usually you'd find that Shea Hope would have been opening. Just last year, Shea Hope opened for the West Indies. Now he's dropped down the order, and in fact it has reaped benefits for the West Indies a bit in that his average has been a lot better since he's been batting lower.
Pandya goes past the umpire now, bowls, and it's a good delivery. Delivery just on the off stump, moving further away, and nicely behind it was Myers. So credit to the Indian bowlers, they've been on spot so far.
Yeah, just to develop on that, you're mentioning the change there. Hope, previous to 2023, batted at the top of the order, averaged 48.95 for the West Indies with a strike rate of just under 75. Since he's made the move, his average has jumped up to 69.66 in that period.
Delivery outside the off stump and losing the bottom hand in it, not timing it at all. Normally the timing comes with the top hand, but he lost the bottom hand there. So the West Indies, they must have a structure. You have to have a plan on how you're going to go about such a big total. You'll want to set a plan. After 5, it should be so much. After 10, let's look at this, and you move forward.
That's right.
But the last thing the West Indies want here is to collapse in front of this big crowd here at the Brown Eye Cricket Academy. Another good delivery, played away quietly.
And part of that structure is to having Shea Hope down. As I mentioned, his average 69.96, batting lower down. His strike rate, and Colin would be very happy to hear this, his strike rate since he's dropped down lower in the order is 96.75. Colin and I had this discussion last year because usually his career rate was around 75, and that is a big improvement in the way that in terms of his strike rate.
So it's going to be Pandey again, just underneath the CG United sign. It's been a good over so far from him. Here he is. Goes past the umpire now, bowls, and again, keeping Myers quiet. That one on the body. So it's the end of a maiden over from Hardik Pandya. At the end of the second over, the West Indies chasing 352 are 1 for 1.
Yeah, he's very, very much on target there, Hardik Pandya. A field that certainly there were 2 players behind square on the leg side. Perhaps a short ball, the batter would have been prepared for that. But most of those deliveries on the line of the stumps are just outside. All he could have done was really defend all the way through that. So an excellent start there from the Indian captain. You get the feeling that he was bowling slightly within himself. He hasn't had that a lot of work so far. But it's a good combination because you have the workhorse at one end, Mukesh, and Pandya very accurate at the other end. West Indies will be tested here in terms of getting away to a good start.
So it's Athenaeus who settles and waits. The pint-sized Athenaeus. Here's Mukesh. Up to the wicket now, he bowls, and Athenaeus comes forward, plays it away to mid-wicket. There is no run. I'm looking at Mukesh, and he just seems to have a little stutter as he's about to deliver. And we'll probably get your thoughts on that after the next delivery. I want to say a very good afternoon to one of our commentators, Dr. Nilesh Mehta, who at this point in time is in Chicago with his medical students, and he's introducing them to the sport. He must have preferred his good friend Colin Murray on air, but then the students would have ran away.
Yes, hello to Dr. Mehta. Nice to have you on with us.
Here is Mukesh, and this time it's short, fended away. That's the first run for Athenaeus. And the score now goes on to 2, and a bit of an ironic cheer from the crowd.
Yes, he got off, finally getting off the mark there, Athenaeus, 1 of 3. What that's about, Athenaeus?
Well, there were actually no run really coming off the bat. The last over was a maiden, so I
yes,
think they were
correct.
just relieved that a
Finally,
run
we
was
see a
scored.
run. 2 for 1 there, and the first run in the first over, plus we got the wicket of Brandon King. So the crowd starting to get a little antsy here already for this West Indies team. But I did see that little stutter step just before he gets to the umpire.
Here's Mukesh. He goes in now and bowls, and this is down the next side. Should be signaled wide by umpire Goff, and he does.
Yeah, no stutter step this time. So I think as he's into his second over now, maybe still struggling with his rhythm a little bit. You know, just about that when he gets into the gather before he delivers, that's where sometimes he just finds himself, maybe I'm not quite there, a little bit of indecision, and he just shortens his stride a little bit. So you're seeing almost as though his heels are going to clip against each other as he's coming through.
There you can see it. Driving beautifully through the offside for 4. Listen to the crowd. They enjoyed that.
And Mayers, after playing 6 consecutive deliveries in the last over defensively, has now broken free here. A lovely shot square off the wicket. That was wide, going further away from the left-hander. And not a huge amount of footwork towards the line of the delivery, but a nice flow off the bat, and that was guided nicely through cover for 4.
And the crowd on hand enjoyed that. So if in spurts, they can still enjoy the West Indies batting. The party stand, they're rocking at the moment. Here's Mukesh in again and bowls. That's a Yorker length delivery, forced away down to mid-on, and there is no run. So good comeback there by Mukesh. What they've realized, they've worked out that Maz is very strong on the offside, and he has his issues with those deliveries closer to his body, and they seem to be zoning in that area.
Yeah, just trying to get it to slant across him there to get that the slip interested in a catch. Well, he's now switched round here to he's gone round the wicket now to Mayers. So hopefully just to pitch it and get it to move away. He is getting the ball to shape into away from the right hand and possibly into the left hander here.
Here's Mukesh. It's a good delivery, just back off a length, forced away down to mid-off, and there is no run. It's the end of the over, is it? No, still one delivery to go. 7 for 1. Umpire Goff just walking down the track. Just looking at where Mukesh is landing as he's bowling round the wicket. Umpire Goff.
Yeah,
Not taking any chances.
Oh, we did see this in the test match also. He did tend to get very close to that danger area, especially later on in the test match. That's one of the areas that the umpires had a very close look at.
Mukesh again. You look at his run up and you think of Waka Yunus. Oh, it's bowling! Looking to force through the offside. It takes the inside edge. It hits the leg stump. And the West Indies, they've lost their second wicket, both to Mukesh.
Yeah, that was another delivery. Getting that one to pitch just outside the off stump, possibly getting some movement in. Mayer's playing away from his body and, well, no footwork at all. And playing away from his body and guiding it back onto that leg stump, which went into first gear. And that means that he has to go. Mayer's gone for 4. We've also seen the end of King without scoring. And boy, West Indies now in serious trouble, 7 for 2.
Is this going to be a meek surrender? The West Indies are really up against it. You can see Maz looking to guide this one down to backward point in that region. And to just use the pace of Mukesh. No footworks, as Vidya Ramphal said. And he then heard the dreaded song of falling timber. The West Indies, you feel it for an elderly fan in the crowd there. She's still hoisting that West Indies flag. She's living in hope. She's hoping for something. And she's not mistaken. She obviously knows that the West Indies have lost the wicket, but she's still rallying around the men in
Well,
Murray.
actually, I do know that fan. She's very much involved in secondary schools, track and field. They're also involved with North Zone cricket. So she is a huge sports fan outside of cricket, but very much involved in sport in general at secondary school level and beyond.
Well. The West Indies really up against it here. 7 for the loss of 2. And Mukesh getting a pretty innocuous delivery. But when you have a batsman who is lead-footed and just willing to stand there and poke the bat at it, it helps, doesn't it, Vidya?
It certainly does.
Yeah, is a delivery that's whipped away through mid-wicket. Runs here for Artenis. He takes 1. He's going to go back for 2. So Alec Artenis just allowing that, just playing that one away. And that's 2. Pandya, of course, bowling his second over. It's now 9 for 2. One of the fans with a big shirt mark, Chris Gale. And how would the West Indies would have loved to have had the big man at the top of the order chasing such a huge target.
Well, we saw the end of Mayers there. In the last game, he opened the batting and the bowling for the West Indies in the same match. Only Phil Simmons and guess who? Chris Gale have done that previously.
Here's Pandya. He's up to the wicket now. Both Artenis is beaten outside the off stump. That one kept a bit low as well. So has to be careful.
Yeah, well, Pandya, well, not 333, but he is wearing 33 on his back there. And very good line, testing Athenaeus out there very well. In the meantime, Shea Hope has come in, and we mentioned the West Indies captain in to do battle here. He's just 65 runs away from getting 5,000 ODI runs in what will be his 113th innings. If he does that, he'll be the third fastest in history to do so.
He has really done well, and I always ask myself why he's not involved in Test cricket
Anymore.
Got back-to-back hundreds at Leeds when the West Indies beat England. This delivery squeezed away, just far off square. There is no run.
Oh, that's a good take there by Sampson. The throw came in, and that was actually flying away. Was that throw came in?
Oh, it was Ishan Kishan.
Kishan, in fact, yeah. And,
Sampson was testing him out.
Sampson, in fact. And remember, those two are battling for the keeper's job here for the India team.
So you think he's trying to...
No, I'm not suggesting that at all, that he's trying to set up his teammate. No, that's not the case at all. But he did give him a test, though.
Here is Pandey up to the wicket now, bowls, and this is on the leg side. He's hoiking it away. It's in the air, just over Sampson. And they take one. Well, looking to just help it rather than pull it. And he nearly got himself in problems.
Yeah, Sampson wasn't far away from that, a couple, maybe 3-4 meters away from it, but trying to help that one on its way. And, well, he got that very high in the air, but maybe just coming off the blade of the bat. The bat was actually turning in his hands as he played the shot. Sampson turned, he looked like a 16-wheeler trying to do a 3-point turn there and couldn't get across to it.
Well, it's going to be the skipper. All West Indies hopes are pinned on him. No pun intended. Here he is now. First delivery pushed away down to backward point. There is no run. Shea Hope has been phenomenal in ODI cricket.
He certainly has. Since the 2019 World Cup, he's gotten the most runs in world cricket. Not even Babar Azam and the likes of Kohli and Rohit have more runs than him. 3,273 runs since the 2019 World Cup. Unfortunately, he's not going to be playing at the 2023 World Cup.
Well, here is Pandya again. I don't think Pandya will miss him. Good delivery just back of the length, pushing it out to cover. There is no run. It's the end of the over, so he gets to feel a couple of deliveries onto the bat at the end of 4. The West Indies are 10 for 2, chasing 352.
Yeah, it's been a sorry start here for the West Indies. Both wickets going down to Kumar, who's about to bowl his third over. The first one, Brandon King playing away from his body, caught by Sampson, caught by Kishan, of Kumar without scoring. And then the next wicket to go, Mayers playing away from his body and guiding it onto his leg stump. 2 wickets down already. And this is not the position that Shea Hope would have been hoping for. India lost their second wicket at 152. There was a huge platform already built. Not so here for the West Indies.
So it's going to be Mukesh to continue. He's really had a tremendous outing so far here down in South Trinidad. When you hear about Mukesh in South, you think about the late, great Mukesh Chanmatur. Here he is now up to the wicket bowls. That's a good delivery. The compact Athenaeus is right behind it. A lot of chatter by the Indians. I know you would understand what they're saying better than me.
Of course. The only thing I know how to say in India is in Hindi is to introduce myself. Mera naam Vidya hai. That's the only thing I know. But as you mentioned, Mukesh Kumar, he does have a combination of 2 great Bollywood playback singers. There's also Kishore Kumar. So a combination of 2 great names there for him. And he has been on song so far.
So here's Mukesh again, round the wicket. He comes in and bowls. Beaten outside the off stump is Athenaeus. That one pitched and moved away from him, round the wicket. So that's phenomenal.
Yeah, some great seam movement there for Kumar there, getting that one to pitch just outside the off stump. Seam upright and just nibbling away from that. Now, in the previous overs, he was getting the ball to move away from the right-handers, so he's shown enormous skill here, Kumar, in getting the ball to move either way. The one that actually got Brandon King pitched on the seam and moved away from him, taken just in front of first slip.
There's Mukesh again. Must be really happy with his work so far. Up to the wicket now, he bowls. This is forced away down to a wide-ish third man. That's one more to Athenaeus. And a lot depending on Athenaeus and Hope now. When you see the West Indies in this situation, as a fan with you're thinking it's going to be very difficult, almost impossible to beat India from this position. But you'll want to look at Athenaeus. You're looking for something positive. So I think a lot of eyes will be on Athenaeus here.
It certainly will be, and especially after that outstanding first innings that he's had, plus his entry into Test cricket, he really has set alight the imagination of the West Indies fans.
Here's Mukesh driving beautifully for 4. That's the sort of shot you bring your girlfriend to see. That's 4.
That is brilliant stuff there from Shea Hope, pitched up by Kumar, trying to encourage him to drive, and boy did he drive. Got that foot across to the pitch of the delivery and just caressed it through the extra cover region. Not a man move that hit the boundary in a flash.
Well, I was saying earlier on, we're in a situation now where you have to enjoy whatever is positive in West Indies cricket, and those little spurts. A drive like that was reminiscent of the great batsmen of yesteryear. Here is Mukesh running away from us again, up to the wicket now. He bowls, and this time he's beaten outside the off stump. That one just took off like a Lear jet.
Yeah, that one certainly did fly from that good length delivery. Certainly pulled his length back a bit from the previous delivery. That one pitching on the seam just jumped on him. In fact, that would have passed not the middle of the bat. That passed the shoulder of the bat offered there by Shea Hope.
Well, that's the importance of presenting a proper seam. And that is where he got the extra bounce. No devils in the pitch. That one hitting the seam and just taking off.
It looks like he is using the wobble seam delivery here, because you can see the ball moving through the air.
Yeah, he is now into Hope, back of a length. Hope looking for a single. It's not there. Mukesh feeds his own bowling. It's the end of the over. And at the end of 5, the West Indies are 15 for 2.
Yeah, it hasn't been a good start for the West Indies, but a couple of bright sparks so far. Lovely shot by Athenaeus and one from Hope here. The target 352 to defeat India here for the first time since 2006. And you know, when you look back, all the way back to that 2006 series, you could have not seen it coming at all. West Indies won that series comfortably 4-1, and then the performance has just dropped off a cliff, it seems.
Yeah, whilst their performances was dropping, the Indians were building. And this is why there's such a great chasm between both. So it's going to be the captain himself, Hardik Pandya. He's bowling to Athenaeus. Yeah, he is now. Goes past the umpire and bowls, and Athenaeus gets one that keeps a bit low. This is the value of batting first on this track. The West Indies won the toss. And I did say, I'm not telling you this after they conceded 351. Earlier on, I did say I don't think it was the right decision to bowl first on this track.
Yeah, certainly, and that has been borne out partly already. Of course, if the West Indies go on to chase it, Shea Hope might be calling to have a chat with you after that. But still a long way off that.
I would love to be proven wrong. As a West Indian, here is Pandya. He comes in now, goes past the umpire, and Athenaeus not timing this, just getting it down to backward point. There is no run.
Yeah, one a bit wide there from Pandya, possibly the widest delivery he's bowled so far, but just guided away to the fielder at that backward point position. So far, the Indians haven't done a lot wrong here. They've bowled well. At one end, you've had Kumar, who's hit the seam quite regularly, getting use of that natural variation. At the other end, Pandya has been the ideal forward. He hasn't given away a lot at all, and he's also created a couple of chances here for India.
He turns some the fire in and comes in again. Up to the wicket, bowls to Athenaeus. He comes across his stumps, going up with the appeal and then pulling out was Pandya to get a single to square leg. Bat on that, and that one came back into him and took the inner half of the bat.
A lot will depend on Shea Hope. He is the most experienced player on this West Indies team, playing in his 118th match. After him, the next most experienced player on this team would be Powell, but he's not involved in this game. Shimron Hetmeyer, who is due, I believe, to come in next, he will be he's in his 50th ODI, so he's the next most experienced guy, but we haven't seen the best of him on his return to the team so far.
Probably he's waiting for today. Yeah, it's Pandey, and this is clipped away down the long leg. They take one, he wants two, and that's all he'll get.
Well, in fact, we talked about the last time West Indies beat India in an ODI outside of that match in Bridgetown. That was back in India, back in 2019. On that day, the West Indies got hundreds from Shea Hope and from Shimron Hetmeyer. So those two were able to bring the game home, and they chased down a really big target, over 300 in that match. So it'll be up to them again.
That's well bowled, well played as well. Squaring him up there. Athanaze, he will know his role here. The West Indies, at around this time, I think the Indians were around 40 without loss. The West Indies are 17 for 2. So they're back against it here.
And certainly it's a big task for the West Indies team management, now headed, of course, by Darren Sammy, the white ball coach. And Darren Sammy coming in after stints in Pakistan and one or two other stints in the CPL.
Yes, Pandya is in now on bowls, and that's another good delivery. Athanaze plays it away to shortish mid-on, and there is no run. So it's the end of the over. Another good over here by the Indians at the end of 6. It's 17 for 2 on Pandya. His 3 overs, just 5 runs.
Yeah, he's been very accurate. Just a testimony to how accurate he has been so far. And while at the other end, Kumar is taking the wickets, he has been the one to really hold one end down here for his team. And so far has done a brilliant job for his team. And he hasn't done his chances of making it back into the World Cup team any harm at all. He's been performing well for the Indian team in these couple of games.
Well, Athanaze is just having a change of glove.
And there's a lot of music going up around the stadium at the time. And just to entertain the Indian fans, there are a lot of them here, a lot of blue flags around, and some music from their homeland playing. Babla and Kanchan being played at this time.
I think they're playing that for Colin Murray, Babla and Kanchan.
Isn't that his favorite artist?
Yes, definitely so. So as I'm speaking about the crowd has really built up nicely. The northwestern stand, which is the most popular here besides the party stand, it's packed. I can say that. It's going to be Mukesh, not to be confused with Mukesh Chan Mathur, but he has sung a sweet song for India this afternoon. Here he is, running away from us. Up to the wicket now, he bowls, and Hope is back, punches it to cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, just getting up high and knocking that one straight to extra cover, but that's the sort of length there that he has troubled all the batsmen with, Mukesh.
Yeah, definitely has, and he has done his work well, Mukesh. Without being expressed, he has done something with the ball, and that has created some problems here for the West Indies. 2 for 12, he's in his 4th over. And I say a very good night. In fact, early morning, when I say early morning, 2-3 in the morning, to our Indian listeners across India. Here's Mukesh running away from us now. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and this time again back of a length. Played away down to backward point, no run. So he's keeping the West Indies captain quiet.
Yeah, so he learnt his lesson, didn't he, in the last over, pitching up to Shea Hope, and the most elegant of extra cover drives to the boundary. So he's just going to keep that length back there and hope to induce an edge off Shea Hope. Some very interesting warm-up going on there by Shubman Gill. Looked like he was beating himself in the back there as he was running back to his position at first slip. Of course, he was beating the West Indies bowlers earlier today.
Well, it seems to be practicing some left-arm seam. Here's Mukesh running away from us again. He's up to the wicket, bowls, and again, edged and gone! Caught by Shubman Gill. That is what he was practicing for, to take that catch, and that's the end of Shea Hope.
Well, the top batter for the West Indies team is gone here, and is that the end of the West Indies' chances of a victory in this third ODI? Is it also the end of their chances of winning their first ODI series against India since 2016. And Shubman Gill, that one way across to his right. He's the most elegant of movers, and he made what would have been maybe a slightly more difficult catch than we thought look very easy indeed. Hope is gone for 5.
So Hope has to leave, and the West Indies are 17 for 3 at the moment. And Mukesh has taken all 3 wickets to fall here. He's really enjoying himself this afternoon. Anthony's is still there, and Casey Carty is going out there now to join him. Casey Carty was guilty of putting down a very simple catch early on when the Indians batted against Ishan Kishan, who went on to get a half century. He'll want to make up for that now. It's 17 for 3.
Yeah, he will certainly have a bit of work here to make up for. Carty playing in his 16th ODI match, the man from San Martin. Or did I get that right? Your pronunciation of Dutch might be better?
Well, it's not.
San Martin or Saint Martin?
Well, I know it is St. Martin. Yes.
Is he from the French side or the Dutch side?
He's actually from the Dutch side.
The Dutch side.
Yes.
Makes perfect sense that he's playing cricket.
Yep, yeah. Well, he's from the Dutch side. His dad, Keith Carty, is, I want to say, very good afternoon to him if he's listening on. He, of course, is a commentator in St. Martin. We would have done some work together. And it's going to be Mukesh to continue. 3-4-12.
And he's surprised that there's a second slip in place now.
Well, that's good captaincy here by Pandya. He's attacking. Here's Mukesh. It's down the leg side, struck on the pad. The Indians appeal. And not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, just slanting across the right-hander. That was clearly going down the leg side. And the delivery that got Hope again hitting the seam, just moving away at the last moment. But Hope not helping himself by playing away from the body. Not a lot of footwork there, and easily taken by Gill. In fact, where the second slip is, he would possibly be just taking it slightly to his left, because Gill had to move across a fairly long way to take that one.
He is now, and Carty allows this one to go by outside the off stump. Casey Carty did very well for the West Indies. He was man of the match when the West Indies won the Under-19 World Cup title against India.
Yeah, 50 in the finals, wasn't it?
So he would have played against probably one or two of these guys in that game. And the crowd has really gone quiet here.
Oh, why wouldn't they? 3 wickets down already, and perhaps the biggest pardon upon hope for the West Indies. He's gone for 5. West Indies captain, the best batter for the West Indies team in the last 4 years, back in the hutch.
So here's Mukesh. He comes in now and bowls. Again, back of a leg. Good delivery. Carty's across. Plays it to cover, and there is no run. So a Leeward Island man and a Windward Island man out there at the moment. At the end of 7, it's 17 for 3.
Yeah, certainly a sorry state for the West Indies team at the moment, 17 for 3. So the man from Dominica, the man from San Martin out there doing battle for their team. And certainly India have done nothing wrong so far, 17 for 3. And they are now in the box seats to go on to win this 3rd ODI and to get their 13th straight ODI series win against the West Indies.
Imagine that. The West Indies would have hammered India into submission in the 80s and 90s, and it has all just changed. Remember India defeating the West Indies in the World Cup final in 83. The West Indies visited India within months and defeated them 6-0. Beaten outside the off stump. Pandya continues to bowl well here, as Atherley is pushing at that tentatively.
Yeah, that series, the West Indies really took it out on India after that for losing that particular final. And you would have, of course, had the chance to speak to both of the captains on that day during the 2019 final, didn't you?
Yeah, definitely. And, of course, both men, of course, would have... I think the West Indies on that occasion, they were quietly optimistic. Of course, the Indians were favourites then, but the West Indies showed that fight. Alzari Joseph, it was all about him. There is a delivery outside the off stump, pushed away down to backward point nicely, but there is no run. Alec Atenes has a striking resemblance to Ian Wason, don't you think so?
Ian Wason, who does some work with us here. Well, let's put it this way. They resemble each other until Ian Wason picks up the bat.
Yes. One could bat and one cannot bat. Well, Murray tells me one could bat and one is a bat. I don't know about that. Here is Pandya from the far end. He comes in again. Goes past the umpire now. Bowls to Atenes. It's short. Pulled away. And the crowd will cheer as that goes into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, really great shot there from Athenaeus. Shorter delivery, perhaps the worst ball that Hardik Pandya has bowled so far. He's bowled 21 deliveries. That one, he just testing out the conditions here. Pitched it short deliberately, really bent his back, but he doesn't really have the pace to really threaten a batsman of the quality of Athenaeus. And he pulled that behind square, easy as you like for 4 runs.
Well, it's a short man, and I like him. I like the look of Athenaeus. Here is Pandey, and again he's edging, he's flicking it just out of the reach of Kishan, down to the boundary for 4. Well, that was the faintest of tickles. He will take that.
Yeah, I don't think, well, let's see. That one going down the leg side from Pandya. Yeah, just taking the edge and flying away for 4 runs. It was definitely a deflection at first glance there. Easy decision there for Leslie Reefer, the Barbadian. And a valiant attempt there by Ishan Kishan. He dived across but couldn't make the take.
I think it would have been a beauty had he taken it.
Yeah, it would have been something.
Pandya. Athenaeus is looking to go to the onside, can't get carried away. He has gotten 8 runs in the over so far. This one strikes him on the pad. 14 to Athenaeus of 20.
He would have had to take that like David Williams during that famous South Africa match. David Williams took one of those down the leg side against West Indies versus South Africa. But Kishan, well, diving across there was no way he could have gotten anywhere close to that.
There's Pandya coming in again from the southern end. He's up to the wicket now. Bowls, a slow delivery, pushed away, down to mid-off. There is no run. So it brings the over to a close, 25 for 3. And I would like your thoughts on the fact that short men have been some of the greatest batsmen in the world. Brian Lara, Sachin Tendulkar, Hanif Mohammed, even Don Bradman, Colin Murray. Give me your thoughts.
Well, you mentioned a name there, which I won't speak about there because I know you're just trying to tease and torment our fellow commentator, Mr. Murray. But yes.
But he was prolific for Queen's Park, and this is what encouraged Geoffrey Gillen to get into cricket. It's sad to say that Gillen just didn't have the returns.
You tended to find that in longer versions of the game, the shorter batsmen, that low center of gravity, have been successful.
Sunil
Gavaskar also, who was here for the test match. Brian Lara, of course, not the tallest of men also. But what the research is starting to show is that with the white ball game, the taller batsmen tend to be more prolific. The likes of Chris Gale certainly come to mind. Your Kevin Petersons,
is this something
even Shubman Gill, because
picking up the side of the ball.
Come back to that in a minute.
Here is Mukesh. He's up to the wicket now. He bowls and a loose drive by Karti. Through to the wicketkeeper. Well, I think had Karti edged that,
you'd have been a goner.
I think you would have been a goner for months.
Yes, the 2 slips are waiting for that. But what it's showing is that in the white ball game, especially as the games get shorter and shorter, these taller batsmen are making more runs simply because you pitch it too short, they get back and they can pull it away. But if you pitch it up even on a good length with that long reach of theirs and the long levers to go with it, they're just able to reach a lot of those deliveries and put them away.
Yes, Mukesh is in now on bowls. This is a quick single. Good running here. Karti's off and running. That's one more. Score goes on now to 26 for 3. So you're saying that taller batsmen
seem to prosper in the shorter games.
Well, Ian Wilson is 6-1. I'm yet to see the returns.
So the shorter batsmen certainly have prospered in the longer version of the game. Of course, Kevin Peterson has prospered in all formats of the game. So that
he was special, wasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly was special. And I enjoyed watching Peterson play. And just he also had a weakness to left arm spin, as we saw as the theories going around about Sky, Surya Kumar Yadav.
Yes, Mukesh, that's short. And it goes over the head of Athenaeus. Well, it struggled to go over the head of Athenaeus, who's a very short man. So the pitch not responding to Mukesh as he would have wanted on that occasion.
Yeah, early in the season, we would have seen something like that really rear up because in the earlier club games and some of the first-class games, I saw a lot of bounce on offer here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Well, our producer Jason might know this better than me, but I don't think this strip has been used this year.
No, in fact, it hasn't.
They were using the extreme left and the extreme right. So probably they were keeping it for Mukesh. Here he is now. He's in and bowls, looking to drive through the offside. That one goes through the on. Down to mid-wicket, there is no run. So Mukesh has done his work here. 3 for 13. He's in his 5th over. We might see him come out of the attack after 5. It's extremely hot outside there.
It will be very difficult to drag that ball out of his hands right now. He would be enjoying his time here bowling at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Remember, this is only his 3rd ODI. Just at the end of 2022, not much was known about him outside of India. Mukesh was actually the highest paid IPL player who did not play for India at the time.
Along the leg side, and it's signaled wide. Well, the heat could get to the players as well down here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, although they tell me it's hotter at the Oval because of the ring of stands at the Oval. But now on the western side of the Oval, that's a bit vacant, but normally the wind will blow from the eastern side, as you can see with the flags that is fluttering in the wind. But here it's open. So it's open when the rain falls, you get wet.
It is. Stadium that was opened in 2017, built for the 2007 World Cup here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
But it's a design that they normally would use in the United Arab Emirates, where rain falls once a year. If you're lucky.
If you're lucky.
This is why when rain falls at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, everyone and their grandmother gets wet.
Yeah, it is. You really have to get under the stands here. Very much an open field to this particular venue. The grassy area is away to our left. There's hardly anyone sitting in the grassy area, though. I don't think they really considered the cricketing culture here in Trinidad in the design of the stadium, though.
Well, it's a party stand. I think they could have had 2 party stands instead of that grass mound. It's going to be Mukesh round the wicket. Here he is now. Up to the wicket, bowls to Atenese, and that's a short, wayward delivery. That signaled wide by the umpire. Mukesh is asking about that.
Yeah, it's, well, the 43-year-old Englishman, Michael Goff, just signaling that the 2nd in the over. Mukesh heads back to the other end. He actually played a lot of cricket, Michael Goff. Well, he's been involved in 112 ODIs, but played extensively for Durham and got elevated to England A. Decided to go into umpiring after that.
Number of players have gone down that road.
Titan Butler comes to mind.
Looking for the single, it's not there as the over comes in. And I'm looking at Mukesh though. He seems to be laboring through that over. Again, another very good over. Just 2 wides and a single, 3 coming off it at the end of 9:28 for 3.
Yeah, I think that we mightn't see him for a while here. He certainly should be replaced at the end of this over. Earlier in his career, it was felt that he suffered from anemia, and that's why it was felt that he was not going to be one to develop into a fast bowler. But he struggled, despite those health struggles. He has progressed very well through Indian domestic cricket.
I think it's all about discipline. It's all about your mind at the end of the day. Wasim Akram played the majority of his career as a diabetic.
That's right. And with the advances in medicine, certainly has helped.
Yeah, and how sweet was he for Pakistan? So change of bowling at the southern end. It's going to be Shardul Thakur, another seamer. And he has taken 54 wickets in 30 games at an average of 30.65 and an economy of 6.2. Not bad at all. Here's Shardul Thakur. That's a good delivery. First up. Pushed away on the offside by Karthi.
Gave the West Indies some problems in the last game. Took 3 early wickets, put the pressure on the West Indies, but Karthi and Shea Hope were able to negotiate that difficult period and steer the West Indies into their first victory against India in 4 years. Hope is not there. Carthy is still there. And the West Indies have very little else coming up. Shimron Hetmeyer still to come here for the Windies.
Here's Thakur. Short outside the off stump, and they're just driving down to a wide-ish mid-off where Hardik Pandya is. They get a single. So Athanaze comes into strike now. And Shadu Thakur, he wouldn't keep you up at night with his pace. Was Ruskin Mark faster than him?
Well, I didn't have the pleasure of seeing Ruskin Mark play, but I do understand that he was considerably faster.
Well, Colin Murray
Colin
Murray did face him. So Colin said that he didn't face him for long because they took him out of the attack. So Colin will give us an assessment of Ruskin Mark's pace when he comes in, when both of them come calling shortly. Yes, Thakur is in now on bowls, and Athanaze is guiding it down to third man for 1. That takes the score now to 30 for 3.
But the problem is, I don't know how objective that Colin Murray will be in terms of his assessment of Ruskin's pace. You know how batsmen are towards bowlers.
Oh, Colin is always very objective. He says the Queen's Park Oval is the best in the world.
And there's your proof. Yeah, so certainly...
What would we do without Colin Murray on this panel? What would we do without him?
Wouldn't be the same, would it?
Yeah, it's Thakur is in now on bowls, and this is flicked away. That's 4. Good shot there by Carthy. It's running away, and I think it will get to the boundary. So that's a good shot. Carthy knew that all he had to do was to get it over the inner circle, and it's 4.
Yeah, there was a fielder at that mid-wicket position. It went over his head. Maybe if it had been Gill there, he might have been able to take that. He jumped high in the air and a couple of feet over his head and raced away to the boundary for 4 runs. Thakur just putting that one on the wrong side of the wicket, and well played, picking up a welcome boundary for the West Indies.
I'm looking at Gill. You mentioned Gill. He seems to take his time to do everything. Good delivery. Back off a length. Carthy can't get it away, so that's no run. Yes, Gill is one of those people who takes his time. He's not one of those guys, if you're hanging out, you will send to get ice.
Certainly won't, Shipman Gill. But when he has the bat in his hands, he's languid, he's easy on the eye.
It's beautiful.
But he certainly is very, very effective out there with the bat in his hands, and certainly with the catching. Took a nice catch to get rid of Shea Hope for 5, with Kumar taking those 3 wickets.
He is again Thakur. He comes in now on bowls and outside the off stump, and that one seemed away. It's the end of the over, the end of 10 overs. The West Indies chasing 352 to win. They are 34 for 3. After more towards some video ram found, you'll hear from the duo of Colin Murray and Ruskin Mark.
Yeah, after 10 overs, the West Indies 34 for 3 here. Athanaze and Carthy have a big job on their hands to rescue the West Indies team from trouble here. Remember, they are chasing 352 for victory, and it certainly will be a tall order here for the West Indies. A good time to say hello and a welcome back to Colin Murray, who might be feeling a bit battered as he comes back on, because you've been absolutely pummeled with remarks here by Vinod Ramcha.
Yeah, it's really amazing. I try to behave myself, sit down quietly in the back, and you know, it's just really amazing what people say about you and what they think about you. But we have a change in bowling because Kumar is taken out of the attack after 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 15. And it's that man that is going to come in to do the bowling. That man being Jaidev. They told me it's Jaidev Undakat. But here is a delivery. You could see him moving that ball. His very first delivery, Ruskin was sort of seeming away from Athanaze, and he was just pushing it out in front of him.
It certainly was a good delivery. Again, and this is the difference you're seeing, Colin, between the 2 teams. Almost every bowler that comes on finds a decent line and a decent length first up, you know. Whereas with the West Indian bowlers, it's one down the leg side, one outside the off stump. You're not quite sure what you're going to get. It might take them maybe an over or 2 just to get into rhythm.
No.
Unlike what we're seeing here, the bowlers are pretty much staying on top of things and getting through their overs fairly quickly.
Okay, so he is in his first over, and could see the left arm seamer bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Athenas, and tends to just swing the ball in there. Very hot, sunny conditions, no overcast here at the Brian Lara Academy. And this time Athenas is just waiting on that delivery. As it pitched, it just was leaving him, seaming away from him. And he was just opening the face of the bat and guiding it out towards a third man, and they're able to get a single. One more to the total, 35 for 3. Athenas is on to 16, brings Carty, who is on 6, back in strike.
Pretty sort of pedestrian approach here by the Windies, and that's primarily because of the quality of the bowling. They haven't really given the West Indies batsmen much to work with, and as a result, they're finding themselves really behind the 8 ball here and having a hard time getting started.
Well, here is Unatkat is on his way to bowl to Carty, and he was trying to drive this through the offside, but withdrew that bottom hand, so he was no real control of that shot. He was not in control of it, and the ball came off the bat, and the middle of the bat more than anything else, or maybe the top half, and was rolling back up along the pitch. There is no run. Score remains on 35 for 3.
I was just pointing out Sadio Mane left Liverpool, joined Bayern Munich, and
now
now
he's
left
gone
Bayern,
to the South Arabian
joined
clubs. Are
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, but the South Arabian clubs somehow they're buying up everything. Here is at the edge. Thunder is a taken. I think Gill is claiming the catch
And Casey is walking.
because Casey is walking. So the umpires are going to have a chat because they're going to have to go upstairs. But a good delivery from that man Unatkat, and it was pitched. It seemed to have left Carty, and it had some bounce as well. It seemed to have taken the top part of the bat and was low down, and Gill has taken another very smart catch, was diving forward and picked it up with both hands, and West Indies in further trouble. We'll just wait and see if the catch was taken cleanly. Yeah, it took the outside edge, really didn't hit the top of the bat, more the outside edge. It was dying on Gill, and that was a super catch because he was diving to his right, and you could see him just getting his hands under the ball, and he took an excellent catch. So I think that's the end of, we're having a look at the replay. Did it hit the ground, Ruskin? I don't think it did.
I think he got his hands under it.
Yeah.
And because he was going to his right, he had to anticipate where the ball was going to drop. So he kind of got his leg across. Then you could see him falling over to his right and was able to get his hand under the ball. I don't think we have a very close up. I think they needed another angle.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what the umpire, the television umpire is looking at. There it is. This might be better.
It's, well, he is trying to scoop it up.
You see the hand is on the ground.
Yeah.
The hand is on the ball, dropped in his hand.
Yeah, I think it's clean. I think it's clean. They're going to have another look at it. But I think
watch, the hand is under the ball, and the ball is in his hand.
It's dropping into the hand.
Dropping into the hand.
I think that's the end of him. Carty continues to walk off, but he himself is having I think Carty is convinced. Out, says the television umpire. And that's Mr. Erasmus is the TV umpire, and he has said to Mr. Carty, well, you're out, caught Gill off the bowling of Unatkat for 6, and it's now West Indies in further trouble. At 35 for 4, Shimron Hetmyer is making his way in.
It is really another very pretty sight to read the West Indies scorecard so far. And if any time the West Indies needed Shimron Hetmyer is today. And he's probably going to have to play one of his innings, the innings of his career here, because he's under pressure. He has been in and out of the West Indies team, and but he hasn't really fired since coming back into the team. So they're really going to need him here now to put his hand up and really produce something special if only to remind the fans of his capabilities.
And he is capable. There's no doubt about it. He's a very much a capable batsman. But he just hasn't come back into the team and has fired.
Yeah, it's taken him a while to settle. And this is not going to be easy because he's going to get a good examination here.
The ball is moving about, Ruskin, and you look at the bowlers thus far outside of Pandey. Pandey, these guys are moving the ball. This is Unnatakat on his way. Bowl to head. Oh, that's a beauty. It pitches, and as it hit the seam, it left Hetmeyer, and he was pushing at it, beat the outside edge, and went through to the keeper. What a first ball to get. It's the end of a successful over. So Unnatakat is now 1 over, 1 for 1, and it's 35 for 4 after 11 overs.
Doesn't make good reading, as I said, because it's really a disappointing start to the Windies. And by comparison, Colin, when India faced 11 overs, they were 85 without loss.
Yeah.
Is
Well,
that- is
I
that
don't
even
I don't think anybody needs reminding of that, Ruskin. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just wanted
but
to make
I
clear.
don't think nobody
Yeah.
needs reminding.
I just want to give
of
you the
that.
full picture.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Didn't realize you were a painter.
Yeah.
But
I didn't want you
it's,
to go away
thinking, yeah,
otherwise.
that West Indies were about 30 for none. India. Here is our delivery coming from Thakur, coming into the left-handed, well, both left-handers now, but came into Athanas, and he was just playing on the front foot. Came in, took the inner part of the bat, and just trickled out on the onside towards a shortish mid-wicket, and they were able to go through for the signal. So the score goes to 36 for 3.
How different the game looks, Colin,
Yeah,
because the ball is hitting the edge of the bat so much more than it was when the West Indians were bowling.
But
With the
it's
exception of
movement.
maybe of Myers, when he was bowling, we saw the
Ball moving
movement,
about, yeah. But, he was the only one.
Yeah.
We've seen now the Indian bowlers, all of them are capable of moving the ball around. And they're creating problems. Here is Thakur to Hetmeyer, and Hetmeyer stands up to a delivery just short of a length. And he wasn't really trying to punch it. He was just more or less pushing it out towards a mid-on. And there is no run. The ground still bathed in sunshine here. A beach day, Ruskin?
Yes,
Holiday in
yep,
Trinidad
yep,
and Tobago.
Yep. I could just
And-
picture you at Maracas right now.
In a Speedo?
But
Don't answer. You just picture it.
let's
You
just say reef.
you-
Speedo, no, maybe a reef.
Here is Thakur on his way to bowl to Hetmeyer drives through the offside. That's going to run away to the extra cover boundary. A ball pitched up, and he was driving, got onto that front foot, and he drove it sweetly. He had the little bit of width that Thakur gave him, and he was into position nicely, and he struck it through the offside for 4. That's a good-looking shot from Hetmeyer. Gave him that width in which to play that expansive drive, didn't it?
And he certainly has that shot in his armory,
Yeah.
and he really executed. The man at extra cover didn't move, because when the ball went past him, he just kind of stood there.
Yeah, he turned. He looked at it. 40 for 4 as Hetmeyer faces up to Thakur. This time he turns this one, but straight to the man there at the square leg position. Let's see, that is Samson who's doing the fielding. But it came off the bat quickly because it was a ball line, maybe middle and leg, and he turned it. Had it been a yard away, now what they're doing is they're going to push Samson back, because I was about to say, Ruskin, a yard either side of him, it would have raced away to the square leg boundary for 4. So that has now, they have now sent Samson all the way back to the deep backward square leg boundary. Here is Thakur into Hetmeyer, and stands up to a delivery again. Outside, looking pretty confident. But he stood up to this delivery and pushed it out. But right to the man there at that cover position in the, is it the captain?
Yadav.
Yadav,
Yadav.
yep.
Yeah.
Yadav.
Shumar Kumar.
Yep. Kumar Yadav. And there was no run. But he's looking pretty confident, Hetmeyer.
Yeah, and the thing is, he now needs to figure out how he's going to build an innings here. You hit a good shot, but you can't just get carried away and just decide to throw the bat at everything.
Here is it. In there. Well. Ruskin, Mark, you said it. He can't throw the bat at everything. And he threw the bat at this one from Thakur. He hit it in the air. And my, hit it straight to Yadav at cover. And he makes his way back to the pavilion for 4. Well, it was a delivery outside the off stump. He went after it, never got over it, and he hit it straight to the man at cover. He bends over now, and really and truly, you have to. He knows it was a poor shot. He goes out there, caught by Surya Kumar Yadav off the bowling of Thakur for 4 from 6 deliveries, and the West Indies now in all sorts of tatters. They're 40 for 5.
And what a sorry scorecard it's reading here at the moment, 40 for 5. I wonder if I could get that many okras or maybe jalapeno peppers or something. I could get at 40 for 5.
40 for 5. Yeah, you probably can get it. You can get it.
I was trying to figure
I
out
was
what
thinking
else.
doubles. I was thinking doubles. I can't get 40 doubles for 5, can I?
You might get 5 doubles for $40. I think you get 40. Okay,
The other way
what kind
around.
of racket you
Yeah, okay. I'm just trying.
What kind of
Ruskin,
racket you running there?
Ruskin, there's no harm in asking. No harm in asking.
You want
But-
40 doubles for $5? What's the story?
But it's
It's 5 US.
it's unfortunate the West Indies their batting card, because I mean that shot from Hetmeyer, you really have to say it's a matter of indiscipline. He's hit a 4 in the over, never got over it. He was just throwing his bat at it, hit it in the air to cover. At this, you just have to say it was poor batting.
Because there's so many overs left in this innings that you have more than enough time to build an innings here, even if you're the windy game, but at least show that you have some kind of resolve and some kind of fight in you.
Well, Athanas is still there. He's the only one showing fight at this point in time, because he picks up another single as he pushes this ball out on the offside. And he goes to what? He goes to 18 now. He's the only one so far to get into double figures is Alec Athanas. And it's such a pity because he's in a team basically that is struggling a little bit with the bat. But yeah,
A little bit, you say.
well, the thing is, when you come into a team, you really want, you want to come into a winning team, but it's he's obviously found himself now more or less trying to shepherd the baton. Here is, as we talk about Shepherd, Romario Shepherd is in, and he's playing the first delivery just short of a length, and he stands up to it and pushes it out on the offside. As Unatkat is into his second over. He's got 1 for 2 so far. But Alec Athanas is at the non-strikers end, and for the moment he's standing alone. He's on 18.
What Shepard will have to do, and the similar comment that I was making about Shimon Hetmeyer is the same thing I have to say about Shepard. There is so much time to build an innings, to at least give some support to Athanas and see how things can change, because we know cricket can change very quickly.
Here is Nakat outside the off stump, and there was Shepard looking to drive, but it came back at him.
Big
And
curler.
yeah, it started to move away and then came back at him, and because he was looking to drive through the cover region, and then when it came back at him, he couldn't do very much with it, and in the end, it may have just come off the bat onto the pad and went out in front of him on the offside. Yeah, it took a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad and out on the offside.
Colin, the challenge for him now is to spot the one that is leaving him, as
Yeah.
opposed to the one that is coming back at him.
Well, 2 slips, point cover mid-off on the offside as the 2 slips go down, as this one is, you're right, this one just straightening at him outside the line of the off-stump. Didn't really move away, pitched and just straightened, and he couldn't do very much with it. And the ball went through to be taken by the keeper. Yes, so there are 2 slips, point cover mid-off on the offside. Then on the onside, there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and then a man at fine leg. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men, and then there's a third man. I missed the third man. So there's 6 men on the offside and 3 on the on.
Colin,
As-
if you notice the stand, everybody's in the shade, just below that.
Yes,
I don't know if there's a barrier there. Nobody sit here.
there's no run as Unnakat bowls the next delivery, his 5th delivery of his second over, and Shepard can't do very much with it, pushes it out on the offside, there's no run. Yeah, if you look all around, everybody is
In the
looking
shade.
for some shade
Yep.
and seated in the shaded areas.
Smart people.
Well, I would think so. And there's nobody on the mongs again. We saw one or two people. And those who are there have got umbrellas. It's been really a hot,
Yep.
scorching day. As Unnakat is wrong the wicket now to Shepherd with the final delivery of his second over, the 13th of the innings.
Think about the people who would have been, flooded recently.
Yeah.
This would be a welcome
So
relief for
I-
them.
Here is a delivery that Shepherd is driving, square on the offside. Can't get it past the man at point. It was hit firmly because it was gave him that little bit of width for him to try to play that square drive. He did play it, but the placement wasn't good. Went straight to the fieldsman. It's the end of the over from Unnakat, and he's bowled 13 overs now. Sorry, the total is 13 overs. He's only bowled 2 overs, and it's 41 for 5 West Indies. Remember, the target is 352.
For this game.
Yeah,
Oh.
at the Brian Lara
If you say
Academy.
so.
Yeah,
It's going to be
352.
tough. It's going to be very, very tough to get anywhere near to that. But as long as there's somebody like Anathanes there, who knows? Because you have a specialist batsman and you have big hitters.
It's a new over started by Thakur, and he stands up to a delivery outside the line of the off. He's not a tall man, so this delivery made a little bit of height, and he was really getting up all on his toes to play it out on the offside. And there is no run. Score remains on 41 for 5. We are into over number 14. And once again, if you're now joining us, the Indian team, having been put into bat, they were ended on 351 for 5. And in reply, West Indies so far are 41 for 5. This one is short, and Athan is looking to pull. An appeal goes up, and not out, says umpire Reefer. I think they're going to go upstairs, are they?
No, I doubt
No.
very much. I don't think they
yeah.
really
Well, the
expected
way-
the umpire to give that. Because
Yeah,
the ball
but
was
it-
so far from.
Yeah, but the way he appealed, Thakur, he seemed confident enough to me, but they're not going upstairs because maybe it was just an enthusiastic appeal from Thakur more than anything else. It was short, it was lifting, and he was playing at it. And I'm not too sure if that didn't take some glove or something like that, but they didn't. Thakur felt it was the wicketkeeper didn't. Here's Thakur into Athanes, and this time he turns this to leg. They've hustled for one. Is he going to come back for the second? No, he will not. It's a good bit of fielding there. Is that Kumar down at the fine leg position? But they took one, and let's have a look at that. Yes, no, it didn't seem to connect with anything. The previous delivery that they appealed. 42 for 5. Athanas on 19 brings Shepherd into strike. He's going to be facing Thakur for the first time. He's yet to get off the mark. He's faced 5 deliveries thus far as Thakur into him. And that's short, and Shepherd pulls it. That's a good shot. A poor ball from Thakur. It was short, and Shepherd got into position quickly and pulled it square. There's nobody deep, and he was able to pull it to that square leg boundary for 4. That's a good shot and a good way to come off the mark. It's now 45 for 5.
Well, he's been there for a little while. He's seen he's gotten a little bit accustomed to the bounce of the wicket. He got inside the wicket and played that shot very well, indeed. Now they've pulled the man at mid wicket a lot squarer.
46 for 5 as Thakur into Shepherd. And this one is on drive and runs here again. It beats the dive of the man at the mid-on position. It goes into the boundary board just about now. That's 4 good-looking runs for Shepherd. He was playing it through the onside to the right, to the left of the man at mid-on. And he put the dive in. But still, he couldn't get it. That's a good-looking shot from Shepherd. He goes to 8 now. And the total on to 50 for 5.
It was a good shot because he, again, playing within the arc, playing it with a full face of the bat, and he's so strong. That was more like a push from
Yeah,
him.
that's right.
And,
he's a tremendous hitter of the ball, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here is Thakur into Shepherd, and this is short. He's pulling it, but is it going to go straight to the man there? at the fine leg position. He takes the catch. He was backing back. It looks like Unnakat who was taking it, but it was short. Oh, let's see. It was. Yeah, I'm looking to see who it is that took the catch. But it was short. It was head height. He pulled it. He didn't really get hold of it all that well.
I'm not sure if it's Gaikwat who took that catch down there at fine leg.
No, it was Unnakat. Yeah, he took it. He was backing away. The thing is, he was going. His right boot was going into the rope and into the boundary board, and he had the good sense to throw the ball back in the air, and then he came forward and he took the catch. So Shepherd goes after striking 2 boundaries in this over. He, as you say, he got a little bit drowned in honey because he went after Thakur again, never milled it. And he goes back to the pavilion for 8, caught Unnakat of Thakur, and the West Indies. Well, they're now 50 for 6.
Well, the 50 is on the board, but it's come at a hefty price, and they've really lost more than half their top order. In fact, they've lost their entire top order, and it's now left down to the basically Athenaeus and the tail here now, to try to fashion some kind of a recovery, if at all possible, because it's going to be very, very difficult for them from here. And when you consider the Indians have introduced their secret weapon in a sense in
Kuldeep.
in Kuldeep. So it certainly doesn't look good for the West Indies at this time, and they really need to figure out how they're going to really negotiate or navigate the next couple of overs if they don't get blown away in double quick time.
Would you say it is good bowling or poor batting?
It's poor batting. Look at the shot selection, because you think of Brandon King driving outside the off stump. You think of Myers playing on to a delivery that, all he had to do was just block the ball, but again, playing almost as if he was trying to create something from there. Shea Hope, again, playing away from his body and getting out there. Carty, again, driving outside the off-stump court, behind. And, Hepmeyer, a real gift, just spooning a simple catch to the man at cover. And now you have Romario Shepherd again.
Pulling the ball straight to the man at fine leg.
And even if you're going to make the pull shot, pull it down.
Yeah.
So you don't get out. You mightn't get the 4, but at least you live to fight another day. And but as it stands right now, Yannick Correa is the man at the crease now, and he is going to have to do what so many of the batsmen above him fail to do, which is put their heads down and try to build something here.
And all the while, Alec Athenaeus is still there. He's on 18 not out. And he's seen the fall of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 6 wickets to fall. Because he came in after the fall of Brandon King in the first over. Here he faces up to Unnakat and he turns his delivery. He looks so comfortable and composed, doesn't he? Athenaeus, he gets a single. Goes to 19 now, and the total under 51 for 6 brings Yannick Carrier to face his first delivery from Unnakat.
Well, it just shows you what a little application, can do. And that's precisely what he's doing. He's applying himself to the task at hand. Unfortunately for him, it's like nobody wants to stick around with him for any extended period of time. The minute they find, they hit the ball, they feel the ball in the bat, they feel this is easy, and we just go about the business of just scoring runs. But you have to really concentrate on every ball.
Here is a delivery that Carrier is getting on the front foot and pushing it out towards mid-on. Now, this is a young man who can bat, Carrier. As a matter of fact,
A batsman who could bowl.
Well, I would classify him as that, a batsman who can bowl. But he's coming in at, what, number 8? Mm-hmm. Yes, he's not a fast scorer. He's a test match type player, meaning he's not. But when you have wickets falling all around you, you probably need to get him in to consolidate a little bit. Faces up to Unnakat, And this time he's pushing it out on the offside. There is no run. He's certainly better than a number 8, that where he's batting at the moment.
And that's the thing. Once when he came into the national team, I was trying to remember where he batted for Trinidad and Tobago.
He batted 5. He batted
at 5,
around 5,
you
yeah.
know. But when he came to the West Indies team, he dropped down the order because they saw him as a bowler
Who can bat?
who can bat.
Yeah.
Whereas for Trinidad, he's a
Batsman who can bowl.
who can bowl.
That's right.
It's just a little change of philosophy.
So Unnakat is on his way again to bowl to the left-handed carrier. Again, we have 2 left-handers at the crease. Alec Athanaz is there on 20 not out. He's at the non-striker's end.
Calling all this damage done, and we haven't seen Ravindra Jadeja.
The spinners.
Spinners
have not
we
been on.
haven't seen the spinners just yet. And we all know what happens once the spinners come on. The West Indies have a really hard time coming to terms with the spinning ball. We've seen it time and again. So this is a testament to the seam bowlers from the Indian team.
As this delivery is outside the line of the off stump and Carey is allowing it to go through. He's a pretty correct batsman, technically, Yannick Carrier. And I'll be surprised if we see any big shots from him. He's going to look to push the ball around, nudge it here, that type of thing. And that's what you need now. You need somebody to stay with Alec Athanase.
But Colin, that decision that he took there to leave the ball alone, we didn't see too many of that. Just a simple thing like that.
Yeah.
Just leave the ball. It's not going to hit the stump. Just let it go its merry way. Instead, we've had batsmen chasing after deliveries that, we're never going to hit the stumps. And then you get out playing because you're feeling for the ball a lot of times. So when they look back at this, I'm sure the coach could point out to them where they went wrong.
Here is a delivery that's a pleasant shot from Carrier. It goes through the cover region. That's 4 good looking runs. It was pitched up to him and he just stroked it nicely through extra cover down to the boundary for 4. That's a really nice looking shot for Carrier to get off the mark. So he's on 4. Athanase is on 20. After 15 overs, the West Indies are 55 for 6. After 15 overs, India, they were 110 for none, Ruskin. I thought I would tell you that rather than you tell me.
That's a big picture scenario there with it. Well, let's put it this way, we're halfway there. So we just have to keep going. The difference is we've lost all these wickets, and that is the tragedy, the real tragedy of this situation here, because you've lost that many wickets.
Thakur continues here from the southern end. It's in the air from Athanase. I thought he was looking to pull it, and then the ball may have come onto him a little quicker than he anticipated. And so he was already into the shot. So all he had to do was a little short-arm jab, and the ball was airborne for a little while towards mid-wicket, but no real chance of a catch.
And that is the beauty of Thakur's bowling, because he mixes it up so well, because he bowls a lot of cross-seam deliveries. So if there's anything in the wicket at all, he could find it, because the ball will jump, some would skid, and that one jumped at Athanase there off the seam.
He's got 2 for 20. He's in his 4th overs. He's into Athanase, and this time it's in the air, but played down towards a fine leg position. They've gone for 1. That's all they'll be. I thought they should have been looking for the second run. But he turned it, a delivery just outside the line of the leg stump, and he turned it nicely to the right of the man at fine leg. There's a deep backward square as well, but he was able to turn that ball to the right of fine leg, and they were able to pick up a single. So 1 more to the total, as settling down again is Carrier. As this delivery is turning it to leg, so very similar type of shot, and they pick up 1 run as Samson, who is at a deep backward square leg, comes in to do the fielding, and they just jog through for the single. So Carrier goes to 5, the total now on to 57 for 6, brings Athanase back into strike. He's on 21, the only one to get into double figures so far.
And I can imagine how he's thinking. I wonder what his mindset is. He's probably thinking, maybe let me just sit here and just bat.
Oh, he's beaten outside the line of the off stump. Delivery pitched and may have just
The off
left him
cutter,
slightly, yeah. And he pushed at it, beat the outside edge and went through to be taken by the keeper.
But you saw again, that's variation from Taku. That
Yeah.
ball dropped twice before it got to the keeper.
Yeah,
So he
obviously a
put
slower
no
delivery
pace
as
on it,
well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no pace on it at all. Like a fast off break is what he was bowling there.
57 for 6. We are
There's
into
a
over
favorite.
number 16.
There's a favorite Nutsman. Well, you buy for me now.
Not so. Yes, there he is. Here is a delivery that Athanas is cutting down to the deep backward point position, right out on the fence. They do the fielding and they pick up 2 runs here. That's good running because it was short. It was outside the off stump. He cut it over the head of backward point. The man at that
Backward.
deep backward point position had to run around to his right to do the fielding, and they were able to pick up 2 runs. So he goes to 23. It's we still got another delivery left in this over. Athanas on 23. It's 59 for 6 as the field. No changeover, but just hustling to their respective pitches. This delivery, oh, it's short. Outside the line of the off stump, lifting. And there was Athanas. He just leaned back, allowed that ball to pass somewhere by his throat. And it's taken by the wicket keeper. The end of the over from Thakur. He's completed his 4 overs, 2 for 24. After 16 overs, the West Indies trying to get to 352 for victory here. They are 59 for 6. So they still need another 293 from just 34 overs at about 8.62 per over. And the problem with that, the problem with getting the 293 runs in to win in 34 overs, you've only got 4 wickets left intact. If you were 59 for none or 59 for 1, you could have said, well, we've got a chance. But here, they've got absolutely no chance. Udnakat is going to continue. He's picked up 1 for 7 from his 3 overs. So, the 3-seamers doing really well in Thakur, Udnakat, and Kumar. This is the left-arm pacer in, and it's short. And Athanas is pulling it.
That's Correa.
No, that's Carrier. Yeah, it's Carrier. Pulling that delivery. It was short. He seemed to have a lot of time. He got there and waited on that delivery and then just pulled it down towards the backward square leg, and they pick up a single. 60 for 6. Carrier goes to 6 and brings Athanas back into strike. He is on 23. He's batted very well. He's hardly put a foot wrong, hasn't he?
Yes, he's played well. He's played each ball in merit.
Yeah.
He hasn't tried to do too much, and not like he is in a position to say he's going to go gung-ho and try to up the tempo.
Well, this delivery is turning. He's to me, he's batted very simple so far. He hasn't really tried to get after the bowling. He's playing every ball in his merit, as you rightly said, Ruskin. And for this delivery, he was just tucking it towards a square leg position. He seems to be very comfortable.
Who does he remind you of when he approaches his batting like this? Think of one left-hander in West Indies cricket.
I'm not
And
sure.
don't say Colin Murray.
I was thinking of that
Yeah,
actually.
no. Larry Gomes.
Yeah,
This is
that's true actually.
precisely
Yeah,
how Larry would play.
you're quite right.
When you look
You're-
up Larry has 50,
Yep.
I want to know where he get those
Yeah,
runs
where he
from.
got 50 from.
Yep.
You're right. You're right. He does now have a little. The way he's playing here today, it looks like a Larry Gomes type of innings. This delivery, Carrier's pushing out at it. It seemed to have hit the seam and was leaving him. And you could see him quickly adjusting because he was playing down the line. And then as that hit the seam and left him, he was quickly adjusting the bat and opened the face and pushes it out on the offside. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think of that. Larry Gomes, he's playing a Larry Gomes type of innings. Wickets are falling all around him. And what he's doing, he's just nudging the ball around into the spaces. And if he gets the bad ball, he's going to put it away. It's been this guy, I've been impressed with him for, as I said, a couple of years now. And, I'm just hoping the more international cricket he plays, the better he will get. As Carrier is playing this one down towards mid-on, there's no run. As it goes straight to the skipper, Hardik Pandya. And there is no run. Score remains on 61 for 6. We are into over number 17. India, having been put into bat by the West Indies, ended on 351 for 5. As
And Colin, the thing about it is that, half your side, 6 wickets down, and you haven't even, threatened the
Well.
total. You're not even close to 100 at the moment.
Nakat into Carrier, and this is too wide of the off stump, and he allows it to go through. The thing with Carrier, what he's got to do now, Ruskin, he's got to try to rotate the strike. He it's all well and good you're staying out there, but you're leaving deliveries alone. It must be frustrating as well to Athanas because he's not getting enough of the strike. He may get a ball, the odd
2 balls and
ball
over.
or two, 2 balls and over, but
If he
he's
takes
not.
a single off the
Yeah,
first ball,
that's right.
he may not get back on strike again.
You're quite right about that, and that's the problem. But Carrier faces up.
But I think Carrier is doing the right thing. If the ball is on the wicket, he's playing it. But if it's off the wicket and there's risk involved, he's not even attempting the shot.
Here's Nakat into, he gets the outside edge and it goes down towards third man. He was pushing at it, Carrier, and it came off a thick outside edge, goes down to third man and they pick up a single. The end of the over from Nakat. He's now completed 4 overs, 1 for 10. And after 17 overs, it's 62 for 6. West Indies, remember the target is 352.
Well, this is about the time when the spinners will probably come into the play now, and that could change the whole dynamic here because now it's going to be the batsmen are going to have to try to score some runs if they can by using their feet or maybe trying to put away bad balls. But what we've seen so far from the spinners is that, especially Yadav, is that he hardly bowls a bad ball. He bowls because he's turning both ways, and batsmen have difficulty reading him. Some of the deliveries that really should be punished are not because they're not reading.
Well, it's going to be Kuldeep Yadav, and it's going to be bowling from the southern end or the corporate box holders end as he's on his way. This one, Carrier's coming on the front foot and pushing it back up the track to the bowler. There's no run. 17, we are into over number 18, 62 for 6, West Indies. Trying to get to 352, so they're still at 290 runs away from getting that victory as Kuldeep is into Carrier and he's pushing it. Sorry?
When you're facing spinners, it's almost like you have to play so many more deliveries because most time they're going to line it up
That's
close
right.
to the stumps. So you're almost playing at every delivery.
So let's, the 1, 2, 3, I'm checking just to see how many men on the onside. Here is Kuldeep into Carrier and he drives, but he's diving away to his right to do the fielding. So on the offside, there's a slip, a backward point, cover, and a man down at the long leg fence. So that's interesting. Or not long leg, sorry, at a long off position. Here's Kuldeep into Carrier. A loud appeal goes up.
More in hope than in conviction.
Yeah, well,
really.
they're going to have a little chat with the skipper, and they've gone for the review. So they've gone for the review. It was very interesting because Carrier didn't seem to move his feet. He seemed to have just stood there. The ball hit him, and then he sort of lunged forward. I'll have to look at that again. But at 62 for 6, if West Indies were to lose another wicket, well, at 60, it's bad enough, but 62 for 6 could certainly be 62 for 7. I think it missed the bat. We'll have to look at Snicko. Or did he get a little inside?
He might have just nibbled it.
Yeah, got a little inside edge. Let's see. No, it doesn't seem
Actually,
so.
No, it misses
No, huh?
everything. Now, is it going to hit leg stump?
Yeah, that's the big question. Is it going to hit the leg stump?
Yep.
Yes, it's missing. It's missing the leg stump. just going over the top. So umpire Rifa, good decision in saying not out. 4 deliveries have been bowled thus far. This is over number 18 as Kuldeep Yadav looks around at the field, sees that they are all back in position. There's a slip and a leg slip.
I'm surprised he doesn't have more fielders
Around the bat?
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially after that loud appeal there, where you could see the batsman not sure which way he's turning.
Yes. Loud appeal goes up again.
This time
he's gone. This time he's gone. He's going to
They did
carry.
pitch outside leg.
That's the thing. Well, he's reviewing it. Yannick Carrier is reviewing it, but this time the umpire Rifa put his finger up. As have to wait and see what transpired. And he's in his first over, Kuldeep Yadav. He's had 4 dot balls so far. And let's see, as Carrier,
I think it pitched
I
outside
think
leg.
it spun back
Yep.
and would have hit the stump. There's no doubt about
I
that.
think it pitched up way outside
That's
leg.
the thing. I think it's pitched outside the leg stump. But there's no doubt about it. When it pitched, it turned back to hit the stumps, and it would have crashed into the stumps. But the question is, did it pitch outside the leg? Outside the leg stump. We'll have to wait and see. There's no bat involved because he was playing at it. It beat the outside edge, went into the pads. There's no doubt, Ruskin, that ball was going to hit the stumps, and it was pitched way outside leg stump, as you rightly said. Way outside the leg stump. And so that's a good review from Yannick Carrier.
Yeah, I think from the moment the umpire raised his finger, he had doubts about it because he obviously felt that the ball had pitched outside leg. And it spun a long way.
Yeah.
And that's why I keep saying I don't know why they don't have maybe another player close to the close in.
Well, the final delivery of his first over, so far 5 dot balls, and he's about to deliver. He stopped, just takes his right hand.
5 dot balls, 2 appeals,
Yes.
1 review, 2 reviews.
2 reviews. Here is Kuldeep Yadav into Carrier, and he backs away, and now this time it doesn't turn away, it spins back into him. Well, a maiden over from Kuldeep Yadav, a really good over. He was testing Carrier. What I like about that over as well, Ruskin, he was mixing up in his deliveries in terms of flight. Some he was giving a little more air, some he was pushing through. That's a really good over. And you see, that's the problem
And
here.
that's a first over. I said that's a first over.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the thing is, West Indians now don't see that type of bowler again. The last I can remember is in Chanali. There was Shirvan Prag. Unfortunately, Jaishan Kanai. But where have they gone? There are no left arm, back of the hand, Chinaman and googly bowlers again.
Left arm China. We had a Samaru.
Boya Sahadio? Well, no,
Samaru.
Boya, I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Samaru was a left arm Chinaman.
Was he?
Googly, yep.
Well, here is Unnakat. Unnakat coming in again to bowl his what? A 5th over. He's had 4.1 overs so far. We are into over number 19.
1 for 10.
1 for 10 from 4.1.
I think he was the spinner.
And just got Athanas is still there. He's on 24. And he stood up there all alone like the Lone Ranger. And unfortunately, thus far, he can't find Tonto because he's all on his own. And he's making batting look so comfortable, isn't he? He's getting the single when he wants. He just opened the face of the bat there, guided it down to third man, and they were able to pick up an easy single. He goes to 25. The total 63 now. 4-6 brings Carrier back into strike. He's on 7 from 17 deliveries.
And again, but it's also easy for the Indians right now. You know, they just kind of, I don't want to say going through the motions, but they're just executing their plans. You know, the bowlers, this is what they're doing. The captain set the field, and the bowlers are just, you know, just operating, going through their gears, in away inside.
Here's Unakat into Carrier, and this time on the legs. That's a lovely shot. That's going to run away for 4. That's a really nice looking shot. It was not a good delivery, but that's the thing. When you get bad deliveries, that's what you're supposed to do with them. You're supposed to put it away. This one was sort of lined just on the pad. It was coming into the left-hander, and he just went with it. He flicked it beautifully towards mid-wicket. There's a man at deep square leg. I would say maybe deep forward of square, but right out on the boundary. He couldn't get around in time as that ball went towards the orthodox deep mid-wicket position for 4.
Yadav, who was trying to run around there, but not able to get anywhere close to that. That was such a good shot from Yannick Carrier.
Well, he's in the double figures. He's the second player to get into double figures, as this delivery is outside the line of the off-stump, made a little bit of height, and he actually had to withdraw the bottom hand. So he's the second player to get into double figures. He's on 11. It's 67 for 6 now.
Colin, look at the other thing look at how many deliveries he's faced.
Yep, 19 deliveries, faced 11.
Compare that to some of the earlier batsmen. How many balls they faced, before they started making, expansive shots, big drives.
So this is Unnakat at the top of his mark, left arm, medium pace. Starts his run in to bowl to the left-handed Carrier, and this time he gets the outside edge, but Gill is very sharp at that slip position. He's a lone slipper. And as Carrier pushed forward, it took the outside edge. It went quickly to the left of Gill, who is almost like a second slip. Went to his left, and he was down quickly to stop it from going past him. And so there was no run. Score remains on 67 for 6. Athanas at the non-striker's end. He's on 25. Carrier is on 11. As this ground it's been a really beautiful day. The ground still bathed here in sunshine. As Unnakat they're going to go through for a single, as Carrier is just pushing it out on the onside, and they go through for excellent cricket on the part. So 1 more to the total, and it moves on to now 68 for 6. 19 overs have been completed. Carrier is on 12, Athanas is on 25. And no doubt Kuldeep Yadav is going to continue. He's just had that 1 over, a maiden over so far.
And I think we won't be too far off from seeing
Jadeja?
Yep.
Yeah. I would think so. I would think he may not give Unnakat another over. He's had 5 overs so far. So he may very well want to maybe have an all-spin attack with Kuldeep and Jadeja and see where they go from there. But a good, handsome win here in this ODI will do them the world of good going into that T20 series.
Yeah, I suppose that's probably the thinking, just to keep the momentum going. We messed up in the second game. Let's try to pull things back in now and push on.
This is Kuldeep into Carrier. They're going to go through fire. Oh, this is trouble. Carrier has to hurry, and he gets back home. Well, he played, and I thought that was a run, because he played the ball to the right of the man at mid-wicket, to the left of the man at mid-on. He called immediately for the single, but Athanas, he wasn't looking. He was looking back. He was watching at the fieldsman. And that's they always tell you the call, if it's behind your back, it's the other batsman's call. And exactly. And Carrier, from the time he played it, he called for the run. He was running, and Athanas was looking around. Really not a good sign from him.
And he called him on 3 or 4 occasions.
That's right.
I could hear him saying, yes. And he almost ran 3/4
well,
of the pitch.
yeah, he was at least minimum half pitch when he turned and had to get back. Well, he is on 12. It's 68 for 6. And this one, he's hitting it straight to the man there at mid-wicket.
Samson.
Yeah, that's Sanju Samson at mid-wicket, who stops it nicely. There is no run. Score remains on 68 for 6. As Kuldeep is into Carrier, and again, he's looking to whip this delivery no power, as he was on the front foot and getting to the pitch, and he tried to just whip it through the onside. It came off more the bottom part of the bat and rolled out towards the man at mid-wicket. 2 deliveries left in this 20th over. And he's just backing away, a quicker delivery, and he backed away, trying to punch it through the offside. It came back at him, came off the inner part of the bat and went out on the onside. There is no run.
Again, I think he's not reading him all that well, because he's backing away, playing for the one that is going to turn away from him so he could cut it, but only to find that the ball on 2 successive deliveries, getting the googly to come back at him, and he's cramped almost when he's playing the shot.
Well, here is Kuldeep into carrier, and this time he's again good delivery. This is his second over. He's just completed 2 overs. He's yet to a run off of him, another maiden. So 20 overs have been bowled at 68 for 6. Athanase, and Ruskin is going to run again. It's a... Oh, you're going to stay, Ruskin. Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice.
I'll stick around and hold your hand.
Because no, I don't want you to hold my hand, Ruskin. I would never want that. 20 over 60. What I would like you to do is make some comments on what has transpired so far. And Vidya is going to come into my seat, and then you can take it from there.
You're so welcome, Mr. Murray. But at the end of that over there, it is 20 overs completed. 68 for 6 right now. The West Indies really, they have an uphill task, to say the least. 284 more runs required, and they have just the 4 wickets intact. And Vidya, I know this is a tall order, to say the least, but hey, where there's a will, there's a way, and you have to live in hope as the West Indies try to get through this tough period.
Yeah, certainly, and now they have Jadeja to contend with. Thanks very much to Ruskin and to Colin, and good afternoon to you once again. West Indies 68 for 6. Athanase on 25 and Carrier on 12 of 27. Here's Jadeja around the wicket. Reverse sweep, and that goes into the gap and behind square for 4 runs. Athanase fetched that from outside of the leg stump. That one turning the other way, and a lovely shot by him. And that went between the backward point and the cover point and away for 4. Excellent shot, and hello and welcome to Anil Lakan.
Yeah, pleasant good afternoon to you, Vidya. Pleasant good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers wherever you may be.
And here is Jadeja around the wicket again, and this one Athanase is trying to play on the onside this time, striking on the pad. Jadeja appeals for all he's worth, but turned down by umpire Goff. Athanase steps away to the left of the pitch and now settles into his stance. Taps once and twice and faces up to Jadeja. Turns that straight to mid-wicket. There is no run. So spin on both ends now for India, as the seamers have done the damage here. Anil, 6 wickets going down, 5 of them to the seamers, but all 6 in fact going to the seamers so far. Here's Jadeja again around the wicket. Michael Goff holds him up for a second. Now he's going for the sweep shot. Could this carry to the fielder? It won't, just drops away over the shoulder of Thakur. In the meantime, Athanase has collected 2 more. Didn't quite get all of that, Anil, but the spinners picking up where the seamers have left off.
Well, both spinners are quality spinners indeed. Kuldeep Yadav, we know his exploits in the first game at Kensington Oval, getting 4 wickets to 6 runs, and really continuing from where he left off there.
Athanase turns this in front of square this time, picks up 1. Thakur was behind square and had to run across to his right and make the stop. So they've gotten a single off the last ball of the 21st over. 75 for 6 to West Indies. Athanase 32. Carrier on 12. Jadeja none for 7 of his first over of the innings. Now Ruskin was asking, Ruskin had set me a task of doing some research. He's always a schoolmaster, Ruskin. He can't live that down at all. And he was asking what are the lowest scores of West Indies against India. One was in fact last week, 114 against India at Bridgetown, but the lowest is actually 104 West Indies got in 2018 in India. So that is the lowest score. That's the first task the West Indies have to get past here. 252 the target, just to remind you. Here's Yadav. He's bowling from the southern end. Was about to come in when he realized the batsman was not quite ready. He's back at the top of his mark now. And Kuldeep Yadav, the left arm wrist spinner, can turn it both ways. Here he is in to bowl to the left-handed Athanaze, and he's played them! Played all round that, the googly coming in, and that hits the middle of the middle stump, and that is the 7th wicket down for the West Indies. Certainly you felt that he wasn't reading him at all, and that has been confirmed. He has been the 7th batsman to be dismissed, and Athanaze is gone for 32.
So wicket number 7 goes down for the West Indies. It's the googly pitching just all about that off stump, spinning back sharply. Athanaze was guilty of trying to play that ball onto the onside, played all around that delivery, and it cannoned into the sticks there. So wicket number 7, Alec Athanaze going for a well played 32. Just when one thought that, you know, both Yannick Karaya and Alec Athanaze would have taken the opportunity to at least try and bat as much as possible during this entire innings here. West Indies lose their 7th wicket.
Yeah, it wasn't that he was trying to play an attacking shot. He was just trying to guide it onto the onside, but suddenly found that the ball, he didn't pick the ball at all. That's a problem for him. And that one pitched outside the off stump, came back in quickly, because Yadav, not only does he get the ball to turn both ways, gets it to turn sharply. That one really cut Athanaze in half, passed between bat and pad and hitting the middle stump. That was a brilliant delivery there from Yadav.
But what we had witnessed from when the West Indies bowled, both Yannick Karaya and Gudakesh Moti, they were extracting a lot of spin on offer here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and with the sun baking down on the surface, it's getting drier as the second goes, and it's definitely, the surface has become abrasive indeed, and the ball is now going a long way indeed. But it's going to be a big test here for the likes of both these batters.
Well, the new batsman gone. He's gone out to join Yannick Carrier. And just looking at the replays, I was just looking at the replays of that delivery once again. What a sensational delivery it was. And Alzari Joseph, who can bat a bit, and he is in now for the West Indies. He is going to be facing up to Kuldeep Yadav. And I make it, that is Kuldeep Yadav's 21st wicket of the year. Returned to cricket, ODI cricket earlier this year in January. Since then, he's taken 21 wickets at 17.65 in ODI matches for India. And Athanaze is playing this one on the onside to mid-wicket. Let's pause to look at the field here. Slip and a gully in place. And there is also a leg slip in place. Ishan Kishan, I think you could have made out what he was saying. Between bat and pad, he's saying, in that little bit of English. He slipped in between the Hindi. Here he is in now. That's edged and just short of the gully. Well stopped there by the captain Pandya, but that was a genuine edge, almost carrying to Pandya.
Yes, a nice flighted googly there from Kuldeep Yadav, inviting the batsman there for that booming drive, just taking the outside edge, but not carrying to full slip. So Kuldeep Yadav continues to impress us here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, really wielding his magic here.
Well, he's coming through and around now. He will be bowling to the right-handed Joseph. Joseph is playing back towards this one, playing it out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So it's a China Kuldeep Yadav going around the wicket, trying to spin that Chinaman between bat and pad, looking to land those deliveries just about the off stump there, and really getting that ball to spin sharply back into the right-hander.
He's around the wicket, arms twirling. That one's coming sharply back into Alzari Joseph. That was the conventional wrist spinner coming into him, and that one he was equal to it. I think he saw it coming his way, played it out to mid-on. There's no run. Let's see if he's going to throw in the one that goes away from him now, just for variety. Here he is in past umpire Reeford. Arms are twirling, and he's gone for the big hit, and that is gone. That has cleared the boundary by some margin here into the crowd. That is 6 runs. Alzari Joseph getting one that was pitched up, and finally something for the fans to cheer up. He is off the mark on 6. West Indies are 81 for 7 after 22 overs.
So flighted delivery there from Kuldeep Yadav. Alzari Joseph going for that slog sweep, making the connection, and that one goes over that deep mid-wicket a boundary for a 6. But just coming back to what transpired earlier on video, what we had witnessed earlier on is a masterclass of seam bowling led by Hardik Pandey and Mukesh Kumar.
Yeah, Pandya and Kumar certainly did bowl quite well. Kumar taking the first 3 wickets to fall. Pandya didn't take a wicket, but his good work was carried on by Thakur, who took a couple, and Unadkat. Now here's Jadeja, the rock star, in, bowling round the wicket. First delivery played out on the offside. There's no run. And it is the left-handed Yannick Carrier out of northeast Trinidad here facing up. And he's played this one on the onside, smeared that away. Went for the big shot, just went behind square, and he picks up 1. And Jadeja in his second over. He's not messing around here, Jadeja. He's just firing them in about 90 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, he does get through his overs very quickly indeed, and he's very accurate. But he's going to challenge Azari Joseph here. There's a slip, a backward point, cover, extra cover. Now the sweeper from the cover boundary, he's coming into that cover position. There's a mid-wicket square leg.
Round the wicket to the right-handed Joseph, and that one's fired in towards the mid-stump. He defends back to the bowler, and there is no run. And Kishan is having a long-distance conversation there with Jadeja in Hindi. Next delivery is playing defensively once again, trying to slip it under the bat of Alzari Joseph, and there is no run.
But I'm sure at some point, video, we're going to see that flighted delivery just all about the outside that off stump, inviting the drive.
That one just pulling it back a little bit, just a little more flight, but Joseph not tempted to go for that big booming drive, the mid-off and the mid-on inside of the circle. So there is that temptation there for Alzari Joseph. Here's another one that he's playing off the back foot through the cover region, and there is just, well, there's not going to be a run there. Backward point and a cover point in place, and they defend. That is the end of the over. That's a very quick over there from Jadeja. Just a 1 run coming off it. None for 8 his figures. India have restricted the West Indies to 82 for 7 after 23 overs. Carrier on 13 and Joseph on 6.
Well, for both for Carrier video, I think it's important for this young man to take this opportunity in this 3rd ODI and really try and establish himself in this West Indies ODI setup.
He certainly does need a score of some significance here, Yannick Carrier, because there's not the World Cup coming up, of course, for the West Indies, but a chance to impress the selectors and get in, cement himself into this West Indies team. First delivery of the new over from Yadav is played on the onside, and that is to the left-handed Carrier. Would expect to see a lot of those conventional left-arm wrist spinners coming across the left-hander here. Of course, he did slip in the googly, which defeated Athanaze in the last over. Here's Yadav again. And, he fooled them there, but he got the bat down on it and cut it away and gets 1. A second run coming here for Yannick Carrier, as Jadeja has to chase that all the way down to the boundary, and he picked that up so close. If that had been a punt, that would have been a gimme, what they call a gimme in golf, because it's so close, anybody can get that one. But he came down the track, and he was beaten in the flight, almost paid the price there.
Well, a very good adjustment from Yannick Carrier there, making that subtle adjustment, and was able to play it late past that 3rd man position for 2 runs.
Here's Yadav again, and the Carrier's going straight. Oh, that almost cleaned him up. That's gone down to fine leg. That's going to run away for 4 runs. That hit something, and on its way down to the boundary for 4. Umpire Reefer says that's runs. So a big shot essayed there by Carrier, took a big inside edge and went away to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Well, again, it was a googly being pitched up there. Nicely flighted googly there. Yannick Carrier going for that booming drive, getting the inside edge, and it goes past that short leg fielder and into the boundary.
He's up to 19. He's lost his patience here against Yadav. Now going for the sweep shot, hit on the pad. He's been given out, LBW. Well, I felt that he had lost his patience here. The first delivery coming down the track, slapping it away for 2. Then a big drive that took the inside edge and went for 4. Now he's going for another shot and has been given out LBW. He's reviewed the decision. So is this the West Indies 88 for 8 now? And I'll take a look at that replay. What do you think? Is this going to be out? As the two batsmen deliberate in the middle, they're now calling for the replay, and he'll talk us through it.
Yeah, it just seems to me that Yannick Correa was premeditating that sweep shot there, and from all evidence on the screen, it seems a goner.
Yeah, that looks like the googly again there for him. Now, did it hit the bat? It's going past the edge. Ultra Edge says no, it did not touch the bat at all. It hits the front pad just on the, just about the lowest buckle on the right side of the front pad, and that's certainly cannoned into the pad. And ball tracking now. Let's see if that's going to go on to hit the stumps. Well, that is going to hit the middle stump. So that's Yannick Carrier out, and he has been dismissed. LBW for 19, and that is Kuldeep Yadav taking his second wicket. His figures now 2 for 12.
Yeah, a poor shot from Yannick Correa. From the moment that ball was released, he had all intentions to play that sweep shot. Unfortunately for him, he did not make contact and pay the ultimate price, going LBW to Kuldeep Yadav. That ball just pitched and straightened.
Well, there's been a lot of talk about why India not using Kuldeep Yadav and Shahal, who is not in the side today. He's carrying the drinks today. But when you see how Yadav has performed, that's now 22 wickets for him. The only spinners in the world that have taken more wickets in 2023 have been Wanidu Hasaranga and Mahesh Tikshana. Both of them have 23, so he's now catching up with them for the year so far.
Yeah, Hasaranga has had a purple patch this year in the white ball format, really been very effective with his leg break and googlies as well.
Yeah, just taking another look at it, that one pitching maybe outside the off stump, just turning slightly, and that one really, well, it pitched on middle stump and went straight. It just straightened up, and that was the end of Correa. Here's the next delivery from Yadav, and this is a big swing here. There's an appeal for a stumping chance. That's against Gudakesh Moti, who's come in, and they're going to go upstairs here. Could this be another wicket here for Yadav? Moti is looking down at his partner saying, no, I'm not out, I'm going to be fine. But let's see, talk us through this one, Anil.
Yeah, as a poor decision there from Gudakesh Moti there, not having a look whatsoever. And this is the Roman just coming back there.
It missed the stumps, and then the keeper took it afterwards and took the bails off. Is there an edge onto this? There is not, according to Ultra Edge. It's passing under the bat and going past the pad, so it's not contacting the pad either. The keeper takes it. Moti's feet are in the crease. Then here's Ishan Kishan. He's applying he's waiting to see if the batsman will misbalance. He's taken the bails off, but Moti's back foot has gone absolutely nowhere. It could have been planted in concrete. That's how much his feet on the ground.
So Gudakesh Moti continue to survive that one there. Almost was on the verge of overbalancing there.
Well, Ishan Kishan was hoping that he would have, but he was certainly in. If he had waited just a split second more, he could have gotten him there with that stumping chance.
But Kuldeep Yadav, he's mesmerizing these West Indian batters with his variations.
88 for 8 here, the West Indies. Joseph 6, Moti yet to score. Next delivery, full toss, pulled away, swept away, I should say, and that has gone for 4 runs. A full toss, the worst ball that Kuldeep Yadav has bowled so far, and Moti gets off the mark with a boundary. West Indies now 92 for 8, and that 104 is getting closer here. That's the first target the West Indies have to get past. That's the lowest score, West Indies versus India.
Yeah, well, they still have to get another 12 runs to overhaul that lowest total of 104 video. And at this stage, it's a sorry state where this West Indies batting lineup is concerned.
Largest margin of defeat for West Indies against India came at the Bradburn Stadium, the giant Bradburn Stadium, back in 2018, when the West Indies lost by 224 runs. So that certainly is under threat here today. This could be an even bigger defeat here for the West Indies. Certainly one of the worst in history. After that one, you have 160 back in defeat by 160 runs in 2007, 153 in 2011, and 125 in 2019. Last year, India defeated the West Indies by 119 runs at the Queen's Park Oval.
So it's going to be Mukesh. No, it's going to be.
It is Kumar who's come back on.
Yeah, Mukesh Kumar is going to be picking up the attack from the pavilion end.
Yeah, he's having a bad hair day, Mukesh Kumar. His hair sticking everywhere. He's in now past umpire Goff. He's bowling. And that is Alzari Joseph playing a drive back down past the bowler. Not going to get the single. Picked up by the man coming across there. That's Pandya. So after a couple of overs, they've taken Jadeja off. Thought we would have seen more spin at both ends.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Jadeja was removed. But this young man, Mukesh Kumar, he's possibly having one of his best days, you know, in his career. And why not bring him back at this stage here and try and clean up this West Indies deal?
And possibly get a 5-wicket haul. He's already had 3. His figure's 3 for 15. Here he is in now to bowl to Alzari Joseph. 2 slips in place. Joseph's gone for a big hit, and he's cleared. Wow, that one has gone up in the stands. That is a massive hit behind square. It landed halfway up the stands, and hitting the concrete steps, it bounced and went out of the stadium. That is a big hit.
Yeah, Mukesh Kumar going into the pitch there with the short delivery. Alzari Joseph pivoted and hit that ball and possibly about 20 rows back into that stand.
Who says that Alzari Joseph can't bat? He got 47 here for the West Indies in for the Leeward Islands, correction, here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. This, of course, is the first ODI match here. So Alzari Joseph can wield the willow. Here is so Kumar, if he thinks that it's going to be easy to get Alzari Joseph out, well, he'll have to think again here. Here he is in now, running away from us and bowling to Joseph. And he's gone for a big hit, and this could be out. There's someone, no one's gone between it. Well, nobody's gone towards it. Oh, it is the free hit, by the way, and that's why nobody went for it, and they decided not to go for it.
So a free hit there, Alzari Joseph not being able to benefit from that free hit. Going for the pull shot, it took a top edge and just spooned to mid-off.
Yeah, there was a no ball just before that, so that's why nobody went for it. But it did look like Pandya had no idea where it was anyway.
So the 100 comes up for West Indies. It's 100 for 8 in over number 25.
Here is the next delivery from Mukesh. He's bowling to the left-handed Gurukesh Moti, who plays the cut shot that runs down to third man, and there's just a 1 run for him. So based on what we've seen from these 2 batters so far, they're not going to be holding back. They're just going to have a dip here at the bowling of Kumar.
Yeah, they're going to enjoy themselves for as long as they can. But at the same time, Team India is really looking to, you know, go for the jugular here. They're smelling blood. They want to get this done and over as quick as possible. They bring back their main striker in Mukesh Kumar with figures of 3 for 24 into his 6th over.
Well, Mukesh Kumar's best list day figures are 3 for 71. He's substantially inside that right now. He's bowling to Alzari Joseph, who's aiming at playing a drive. That one squeezes out behind through the mid-wicket area, actually, and picked up just in front of the boundary. That is Sampson to pick that one up and send the return in. So he moves on by a couple. Joseph is up to 15, Moti on 5, 103 for 8, and the West Indies are almost past that score of 104. And another no ball signaled by Michael Goff.
So
I
Mukesh,
wonder if he got that decision late.
well, it just seems like we're not picking it up as early as possible. Yes.
No, he didn't call it. So that I think that was picked up by the third umpire because it's regularly reviewed. So it was a no ball. It was fully 2 inches over.
Yeah, it is a second no ball in this over, and it's going to be a free hit.
Here it is. Mukesh with the free hit in now, and That's, well, he's played that down to mid-on, and there is no run. So missing out on the free hit. Good delivery there, bowled by Mukesh, very full, and aiming that into the block hole just outside of the off-stump.
Yeah, and what a ball to bowl when you have the opportunity to defend a free hit. It's the old-fashioned Yorker on the crease video. Not much you could do with those deliveries.
And they can be deadly to tail-enders, and Alzari Joseph certainly a lot better with the bat than most of the tail-enders around, but he was able to keep that one out. So Joseph now, a very high backlift of his. He's facing up to Mukesh again. That's a nice looking drive. Very fluently driven out towards that extra cover position. There's a man there, and there is no run. And you talked about Alzari Joseph and his career at ODI level. Well, not a huge amount of runs there. 358, averages just over 17. No half centuries. His top score 49 for the West Indies.
Well, when you look at Azari Joseph and Gudakesh Moti go about their batting, you just ask yourself, what has happened to the top order in this game video?
Well, I think we've seen what's happened. They've been absolutely knocked away here by this man. He's taken 3 of those wickets. Here he is in, past umpire Goff, and that's coming off the pad of Alzari Joseph, running down towards the fine leg area. So just going to be 1. The signal from umpire Goff is leg buys, and that is the end of the over. Couple of no balls in that over, and 8 deliveries bowled. Moti on 5, Joseph was on 15. The West Indies 105 for 8, and they've gotten past their lowest score ever against India, 104 against India in 2018. So that's safely behind them now. However, they still need 247 runs to win from 25 overs.
Yeah, impossible at this stage if you were to ask me, Vidya, but you know, cricket has its own cliche, so both these batters, they will want to continue the fight for West Indies, but at this stage it looks just a matter of time when it's going to be over.
And with Yadav in operation, it could be over quickly. Certainly the West Indies, their worst defeat, 224 runs against India right now. That is in serious danger at the moment. The West Indies 8 down for 105. Here's Yadav. This one striking Joseph on the pad. An appeal from Kishan mainly, not from the bowler, and it is turned down.
Well, what is most disappointing indeed, Vidya, is the fact that this West Indies team has not been able to bat 50 overs on more than one occasion in the last possibly 8 50-over games.
Yeah, that's right. It's been a sorry time for them. And defensive shot next up here from Joseph. Plays it out to the cover region, picked up by Sampson. There's no run. And with the failure to qualify for the World Cup, certainly there's will have to be a re-evaluation of what the West Indies are doing in the middle format of the game, the 50-over format. Here's Yadav over the wicket now, and Joseph trying to play that on the onside, squeezes off the inner edge, runs down to wide fine leg, and he picks up 1. Wasn't in control of that shot at all. West Indies 106 for 8, Joseph up to 16.
So I'm sure, you know, there's a lot of concern in terms of this 50-over team and what has been happening on really good batting tracks in Harare in Zimbabwe. We weren't able to bat the full allocation of 50 overs, and that trend has just continued over that period of time.
Yeah, rolled out for 114, second lowest total ever against India in an ODI in Bridgetown, returning to win the next game. So it's been a Jekyll and Hyde performance from the West Indies, as the next delivery played on the onside, and there is no run once again off the bat of Moti. Unfortunately, Dr. Jekyll hasn't turned up today. It is definitely Mr. Hyde has turned up here for the West Indies.
Yeah, so it continues to be a sorry state here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Here's Yadav again, and Moti read that one as though he were reading the cartoons. That one turning away from it, plays it out to extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, a bit too short there from Yadav that time. Gave Moti an enormous amount of time to play that shot. Yeah, West Indies, now the red worm of the West Indies, way under that of India. And Moti's cutting this one. This could run away for 4. And that has gone to the right of the fielder at backward point, and that has raced away to the boundary, and that's Moti's second boundary. He's up to 9, and the West Indies 110 for 8.
So a quicker delivery there from Kuldeep Yadav, trying to fire that ball in, but Gudakesh Moti was good enough. Had he played it any later, he would have been absent, and that goes into the boundary for 4. So a well-played late dab there by Gudakesh Moti. Both himself and Azari Joseph, they're having some fun out in the middle video.
Yeah, I don't think it's too much fun for them because, of course, the West Indies not in a great position here. Gudakesh Moti, don't forget that he does have a first-class. He does have a first-class 100. He did get one for Guyana. Was that earlier this year? A blazing 100. He got 110. His first-class average is 22.65. That's not bad. As Joseph is playing the next one out to extra cover. There's no run.
But there's been a change from the pavilion end. Ravindra Jadeja is back on.
Yeah, he certainly is. The next one played off the back foot. Joseph is sent back, and luckily he does get back in time because that would have been run out for sure. Jadeja back on. Just the one over that Jadeja was not called upon. Here he is in once again. That's a faster one, sparing it in the stumps, and Joseph just plays it back to the Rockstar, and there's no run.
Yeah, Azari Joseph, they're looking at that ball until the final moments. The arm ball arcing back into him.
Here's the next delivery, which he's playing off the back foot, trying to force it through the offside, straight to the stand-in India captain, and there is no run. And here is Jadeja, black headband round his head. He's in round the wicket again. And that one just a little bit floating up, floated that one up, played out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Jadeja's overs are like watching 4 aces from Roger Federer. They just go by so quickly. An on drive here from Alzari Joseph, and that goes straight to the fielder, and there is no run. And the over, just like that, is over very quickly. I tell you what, Anil, we've only been on for at least 2 minutes, and we've already gone through 7 overs.
Wow.
And Colin is now warming down from his last spell. He has to come back on in 3 overs.
So it's 110 after over number 27. Alec Attorney is the lone figure up at the top of the order, scoring a polished 32. Yannick Karai, he battled on to 19. And it's been the bowlers show here for Team India.
Yeah, they really have come on strong here, the Indian team. And I'm sure that Rahul Dravid, the coach of the India team, would be very pleased with what he's seen from his team after that defeat to the West Indies in the last game by 6 wickets. They've bounced back well, and they've done so without their 2 most experienced players, Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, not playing today. Here's Yadav, and this one's played on the onside by the left-handed Moti. There is no run. Yeah, that's a measure of how good this India team is.
Well, it also shows the richest of talent that India has at the moment, Vidya, and continues to produce quality cricketers that may not get an opportunity anytime soon.
Well, between Rohit and Virat Kohli, there are 519 ODIs in between both of them. That's how big they are. Yes, the next delivery, beating him outside the off stump, played for one that was turning into him. That one went the other way and taken by the keeper, who knocked the bails off, but nothing doing. Moti was firmly in the crease.
So Ishan Kishan here making a statement as well, Vidya, getting to 77 at the top of the Indians Team India. All these players, they are vying to be part of that World Cup squad. So a lot is at stake for all these players.
Here's Kuldeep Yadav tossing the ball from hand to hand. In now to bowl to Moti, who's playing on the back foot. Yadav thought he was through him there. Plays it on the offside. There is no run. Slip in place and a leg gully. Backward point. There's also protection for him in that extra cover region. Mid on, mid off. The fielder who was at the deep mid wicket boundary has now come into the circle. And there's a fielder now back at a backward square leg position. As here is Yadav again. He's into bowl to Moti, the left-hander, long forward to it, plays it out to backward point, and there is no run. So Moti, after that rather naughty-looking shot, has now reined in himself, and he's just playing more defensively.
Well, he's definitely settled along a lot after that shot, and it's exciting times indeed to see the likes of Gudakesh Moti and Azari Joseph showing some fight here.
Well, as you say that, now he's going for the big straight drive. Doesn't get the full contact, but still manages to squeeze it away for one. And that's all he's going to get here. really looked to power that down the ground. Came off the bottom of the bat and just rolled away for one. 111 for 8. The Nelson is on. Anil has his feet up. He's very superstitious, Anil. Has his feet up, and he's pulled out his... is that your rabbit paw, your lucky rabbit paw?
It is.
And do you have the 4-leaf clover with you also?
So it's going to be Kuldeep Yadav.
No, you don't have it today. Here is Yadav. He's over the wicket. And playing from the crease is Alzari Joseph. There is no run. And that ends off over number 28. 111 for 8. Joseph is 16. And Moti is on 10.
So Kuldeep Yadav, again, been very impressive indeed. 6 overs, 2 for 26. And when you look at the manner in which things have transpired, Kuldeep Yadav, both in the first ODI and in this third ODI, he has definitely mesmerized the West Indies batters with his variations video.
Yeah, his 4 for 6, his best figures for the year. He really has enjoyed bowling against the West Indies. His figures so far, Yadav, 2 for 22 from his 6 overs. The next delivery, that's the first one, hit down the ground. That's gone all the way for 6 runs. That was pitched up by Ravindra Jadeja. And Gudakesh Moti giving a reminder that he does have some batting ability. Hits that high over the long off boundary for 6 runs.
Well, something for the fans here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy to smile about there. Gudakesh Moti really extending the levers and hitting it high and handsome over long off.
Yes, Jadeja around the wicket again. Moti is playing this one off the back foot, cutting that away. Goes to backward point. There is no run. And these two have come together with the score on 88 for 8. So, the partnership starting to build here now. Certainly not going to take the West Indies to victory, but they are showing a little bit of fight. That one's coming off the pad, and on the onside there is no run.
So from a West Indies perspective, video, Coach Darren Sammy, he will want both these players to continue for as long as possible.
Yeah, they would want to do so. The next one is played backward of a square, and there is no run. But really, I think the fans will be very disappointed that the West Indies will be rolled out for another low score here. Here is Jadeja around the wicket. That one coming back into the batsman. Cut away, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. Second boundary in the over for Moti. He's picked up a 6 and a 4. That one went to the right of the third man fielder who dived at it. Couldn't get a touch, and it went away for 4.
So a quick delivery there from Jadeja, and Gudakesh Moti was good enough to wait and played it at the last moment, beating that short third man to his right, and into the boundary it goes.
Two spinners having a little bit of a battle here. Moti is cutting at this one. That's gone square of the wicket. That's 4 more. Gudakesh Moti is starting to get the crowd excited here again. They know that this game, the ghost of this game is gone, but Moti providing some entertainment. 6 and 2 boundaries in the over. After 29, the West Indies 125 for 8.
A short and wide from Jadeja, and Gudakesh Moti, he played that that cut shot like a top order batter, waited on it, played it at the last moment, bisected the backward point to his left, and into the boundary she goes. So at the end of over number 29, the West Indies tracing a total of 352 for victory. They are 125 for 8, with Gudakesh Moti 24 from 17 deliveries, and Azari Joseph, he's batting on 16 from 26 deliveries.
Here's how it's gone so far. After India scored, there is a water break on, so we'll just quickly run through the card for you. India 351 for 5, based mainly around 85 from Gill, 77 from Kishan. There was also 70 not out from Pandya and 51 from Samson. For the West Indies, the top bowler Shepherd 2 for 73, but the most economical was Moti, 1 for 38. Since then, the West Indies, Brandon King caught Kishan, bowled Kumar for 4. Kyle Mayers bowled Kumar without scoring. Kyle Mayers 4, correction there. Athenes bowled Yadav. Let me start over. I think I got that the first one wrong. Brandon King caught Kishan, bowled Kumar without scoring. Mayers bowled Kumar for 4. Athenes bowled Yadav 32. Hope caught Gill, bowled Kumar 5. Karthik caught Gill, bowled Unadkat for 6. Hetmeyer caught Yadav, bowled Thakur for 4. And Shepherd, he was caught Unadkat, bowled to Thakur for 8. And the last man to go, Yannick Carrier, LBW to Yadav for 19. The last wicket going at 88 for 9. India currently have the West Indies 125 for 8. We'll be back with more after this. Welcome back here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where the third ODI, India in control of this match after scoring 351 for 5, setting the West Indies 352. The West Indies 125 for 8. And during the short break, the Indian fans were entertaining themselves. There was one fan in a red T-shirt. He was holding the Indian tricolor, or the tricolor if you like, and running all over. In fact, he started running once again. And the Indian flag, the orange, white and green with the wheel, the chakra as they say, in the middle of it. And he's right now celebrating with a Sri Lankan fan. There's a guy with a Sri Lankan uniform and a Sri Lankan national flag, and those two are celebrating together. That Sri Lankan guy, I wonder if he's going to get his passport taken away when he gets back. First ball of the new over from Yadav, played back to the bowler, and there is no run. Slipping a gully in place here for the right-handed Alzari Joseph. As here's Yadav now, his arms spread, and now he's in now. That one's played square of the wicket by Joseph. He's going to get one, and they will turn for a second run. And the tall right-hander out of Antigua picks up a second run. He's up to 18 runs now. And India trying to get these last two wickets and confirm victory here, Anil.
Yeah, India definitely in the ascendancy here. Kuldeep Yadav looking to wrap up this West Indies innings as well. He's bowling brilliantly here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He's getting a lot of assistance from the surface as well, so it doesn't surprise me one bit.
Yes, 2 for 22 his figures so far, and they will stay put as the next delivery played out to mid-wicket. There is no run. Disappointment for the West Indies fans here that India will be taking their 13th straight ODI series against the West Indies, and huge disappointment because the West Indies will not win, it seems now, their first series against India since 2006. Here's Yadav, and playing off the back foot is Joseph out to that mid-on position. There's no run. Yadav has a very interesting, all of the spinners, they're so unique in terms of the way they approach the wicket. Yadav, not a long runner, but when he starts off, the ball in his left arm, tosses it to the right, and then his arms just like a whirl, like a magician, almost plays that on the next delivery, and Joseph will run down to the other end to get the single. But he just seems to, as if he's, you know, like a magician's just about to say abracadabra, and then runs in, and the ball just does all sorts of magic off the surface.
Yeah, Kuldeep Yadav bowling that straight to delivery there. Azari Joseph didn't have a clue what was going on, but his partner Gudakesh Moti was quick to react and call him through for the single.
Joseph batting with number 23 on his back. Wonder if, like his fellow Antiguan, he loves basketball. Next delivery, Moti is playing this off the back foot. He's actually looking quite easy there, Moti. He's just playing Yadav comfortably and does not pick up a single off the last ball of the over. That's 30 overs in the books. Joseph is on 19, Moti on 24. West Indies are 128 for 8, India in control. And after some more comments from you, Anil, it's going to be your good friend Colin Murray to join you for a second or two.
Well, at this stage, India definitely in the ascendancy. Both Azari Joseph and Gudakesh Moti trying to bring some respectability to this West Indies score, but it's an uphill task indeed. For the West Indies team, it's more or less over at this stage after 30 overs, 128 for 8, and the India team, they're smelling blood. But at this stage, I'd like to welcome no other than Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much. And the first ball of a new over is bang on target from Jadeja. And again, he quickly judged spot on and gets it right in front of Joseph. This one peels off a thick outside edge and goes to a short point where he can't get a run. 128 for 8 it is. Joseph is 19, 24 to Muti. Again, this time turning it on the onside. That's well played. And a comfortable single in the end as well. 129 now for 8.
So Jadeja continues to run through his overs very quickly indeed here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
He's been noted for this. He's always attacking the stumps. This one is in the air. That's gone for 6. That's a brilliant hit. Straight over long off. The man at long on, well, really at mid off, just stood and watched it sail over his head. And it went there quickly as well.
So flight to delivery there from Jadeja and Gudakesh Moti. What a lovely strike indeed, lofting that ball high and handsome over long off. The fielder at mid-off, he was just a spectator when that shot was lofted over long off.
Well, they push back the long on and the long off now, so let's see what Jadeja does. Again, giving it a little bit of air. It takes the glove, does it? There's an appeal for a catch. The umpire says not out. And Ishan Kishan went sprawling there to take that one. He got to it, but there was no bat involved. In fact, they decided they're going to go upstairs. So it's 135 for 8. Muti was on 30. 47 runs on 44 balls.
But it just seems to balloon off the pad there, Ruskin.
Yep, the bat was close, but was it close enough to get a touch onto it? Is what I think they're trying to determine here. Here's Jadeja again, a little bit of flight. And he kind of caught the batsman in two minds there. He was starting to come, and then he realized he wasn't going to get there, so he just kind of stayed his ground and tried to turn it on the onside. And the ball, it certainly passed the bat, but did it go anywhere near the glove? From this angle, it's difficult to see. You're going to need a side-on angle to get a better look at this. And, of course, Ultra Edge, I'm sure, will come into play as well.
But they just seems to have given up on it at this stage.
Here it is again, just going past the bat into the pad. And I don't think it's going to hit the stumps. It looks like it's beaten leg stump as well. So there's no bat involved. And so a lot of excitement, but nothing doing, not out is the decision. So Moti remains on 30, 135 for 8. He waits. And immediately Jadeja, without even giving him a chance to breathe, Jadeja is onto him to complete the over. It's 135 for 8, 31 completed.
Yeah, so the West Indies batters here, Gudakesh Moti and Azari Joseph, continue to battle for West Indies here, scoring a brisk 47. This partnership is now worth 47 runs, Ruskin, and a breath of fresh air has been brought to this innings.
Well, you know, we've been asking for some kind of consistency in terms of the approach. And we've finally seen two batsmen kind of taking turns at getting this. We saw a little bit of it from Atanaz and again from Yannick Correa. But outside of those two, and then these two, we really didn't get anything that resembled a kind of a sustained approach to batting. Now they're going about it a slightly different way. They're going about it in a very aggressive way as well. But that is kind of throwing the bowlers off a little bit. Now all of a sudden, the Indians are taking their time to set their fields, whereas before everybody will just go into position and they'll just ring the balls forward. Now they have to kind of think about what they're going to do and how they're going to approach each batsman, and now they've made a bowling change because Thakur is on. And this time it's punched away. That's a great shot. That's 4 runs. Not a man move. The man at mid-off, not the man at that extra cover position. Shubman Gill just kind of stood up and watched, and the ball just raced past him for 4 good-looking runs from Alzari Joseph. And that is a shot of real intent there, because it stood up for him and he just drove it into the gap.
So an elegant back foot punch from Azari Joseph, just stood up tall and muscled that ball through extra cover. What a wonderful back foot punch indeed.
He goes to 24, 51 they've added so far from 47 balls. Again, Taku is coming on to him and he's punching this one square to get an easy single. The man off the boundary is going to come in. So the Indians probably realizing that they're so far ahead in this game and that they've kind of taken their foot off the pedal just a little bit. But if you're a bowler running up in these harsh conditions, you don't want anybody to take their foot off the gas, because you have to run up and bowl. And that is sapping energy. Plus your figures are getting, altered. And that's another good shot, but that's brilliant fielding there. Again, Jadeja just flying to his right and taking it. Although he's left-handed, you could see him moving smartly to his right, goalkeeper style, and didn't just knock it down, he actually saved it.
So the Rockstar doing the job there at that third man position, backward point position, my apology.
So breeze around the place now, the flags are flying and the runs are flowing. West Indies, some kind of a fight back here. I don't know if fight back is the right word, but showing some enterprise. Let's just put it that way. I don't know if they're fighting back. 140 for 8.
But
Colin Murray's looking at me with this puzzled look on his face. But then again,
it's Colin Murray.
yeah, he always looks puzzled, that's the thing, for no good reason. 140 for 8. He's probably saying he don't realize he's dropping him home. Or Taku from around the wicket this time, short ball, and he certainly had Muti in some trouble there, because Muti was trying, I'm not sure what shot he was trying to play there, but at the last minute he decided to duck and he just barely got out of harm's way there.
Well, Shadow Taku recognizing Ruskin that Gudakesh Moti was just looking to press on the front foot, decided, okay, you want to come forward before I even deliver, and put down that short delivery that really caught him off guard.
It certainly had him in
But
two
good.
minds there, yep.
But good evasive action from Gudakesh Moti.
2 for 29 so far from Takur, 4.5 overs. This is his 5th over. From around the wicket, he's on his way again to bowl to Muti, who's 30. And he's beaten him outside the off stump. Again, he had him nibbling at one. A little bit of a slower delivery, but again, the cutter, a lot of spin, almost you have to say, put into that one as he tried to cut the ball past the outside edge. It's 140 for 8 after 32.
Excellent off-cutter there from Shahadul Thakur, defeating Gudakesh Moti, neck and crop, going past the outside edge. And at the end of over number 2, 32 the score, 140 for 8. Gudakesh Moti, he's on 30 from 25 deliveries, and accompanying him out in the middle is Azari Joseph. He's scored 25 from 36 deliveries, but it's going to be Mukesh Kumar who's going to be coming back from the pavilion end. He's going to be picking up the attack, and Team India definitely now want to close this game off, Ruskin.
Yeah, they probably figured they had everything under control, so they just kind of relaxed a little bit. And then these two, happened at the crease. And they stuck around for a little while. And that's it, 25 to Joseph. Muti's on 30. And certainly now, we'll see what happens. Mukesh is back. And this time he's driven into the covers, down to deep cover for another single.
But both these batters, Ruskin, just seems to make batting look so simple out in the middle. And I'm asking myself, what has transpired early in the innings? Was it a case of poor shot making, or wasn't a clear plan how to go about chasing this mammoth total?
Well, the 3 wickets that Mukesh has had so far, the first one, Shea Hope was driving outside the off-stump as a delivery that, again, wasn't going to even hit the stumps. He was caught behind. And then you also had the Myers playing on to one, and there's another ball driven into the offside, but no real contact there in terms of power. It just sort of hit it hard into the ground by Muti. And then the other wicket to fall again, another batsman driving hard at one outside the off stump and getting out caught behind. So he has 3 wickets, yes, but when you look at how the batsman got out, you know that the batsman played a big part in their own demise.
So would you have said that
It's 141 for 8. He's on his way now. Bowls a short ball. That one he's reaching for that one, and then he just kind of scooped it. They're going to go back for the second run. They'll get it 2 down to third man it goes. And another 2 comfortably taken by Muti. He goes to 32. 26 it is to Alzari Joseph.
And just coming back to the conversation, Ruskin, do you feel that the West Indies batters could have taken a more conservative approach at the top of the innings?
Especially if you lose 1 wicket early, you're thinking, well, let's just at least see these bowlers off initially, but that never happened. Here's a real attacking shot here again from Muti, but again in a little bit of a cramped position. He was on the move. He really wasn't set. And he was trying to hit it almost like a last-minute decision. And he hit it hard into the ground again. Can't get a run.
But it's important when you're trying to hit these big shots that your base from which you're looking to execute, you must have that stable base in order to extend those levers, Ruskin.
It is. And it means that your head is still as well. It allows you to keep your head still so you can keep your eyes on the ball and really just go through with whatever the plan is. Here he is again standing up, and a little adjustment coming from around the wicket this time, Mukesh, and Muti just pushing it back into the offside without any real intent of a run.
So Gudakesh Moti continues to impress us all. He had a wonderful bowling stint, a 1 for 38 in his 10 overs, and now he's motored on to 32 from 29 deliveries. And when you look at what has transpired, this has to, there's a lot of positives from this young man, Ruskin.
Well, he's certainly done well. Again, the West Indies chasing 352 for a victory. They're a long way from that, but these two are not giving up the fight. They're sticking it out, and they've seen 33 overs now on the board. It's 143 for 8. With Muti and 32-26 to Alzari Joseph.
So the fight continues for West Indies. Alzari Joseph and Gudakesh Moti putting on a partnership of excessive of 50 runs now. So you look at the worm is going absolutely nowhere. 17 fours and 4 sixes in the West Indies innings compared to 28 fours and 14 sixes. When you look at what transpired when the West Indies bowl, we must admit that the bowlers were guilty of giving away too much boundary deliveries.
Well, too many. The inconsistency in the bowling is the first thing, and that just continues. Here's a short ball trying to pull it through the onside. There is a man at deep square leg. There's also a deep fine leg. Find it fairly wide, so he has to be careful with those pull shots, because remember he's pulling it from off stump, outside the off stump. Chances are it's going to go up in the air from there, and there's a strong breeze, so it may not even clear the fence.
Well, it's very difficult indeed when you're trying to tug the ball from outside the off stump into the leg side. It's difficult to control.
Against the breeze as well, so that makes it even difficult. Here's Thakur again. Bowl, another short ball, he's edging it, and he's out caught. Brilliant catch indeed. And he's almost like a goalkeeper. He pushed it up in the air and then took it like on the rebound. But a good effort from Alzari Joseph, but he goes to 26. It's now 143 for 9.
Yeah, so Shadow Tackle going again for that short delivery, pushing Azari Joseph back. Azari taking on that short delivery, getting a top edge, and Ishan Kishan was like a goalkeeper, getting high off the ground and taking a very spectacular catch indeed. So wicket number 9 goes down to, for the West Indies. Azari Joseph, after that splendid partnership with Gudakish Moti, he's got to go back to the sheds for 26. So 33, we are into over number 34. And again, Ruskin Mark, the West Indies just on the verge of being bowled out way inside this 50-over contest.
Well, but this is, again, this has been the kind of like the recurring theme with the West Indies. In the first one-day, Vidya might bear me out on this, is it 23 overs they face? In the first one-day international?
23.4 overs.
23, you can't win a game. You know, it's very difficult to win matches when you only face, 23 overs or thereabouts, and you basically gift a victory to your opponents when you just get bowled out for, when in 23 overs. You didn't even reach halfway through. Here you've gone past halfway. You're into your 33rd over or thereabouts, but you certainly still want, if you had 2 frontline batsmen, even if you're at this stage, and this is the same score, but you still had 6 wickets in hand, or 7 wickets in hand. You lost 3 wickets, but you only have 143 after 33 overs. You tell yourself, okay, we have a base, maybe we could launch now and see what's going on. Here, you're basically just playing out time. You're just trying to sanitize proceedings here. Javon Seals is at the crease as he waits, and he gets a snorter that just kicks at him, and Taku, you could hear all the laughter and chatter behind the stumps. I don't think Jaden Seals is laughing too much.
Well, welcome to the middle. Jaden Seals, Shadow Takur is giving him a welcome.
You could see the ball pounded in there, struck him on the glove, and it just bounced out onto the offside.
But it just seems like, fast bowlers, they just seem to wait for the moment, in order to really send the message across when the tailenders come on.
Your eyes lit up, that's what it is. Here's another short ball, turns it on the onside, but he plays this one well enough, and he's off the mark immediately. And so Jaden Seals is on to 1, hands a strike back to Gudakish Moti.
But
He's on 32.
But just coming back to the shot selection, that ball was way outside the line of the off stump. But Azari Joseph was guilty of trying to take that ball from outside the line of the off stump and take it into the leg side, when he might just have been advised to possibly uppercut that ball over that third man position.
Or leave it alone. It was so high. There's another one that's gone for 6. That's a brilliant shot, and he almost took the security with him beyond the boundary there, because he slapped that over mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, so Gudakish Moti continues to fight here for the West Indies team. It's a little too late. Short ball from Shahadu Thakur. Gudakish Moti, you beauty, hitting that ball high and handsome over deep backward mid-wicket for a maximum.
Well, 86 meters that ball traveled. And again, you can hear the crowd now. The crowd is into it. They want to see what he does here now. He's going after him again, but this time it's outside the off stump, and no touch, no appeal really. And that ends the over. 34 completed. It's 150 for 9. So the leading wicket takers, Shadul Thakur and Kudi Yadav, at 7 wickets each. 6 to Muti, 5 to Shepard, and 4 to Mukesh Kumar. So the 2 Indian, 1 seamer, 1 spinner, with 7 wickets each. Romario Shepard with 5. Gudakish Muti showing his capabilities with the bat as well. He's on 38. I'm sure he's probably asking Jaden Seals, get a single and give me a dip at him.
So it's going to be Kuldeep Yadav from the pavilion end.
He waits now, he bowls, and there is Seals just patting a
Lee,
half volley.
Lady. The most difficult ball.
Just patted back down in front of him.
Well, I'm sure Kulibianov will be fancying himself to get rid of Jaden Seals here, Ruskin.
Yep, I'm sure Muchi's probably say if he bowled that at me. Sure, I'm going. Ruskin and company have to be careful up here in the commentary booth. Let's see what he does again. And Seals is on the back foot, plays this, and he might get the single. They thought about it, and then they decided against it. Good work from Yadav to track it down. It was running down to long on, and had it gone down there, they would have had more than enough time to get the single. So Seals, there's a slip and a leg slip. Those are the only two catching. There's a short mid wicket as well. Pitching up, driven, not powerfully, but straight back to the bowler. No run.
So Jaden Seals has been spending a lot of time in the nets at the National Cricket Centre, Ruskin, trying to improve his batting. He has been doing so for the last month, doing some extended work with his batting.
Let's see if it pays off here. As again, very watchful there. That was a googly. He was trying to just try to outfox him there. But playing with a straight bat, Jaden Seals. I would imagine if I was bowling and I went for no wickets for 77 runs, I would try to bat out all 16 overs or so remaining in this game. Forward defensive again, coming right out in front and playing it there. Now that, having done that, would have been much to Colin Murray's chagrin to just defend and push it out. And
well, very well played indeed by Jaden Seals, just smothering the spin from Kuldeep Yadav.
Let's see if he flights this one and try to tease him into an aggressive shot. There he is again, the googly coming in, and he's out LBW. Again, you could see the googly. He was trying to line it up before, and it was just a little too far outside the off stump, but it was well played then by Jaden Seals. Now, the ball came back into him. They're reviewing the decision, so it's still 150 for 9. But this one has been sent upstairs. And the Indians are congratulating each other. Here again, that googly coming back in at him, and it struck him. That looks like it's out. I don't think he got an edge onto it. And I don't think this one is going to jump over the stumps as we saw one earlier. And that one, although he's a taller batsman than maybe Muti, but it's hitting him so low down on the pad. I don't see it traveling enough to go over the stumps or even beat the stumps. That looks like it's going to hit middle and leg stump on the turn.
Yeah, it just seems to be beating the off stump there, Ruskin, after it spun.
And coming back into him. So I'm not sure if he's going to survive this one. We'll wait to see. And again, umpire's call and hitting, and it's hitting off them as well. So that is the end of the innings. 150 all out. A comprehensive victory for the Indians here. As Seals goes for 1. Muti is left stranded on 38. And the thing about it is that single that they refused to take or they failed to take earlier, it probably came back to haunt them here. Muti really should have just forced the issue and go for the run. So 150 all out, and unless it was a no ball, because certainly he seemed to have, it's 150 for 9. And so again, well, the decision has been overturned.
Well, it had to be a no ball of some sort because from ball tracking showed that it was going to carry into the stumps.
Yeah. Now, the thing about that decision is I'm wondering if that was, look at it again. Watch where that ball pitched. Umpire's call. Is it that I don't think he was hit outside the off stump, or is it that he was struck outside the off stump? And, so maybe that is the thing. The review has been retained. He was struck outside the off stump. That's the only thing there. that could have saved him.
Well, once the ball is pitched outside the line of the off stump and he's playing a genuine shot, then he should not be given out LBW. So that's the only way. That's the only thing that seem to have saved him here at the last moment.
So it's still 150 for 9. False alarm, folks. And Colin Murray packed his bag, had his keys in his hands, everything, started the car, all sorts of things. But here is Thakur again. And this time he's having a go there. Gudakesh Muti is telling himself, well, boy, this is it here now. I am going to go for it. No holding back.
Yeah, so just 12 away from a well-deserved half-century as well, if he's able to get to that.
Well, that's just 2 swings at the bat, the way he's been swinging the bat. And I think that is exactly what he's thinking here now. That he knows Thakur is going to mix it up. He's probably going to throw in a slower one somewhere. He's probably just going to sit back on that back foot there and just wait for it. And this time he's going to get a single. He might get 2. He's going to have to hurry. And he decides against it. Again, Sampson comes, I almost said flying in. Again, they try to squeeze that second run there. Kishan didn't receive the ball cleanly, but he recovered quickly enough. So now it's Jaden Seals who is back on strike. He's on 1.
Well, Gudakesh Moti will possibly a bit more confident in allowing Jaden Seals to take the bowling of Shahidul Thakur.
Thakur from around the wicket now is going to, I'm sure he's going to mix it up. The short ball is probably part of his plan here now. And he's bowled him all over the shop here. Jaden Seals going for a big one, misses it, and had his off-stump rocked back here. He goes for 1, so just the 1 run, the differential, and it's 151 all out now.
Yeah, Jaden Seals going for glory there, trying to hit that ball out of the Taruba Stadium here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, missing it completely and losing his off stump to Shahidul Thakur. So the West Indies all out for 150. India win this game by 200 runs, and what a convincing victory it has been.
Yeah, that's a massive victory there by 200 runs. You don't see that too often in one-day cricket. In fact, you don't even see it much in Test cricket now. So the second lowest total, second worst defeat, I should say, for the West Indies against the Indians, 200 runs. And we could play a T20 game with those scores now. And, and see if we could bowl them out under that. You never know. But what a comprehensive victory here for the Indians. And Thakur, all of a sudden, although he came on to bowl first change, he has been the most successful bowler of all. I think he ended up with 3 wickets in the end as well. He's been among the wickets. He had 3 of them. So he's really done his part here. And while the players exchange pleasantries, let's just quickly run through this scorecard for you here. Brandon King out for no score. Caught at the wicket of the bowling of Kumar. Was 1 for 1. Kyle Mayers bowled by Kumar off the inside edge, 7 for 2. Alec Atenes, he made 32. He was bowled by Yadav. He was one of the shining lights, 75 for 7 when he departed. Shea Hope out for 5. Cord Gill bowled Kumar 17 for 3. Casey Carty, he was out for 6. Cord Gill bowled Udat Kat for 35 for 4. He went for 6. Shimon Hepmeyer hit 1 glorious 4 and then was out shortly after that. A soft dismissal for him. And Cord Yadav bowled Thakur 40 for 5. Romario Shepherd out for 8. Cole Udat Kat bowled Thakur 50 for 6. Yannick Karaya played well for his 19 before he kind of lost his concentration. LBW to Yadav 88 for 8. Alzari Joseph 26. A good fighting innings from him, loaded with shots. Caught Kishan bowled Thakur 143 for 9. Gudakesh Muti 38 not out. And Jaden Seals out for 1. Bowled Thakur 151 all out there for the West Indies. So a splendid effort. So 39 not out there for Gudakesh Muti. 151 is the final score. So exactly 200 runs the margin of victory for the Indians. They take the series 2-1. Mukesh 7 overs 1 maiden 3 for 30. Hardik 4 overs 1 maiden not for 13. Thakur 6.3 overs no maiden 37 runs 4 wicket. Unadkat 5 overs no maiden 16 runs 1 wicket. Kuldeep 8 overs 3 maidens 25 runs 2 wickets, and Jadeja 5 overs 1 maiden 29 runs no wickets there. So the wickets at 1, 7, 17, 35, 40, 50, 75, 88, 143 and 151. 35.3 overs.
So just one partnership of some substance between Gudakesh Moti and Azari Joseph Ruskin.
Yeah, certainly it was a good Mukesh 3 for 30. I thought he bowled well for his efforts, and 2 for 25 for Kuldeep. Certainly the pick of the bowlers here. So the two seamers and the spinner making life very difficult for the West Indies. We always felt that when the spinners come on, the game was going to change. But before we even got to the spinners, the game had changed. And it changed decisively in India's favour.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ruskin, what we had witnessed earlier on from the India seamers was a masterclass in seam bowling. They just seems to be hitting their straps really well, hitting that area just outside the line of the awesome. That is corridor of uncertainty, and they did that relentlessly, and with the amount of pressure that they had put onto the West Indies batters, they did succumb. After some consumed pressure, they end up giving their wickets away.
So the Indians take the series 2-1, the one-day series, and now it's on to the T20 series. So we'll be back here on Thursday for the first game of the T20 series right here at the Brian Lara Academy. We hope you're able to join us. That's at 10:30 start on Thursday morning. Colin Murray gives me the thumbs up, so I know I'm on the right track. And so that's game 1. Game 2 and 3 will be at the National Stadium in Guyana, the 6th and the 8th. And then it's on to Florida at Broward County Stadium for the 4th and 5th one-dayers on the 12th and 13th of August. So that is the story from us here as we looking for the presentation of the man of the match. And it looks as if but I would like to think here, the man of the match. So as we just waiting for the official announcement of the man of the match. But I mean, when you look back at it, we had some amazing performances. 85 to Shubman Gill, 77 to Ishan Kishan. We had a brilliant 70 from Hardik Pandya and 51 from Sanju Samson. But I think Shubman Gill's 85, that really kind of set the tone for the Indians to get to 351 for 5 when they batted. And the West Indies, nobody really stood out other than Alec Athanaze with his 32, 38, 39 not out to Gudakesh Moti and 26 to Alzari Joseph, but the game was more or less done and dusted by that time, and India were cruising to a comprehensive 200-run victory over the West Indies to take the series 2-1. Again, Mukesh Kumar 3 for 30, Shardul Thakur ended up with 4 wickets in the end, and Kuldeep Yadav ended up with 2 for 25 in support. So that is the situation of this game. A pretty good crowd on hand to witness today's contest, and I'm sure they'll be happy. It might be a little bit disappointed if you're supporting the West Indies, but if you're supporting India, as we've seen quite a few of the supporters there with the Indian flags, they are over the moon right now, and they're just jumping and having a good time. Music is blasting, and life couldn't be better as well. But for the West Indies, I hear this all the time about going back to the drawing board. I don't know how many drawing boards they have in West Indies cricket, but certainly maybe we need to change the board some change the kind of drawing board. Yeah, the drawing board. Maybe change the color of the drawing board. Yeah. Maybe you need to get a blackboard and see if the color chalk makes a big difference to them in that regard. So certainly is a worrying scenario that the team could be so up and down. One day they look brilliant, and then the next day it's like they can't seem to get it on track. And certainly put together 2 or 3 good performances to really make people believe that we've been turning this corner now for quite some time, and it's just been 1 step forward almost and 2 steps back. Although they might be making baby steps in certain areas, but it's certainly not reflected sometimes on a day like today, where they had their opportunities. They had a good wicket to bat on. It wasn't like the wicket had all these terrors in it, and it's just that they weren't able to really restrain themselves and play the kind of innings that would really make them or help them to get close to this total as much as possible. So as the sun, well, I almost said the sun is going down, but it's still nice and bright and sunny here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The fans are slowly, some of them dejectedly walking away. The West Indies have lost another game, and so they're not too happy about that. However, the ground staff is already hard at work, getting whatever debris off the wicket so that they will start the preparation for Thursday's game. And that is a T20 game. We anticipate a larger crowd than we had today. We had a good crowd in today, good weather, nice conditions, and a big victory for India. So 2-1, the final score in this series, and a massive 200-run victory, the margin for the Indians in this encounter. We will be joining Darren Ganga, the former Trinidad and Tobago captain, in a short while, also West Indies captain, and because he is getting ready, and I think it looks like it's Shubman Gill is the man who is going there. So too is Ishan Kishan. So whatever awards they might be getting on the day, that looks like the presentation party, if you know what I mean. And but Shubman Gill certainly played his part with that splendid innings of 85, and before he was caught Karaya off the bowling of Muti. And of course Ishan Kishan also played well for his 77. They put on 143 for that first wicket, that opening partnership that gave them the foundation to push things over. So we're standing by. We should be joining Darren Ganga any minute now as we get ready for the presentation. Just looks like it's going to be a short ceremony to put this, because I know most times they try to speak to the 2 captains, and I'm not seeing the West Indies captain out there just yet, but we'll see if they join the presentation party anytime soon. The Indian players are out there, so they are all ready to go. I'm not sure if they're waiting on the West Indies players to join them. So we'll see what gives in the end. But as it is right now, is it that Shubman Gill is the man of the match and Ishan Kishan is the man of the series? That could very well be the awards, but let's get ready now, as I think we have Darren Ganga who is standing by, and so he should be ready with the presentation function any minute now, as the one-day series is in the books, and it's now on to the T20, the shortest format in the game. Well, the second shortest, because we do play T10 cricket as well, and So we're just standing by as they get ready with the presentation function, as we could put the lid on a splendid day here. So let's take you downstairs now to Darren Ganga as we get ready with the presentation.
Welcome to the end of the series presentation of the CG United ODI Series West Indies versus India 2023, powered by Yes Bank. Plaudits to India on a 200-run win today, securing the series 2-1. We'd like to thank the official sponsors of the series who have made this possible. CG United title sponsor, Yes Bank, MasterCard, Dafabet, Blue Waters, Caribbean, Coca-Cola, and Visit Trinidad. Right, now time for the CG United play of the match. There were a few contenders though. Shardul Thakur for his 4 for 37. Also, Mukesh Kumar with his 3 wickets was a strong contender. Pandya and Kishan as well got half centuries, but we felt that the CG United play of the match should go to none other than Shubman Gill. Top scorer for India with 85. Punctuated with 11 fours and also his 2 very important catches. He's there with his check. We'll have the opportunity to speak with him, Shubman. Many congratulations. I'm sure you enjoyed that batting effort and the outcome as well. How special was that knock?
Definitely very special for me, my first 50 on the tour. I was looking to get a big score for the team, hopefully get 100, but unfortunately that didn't happen. But the result ended up on our side, so that's a good sign.
India had the chance to bat first. How favorable were the conditions?
I think it was a pretty good wicket to bat on, and it got a bit difficult. I think once the ball got a bit older, the ball was gripping for the spinners. There was a little bit for the spinners once the ball got old, but I think in the start the ball was coming on pretty nicely onto the bat.
In the last 12 ODIs for India, you've batted at the top and you've stitched together 50-plus scores in terms of partnership on 8 occasions. What's crucial for you to achieve that type of success at the top?
I mean, it's all about, playing according to the situation, assessing the situation as early as possible. And then as an opener, it's your job to give a good start to the team. And fortunately, I've been able to do that.
You mentioned that you struggled a bit to string together meaningful scores previous to this one. What are your takeaways from these 2 parts of this multi-format tour so far?
I think in the last match I was set as well, and I was looking for a big one. And having lost no wicket for 90 runs, it's, I was trying to accelerate a bit and put the pressure on the bowlers, but that happens sometimes, especially with the way one-day format is moving right now. You got to keep putting on the pressure on the opposition and score those big runs for the team so that there's always cushion for the bowlers in the end.
Finally, do you feel there's a greater sense of responsibility on you in the absence of Kohli and Sharma?
Honestly, I just try to play my own game. I don't really think about all those external factors. Obviously, if I do well, all of these aspects would be covered automatically. I don't really try to think who's playing, who's not playing, and I just try to do my own best.
Well played today. Congratulations on your award and all the very best.
Thank you.
That was Shubman Gill, or CG United Play of the Match. Time now for the CG United Play of the Series. Again, Shardul Thakur featured. That awardee will receive his check and as well a trophy for his efforts throughout the course of the series. And the award goes to Ishan Kishan, another batter who excelled. 3 consecutive half centuries, 184 runs at an average of 61, a strike rate overall of 112, and not forgetting his 3 catches too. Ishan, congratulations. I'll ask you, what are your gains from this effort in this series?
Actually, not so happy with the finishing that I gave. I think being set on these wickets where we played, I was supposed to score big, and that's what I was told by my senior players and coach, that I should have finished the game or scored big runs. You know how big players do, and they, from normal play, they go into great players. So that is the plan next time when I come here or in any other tournament. When I'm set in the middle, I'll try and get big runs.
Yeah, I mentioned 3 consecutive half centuries. For you as a batter, what's ideal to achieve that type of consistency in your game?
I think it's very important important at this level when you are getting such good wickets. You know, it's best for the batters to go in and get set, take your time, and then play your game. But I think you have to, you know, always forget the last game, what you did in the last game, and try to start from zero in the other one. That's what I was looking for, not thinking too much about what I did in the previous game, just looking to watch the ball and play, taking one match at a time.
You forged a nice chemistry with Shubman Gill at the top of the innings. Today was a record-opening partnership in ODIs against the West Indies. How do you enjoy batting alongside him at the top?
I think he's a tremendous player, like you have seen how he middles the ball. So that is the plus point, being at the non-strike end and then realizing that he's batting very well and connecting all the balls in the middle. So that gives the confidence to me also, that gives confidence to me, and I take the same momentum ahead.
Series win for India. It's the 13th time that they've consecutively won a bilateral ODI series. How important is this win and this series win for India?
I think it's always important to win at this level, and you know, especially the important thing is what you learn from the series, like what we were doing throughout the match. We were, you know, after scoring 350, we were all on our toes to, you know, get those early wickets and everything. We were not letting any ball go easily. So that is the thing we try and learn from these matches, where we get big runs or we don't get big runs. We try to defend the total. So these are the conversation that is going on between the team right now, and everyone is looking very positive.
Looking to the future, of course, the West Indies will host that next ICC T20 World Cup. Do you have one eye on the conditions, and are you adding a lot of information to your database of knowledge?
No, actually, I've played few tournaments here now, and I know how the wicket plays here. So not focusing too much about the World Cup, you know, we got pretty good series coming up with so many big teams. So we are more focused on that right now, because you know how cricket is. One series can change your life, and it can be the other way also. So you need to be in the present. So we'll just relax now for a bit, and you know, we'll try and do well in the other series also, and then focus on the World Cup.
Congratulations, great to see you perform. Now I'll just invite you to collect your trophy.
Thank you, sir.
He will receive that from Mr. Ricardo McDonald, Team Lead, Motor Claims Department, CG United Insurance. Congratulations to Ishan Kishan, our CG United Player of the Series. Time now for Shea Hope, captain of the West Indies, to come forward. Shea, tough day at the office. You had a chance to win a series after a long time. Let's start from the top. Upon reflection, would you have batted first?
Again, hindsight is the best sight. I wouldn't change that decision. Obviously, we saw how good the wicket was in the back end there, but yeah, I just didn't think that we restricted them well enough. We also put on an early chance, so that could have changed the whole complex of the entire inning. So again, we can look back and see many things that we could have changed, but it is what it is.
India batted first, got to 351. How would you assess your bowling overall?
Like I said, I don't think we stemmed enough balls in that 6 to 8 meter area, especially with the new ball. We didn't give them a challenge at the start, but they're still human beings. You have to understand that the Indian players batted well as well. But for us, I still thought that 350 was a gettable total, especially on that wicket. And today just wasn't our day.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask you about that conversation at the lunchtime interval before you had that challenge of getting a record successful run chase in ODIs. What was that message like to your team?
Yeah, well, anytime you cross that line, you have to believe that you can win. And 350 was on the board. They got it, so we have to also believe that we can get it. The key was to make sure we set the game up properly, which the results showed we didn't do so well. But yeah, we always have to believe any target that's on the board is already set, and we always have an opportunity to score those runs.
You're a very decorated player in this format of the game, not only in the West Indies, but across the globe. But you're still quite young in your role as captain. What's next in terms of West Indies ODI team and what you would like to see going forward?
Just trying to keep stressing on that attitude. I don't think that we are consistent enough with that same attitude. Some days we wake up and we play like some of the best teams in the world, and then some of the days it really gets steamrolled sometimes. So the consistency is key for us, and that's one thing I'm going to be stressing, especially in my tenure here, whether how long it is, but the key is to try to get the guys to turn over some of these losses into wins.
Tough luck today again, Shea. All the best in the T20I series, and congratulations on your elevation into that team again.
Thank you very much.
And that was Shea Hope, the captain of the West Indies. Of course, the West Indies winning the second game of the series. Now time for the winning captain, Hardik Pandya, to come forward. Congratulations, Hardik. You seem to have the Midas touch in 2021. You lifted that IPL championship. Now another feather in your cap as a captain. How special is this win for you?
Very special. You know, if I be very honest, you know, I kind of, as a captain, I look forward to for this kind of games where, you know, something is on the line rather than, you know, something which is just an international game. This was more than an international game. We knew that what was at stake. You know, there was, if we failed, there was some disappointment as well. So, you know, to kind of play the game, we played, and you know, the way the boys came out and kind of showed their character, and at the same point of time enjoyed it. You know, that is something which I really want this team to have, which is the fact that when the pressure situation comes, they should absorb it, and at the same point of time kind of cherish it, because without pressure you don't be a hero. So, you know, that's something which was very heartening to see.
Staying with that pressure, of course, history in favour of India, and of course, no Rohit Sharma, no Virat Kohli. Is that an expression of your leadership as a captain and the way you've gone about dealing with those sort of situations?
I mean, see, you know what, obviously Virat and Rohit are very integral part of the team, and, you know, obviously, you know, this was very important for someone like, you know, Arutu to get a game, or Akshar to get a game, because, you know, they've been playing cricket for so many years. They know how exactly all these situations have been. So, you know, kind of giving them, the youngsters, the exposure, and kind of making sure that if we want to check something, we have the opportunity to check. And yeah, I mean, really, when you go out there, whatever you have, you go out there and enjoy it. And I think we did exactly like that.
Let's talk about your batting a bit. There was a great partnership at the top of the innings. You went to the crease when Sanju Samson got dismissed. Talk us through your batting. You took, what, 22 deliveries to get to 11 before the fireworks started?
Yeah, it was, what do you call, intentionally wanted to spend some time. Wicket was doing a bit. Had a very wonderful chat with Virat a couple of days back, and, you know, the kind of inputs which he gave me. You know, he has seen me throughout the years. It's been almost 7-8 years of international cricket, and he has seen me from day one, and he had some pointers which really helped me. You know, he just wanted me to spend some time on the crease and, you know, get used to the 50-over game as well, because we have played so many T20, you know, the T20 format. And yeah, that kind of stayed in my mind, and, you know, I was just waiting for the opportunity to kind of make sure that, you know, spend time. Once you get the rhythm, you'll find it. And exactly what he said, and I'm really thankful to him as well to kind of share that experience with me. And at the same point of time, you know, for me it was simple, that go out there, spend some time. You know, once you hit one ball in the middle, things have been very different. I've seen throughout my career as well.
Yeah, it was brilliant to watch you bat. Now, a little bit on your bowling. What made your seamers so penetrative in these conditions here? First wickets going to seam.
I mean, if you see, the ball was doing just a bit, and I think obviously scoring 350 would be always crucial. And when you have that kind of total, batters kind of chase few balls, and in that, if the ball does little bit, and if your luck is on your side, you know, they nick it. And exactly that happened with us. Couple of inside edges to the stump, and at the same point of time, couple of really good catches by Shubman as well. So yeah, that was something which I think in the first power play the game was sealed, and obviously West Indies kind of woke up very late in the partnership, where they kind of took the game till 34 overs. But yeah, as I said, the game was done kind of in the power play itself.
Well, you've created history, because this is the first men's ODI match to be played at this venue, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A few words on the facility itself, and how have you enjoyed playing here?
I mean, obviously, this is one of the nicest grounds which we have played. A lot of things could be better when we come next time to West Indies, from traveling to managing a lot of things. I think so many times last year as well, some hiccups happened. I think it's time for even West Indies cricket to kind of, you know, keep the note of it, and kind of make sure that when the team travels, you know, we don't ask for luxury, but basic necessities are very common. So otherwise that, obviously really enjoyed coming here and played, you know, some really good cricket.
And finally, what portion of this series win are you going to give to Rohit Sharma? Because you got a
he can have the whole. It's okay. He can have the whole.
So congratulations again, Hardik Pandya. Your trophy is there to be collective. Congratulations, India.
So there is Hardik Pandya picking up the winner's trophy for the one-day portion of the tournament, and the players will go behind the ODI champions billboard, and of course with the captain with the trophy, and they will start their celebration. It seems like nobody wants the trophy. They just wanted to leave it with Hardik Pandya. But here they go. The cameras are having a field day as they showcase their trophies, the player of the series, man of the match, and of course the champions of the one-day tournament trophy. So 3 trophies on display here today, all going to India. Virat Kohli also joining the fray, as is Rohit Sharma. So the entire squad is out there celebrating a fantastic victory indeed. We'll be back here on Thursday for the first game in the T20 series. We hope you're able to join us for that. So on behalf of the entire team, and again, stay with us here for this 360 production. We'll be back here on Thursday from just about 10:30 in the morning. We hope you could join us then.
This is Cricket on the Cricket 360 Network, as we bring you ball-by-ball commentaries of the West Indies-India series. The action is about to begin. And now, for all the excitement, let's join our commentators on location.